You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. It is notes, not stenographic reports, but notes from 19 lectures and 4 private lessons, given in Berlin from 1903 to 1904, translated by James Hindes. And I'm going to begin this first lecture with a little intro that Steiner, that they have taken out of Steiner's writings about his early work. This first lecture is entitled The Mystery of Birth and Death, and was given in Berlin on October 28, 1903. And I'm going to begin with about this volume of the collected works of Rudolf Steiner. Quote from The Course of My Life, Chapter 33 by Rudolf Steiner. The first lectures I held within the circles that grew out of the Theosophical movement had to be guided by and conform to the soul constitutions of this circle. These people had read Theosophical literature and become accustomed to certain terminology for certain things. I had to adhere to these terms if I wanted to be understood. Only in the course of time, as the work proceeded, was I increasingly able to go my own way, also in the use of terminology. Close quote. The beginning of the lecture, The Mystery of Birth and Death. If a snail were to crawl through a hall in which Beethoven's Ninth Symphony was being performed, it would perceive nothing of what causes the human beings in the same hall to be filled with beautiful feelings. The tones created by the symphony are expressed in the sound waves that fill the hall. These sound waves spread out in all directions. They are the external expression of the magnificent tonal harmonies. These tonal harmonies pass through the organism of the snail as well as through the organism of the people present. In people, the harmonies call forth sensations and feelings of the noblest kind, but the snail is untouched. The snail is in the same medium, the same vibrating waves of sound as the human beings, but knows nothing of what is going on around it. The snail is surrounded by this world and is actually in it, but has no sense at all for its existence. Nevertheless, this world of vibrating sound waves is not in a location different from where the snail is itself located. Rather, the snail is located in the same place where it can find everything it needs. The space in which the snail is to be found is thus filled with facts that it can perceive. But this space is also filled with the sum of facts that the snail cannot perceive. Thus, we have established that a being can be surrounded by phenomena without that being's having any suspicion of their existence. We can ask whether perhaps we human beings might also be living in a world that is filled with facts and phenomena, concerning which we at first perceive nothing, facts and phenomena that are related to our world the same way the sounds from the Ninth Symphony are related to the perceptions of a snail. When we find ourselves in a room, we must also be concerned with the question of whether what we feel and perceive is everything that is actually happening in our spatial environment. There could be facts in our surroundings that are simply not there for us, because we have not developed the organs necessary for the perception of these facts. There could be beings in our world, or we ourselves could develop ourselves to become such beings, that are in a position to perceive altogether a great deal more than what is around us in our world. In comparison with the concert goers and the snail, there could be a similar relationship between more and less highly developed human beings. That is the question that must awaken us to suspect and assume much concerning the unknown worlds surrounding us. It is also the question that should be answered by the Theosophical movement. In essence, it is the task of the theosophical movement to make us aware of the worlds that surround us daily, hourly, of the worlds within which we live and concerning which we know nothing in ordinary life. Theosophy does not want to introduce us to worlds that are located somewhere else than our world here, worlds that are located someplace we cannot reach, but rather to those worlds that constantly are extending into our world, worlds that always surround us but remain unknown, because the organs to perceive them have not yet opened. At first we can only speak of these worlds, we can only point to them, and invite you to participate in the work through which the senses open to these higher worlds. Then you will be able to perceive these higher worlds, just as you are able to perceive our ordinary world. In the next lectures, I would like to speak to you concerning such worlds. First, I would like to speak to you about the world that we in Theosophy call the astral world. It will show itself to be a world not far from us. It is located everywhere we are. In the room in which we presently find ourselves, it is just as real as the world that we see with our physical eyes. The astral world is a higher world that with its movements and appearances permeates and penetrates the world in which you are located, just as the symphonic waves of sound permeate the world of the snail, which is unable to perceive them. Thus we are not speaking of something that can be found only outside our world. Rather, we are speaking of something that permeates our world at every point of its existence. The theosophical worldview teaches us to recognize several such worlds. First, it teaches us to know the world that is known to us from our everyday life, the physical world, the world that everyone is in a position to perceive with his or her sense organs. This is the world that we see, hear, smell, and touch, the world in which we find the objects of nature, the minerals, the plants, and the animals. This physical world is permeated with spirit by a higher world, by the so-called astral world, which we now wish to get to know. Just as one fluid can be mixed together with a finer, thinner fluid, so that the one fluid permeates the other in all its parts, so too the astral world permeates our world of the physical. Then again, this astral world is permeated by a yet higher world, which we call the mental world. That is the actual spiritual world. Thus the three worlds are intertwined, one always permeating the other. Of these three worlds, human beings can presently see only the physical, with the organs of perception presently at their disposal. The task of Theosophy is to gradually open the senses for the invisible, and under ordinary circumstances, inaudible worlds. What is the astral world? If we speak of the astral world, we arrive at an understanding in the quickest way, if we seek among the world views that recognize something aside from the physical. We must look at those in which the astral world and its relationship to human beings is mentioned. The Christian worldview also knows this astral world. In the first centuries of Christianity, people did not distinguish merely between body and spirit, between two natures in the human being, as happened later in a more superficial age. Rather, in those early centuries, a distinction was made between body, soul, and spirit. Since ancient times, all deeper worldviews have seen soul and spirit as the constituent parts of a human being. Go back to those peoples who lived in our geographic area long before the Germanic tribes. Look at the temples of those ancient Celtic peoples, and you will find that they had an altar in the middle that was surrounded by three circles of pillars. These three circles of pillars signified nothing other than the threefold nature of the human being, body, soul, and spirit. The bodily nature is known. The soul nature was understood in all deeper religions and worldviews as what we in the theosophical worldview call the astral. The expression in quotes, spirit, was understood to be what is actually eternal in human nature. Body, soul, and spirit constitute the threefold nature of the human being. Modern natural science has studied the physical body relatively accurately. We are connected to everything around us through the body. We could not live in our bodies if our environment were other than what it is. Consider the temperature of the physical world around us, 10 to 20 degrees higher than the current temperature of our atmosphere, and human beings could not live within it. Our life depends not only upon what goes on within the borders of our skin, it depends also upon the phenomena in nature around us. In a certain sense, we are only the result of what is going on all around us. We are not individual, closed-off beings. If there were no plants in the world, we could no longer nourish ourselves. Only because we are able to support our physical metabolism are we in a position to live in bodies. We are completely dependent upon our physical surroundings. That is, we are physical beings within the entirety of the natural physical world. We belong to the world of physical nature. The materialists of the 19th century saw things this way, and properly so. We live in and with the physical world. Now, you know that there is a very specific moment for this physical body, when it no longer obeys the laws that it had obeyed during the ordinary conditions of life. This is the moment of death. At the moment of death, the body that belongs to us no longer obeys the same laws that it had obeyed all through life. Nevertheless, the laws that it obeys are the laws of nature. When we have died, our bodily organism returns to the natural substances that were at work in our body during life. During our life, chemical and physical forces are at work in our physical body. Our digestion is a physical process. Our breathing is a physical process. Even what takes place in our eyes when we are seeing is a physical process. It is something similar to the process that takes place on a photographic plate when we are photographed. Our body is a flowing together of physical and chemical forces. But we cease to be a flowing together of chemical and physical forces when we fall prey to death. This body no longer holds together. It flows over into the stream of general physical appearances. However, it is impossible for the human body as such to be only a chemical and physical composition. For in the very moment when the physical and chemical forces are left to themselves, they go in an entirely different direction. They are joined with the stream of general chemical and physical processes. They no longer produce the visual, auditory, and thought processes. Rather, they unite with entirely different processes. Thus there must have been something else present that caused them to create an organism during our lifetime. An hour before death, this organism was composed of no other substances than it is composed of an hour after death. The physical composition is exactly the same. However, the life element is no longer present. What caused these physical substances to work so powerfully, in a way they would otherwise never have worked if they were left to themselves, is no longer present. This observation leads us to understand that this body made up of physical and chemical substances would be an impossibility if only physical and chemical forces worked in it. Therefore, it must be enlivened by and filled with a higher principle that organizes, ensouls, and enlivens what is lower. The next principle that ensouls and enlivens our body is what ensures that our body during our lifetime does not fall apart. That which brings this about we call the astral element in the human being. We can say precisely what the astral element is in the human being. It is what causes to happen in every human being who has such an element within, something that we characterize as pain and pleasure in the widest sense. Pain and pleasure are something that appear in our bodies, and in bodies that are similar to ours in terms of astrality, and that cannot be caused by chemical or physical matter. Consider a crystal or any other physical substance composed of chemical substances. Any process that occurs in the physical world could happen to such a crystal, but not pleasure or pain. These can be found only in human beings and in other beings that are organized in the same way as human beings. These beings are permeated by an element that can feel pleasure and pain. If you kick a stone, it will fly off somewhere or fall and make an impression. If you influence such a natural object in a specific way, you can observe what happens to it. You can even do something to it that destroys it, but it will never feel pleasure or pain. Pleasure and pain extend only as far as the astral world extends. And just as I belong to the external physical world through the chemical and physical processes taking place within me, so too do I have the various and real nuances of pleasure and pain in me. Through these various nuances and appearances of pain and pleasure, I belong to a world that permeates our bodily world and ensouls it, and that exists outside me as well as in me. Within space we find not only the air that sustains our bodily existence through life, but also an astral world that permeates it. We human beings participate also in this astral world, just as we participate in the physical world. And so, just as we could not live as physical beings without physical forces flowing through our organism, just as little could we live as pain and pleasure beings, as astral beings, without our participation in the astral world and in what lives and weaves in that world, which constantly permeates and spiritualizes us. Just as our skin delineates us from the physical world and thereby individualizes us, so too we are closed off from the astral world in general. Within this world we are individualized as single astral beings and participate in this astral world around us. We have pointed to a world that permeates and weaves through our physical world, just as a world of sound from the Ninth Symphony weaves through the world in which a snail also lives. In ordinary life, we perceive the world through our senses, but we are not in a position to perceive the world of weaving spirit that penetrates us and forms our own astral organism. The fact that we do not perceive a world is no reason to say that this world does not exist. Why, can you perceive every other person as a physical being sitting here in this room? Because you are designed to perceive the physical rays of light through your eyes. You see the physical bodies of the people around you. These physical bodies are real for you. They would not be there for you if your eyes were not there to see them. So too, pain and pleasure are present in each of these people in countless nuances. There is a world in each one of them that is just as rich as the world you see with your eyes. It is a rich world of pain and pleasure. And there is a second body, just as real as your physical body, which permeates the physical body completely. You cannot say that only what you see is real, only what you perceive physically. Each of you knows that a world of pain and pleasure lives in you, really lives in you just as much as muscle and nerve live in you. Only because your spiritual eyes are not yet opened do you not see these realities. If your eyes were open to this, then just as you see their skin color and clothing, you would see that all those around you are permeated by forces and beings that are real, and that we can identify as pain or pleasure. For those whose sense is open to these realities, this world is just as real as the physical world. In addition to the physical body, there is also the astral body in every human being. It is called that because it shimmers in a bright light for the clairvoyant. This light is the expression of an individual's entire life of pain and pleasure, of everything that lives in him or her as feeling. Not only do you know that you consist of flesh and blood, but other people can see it as well. But your feelings of pain and pleasure are present only for you, as long as another does not perceive them. Your astral organism is somewhat bigger than your physical body, extending a bit beyond it. Think of a hall in which a gathering of people is taking place, and in which various lecturers are speaking. If a clairvoyant looks into the room with seer's eyes, he or she perceives not only the spoken words, not only the sparkling eyes and the speaker's physiognomy, but also something else. A clairvoyant would see how passions play over from the speaker to the other people, how the sensations and feelings in the speaker glow, and, for example, whether the speaker is speaking out of anger or enthusiasm. A clairvoyant would see that someone speaking out of enthusiasm has the fire of the astral body streaming forth to the listeners. And with a large audience, a clairvoyant would see a multitude of rays calling forth pain or pleasure in the speaker. There is an interplay of temperaments that unfolds openly and clearly in front of the seer. This astral world of which we are a part is just as real as the external world in which we live. It was not for nothing, not without a purpose, that the Theosophical movement has pointed out the existence of these invisible worlds of which human beings are a part, and into which we are constantly sending our actions. You cannot speak even one word or grasp one idea with your mind without feelings streaming out into space and having an effect there. Just as our physical actions influence things in physical space, so too do our feelings permeate space and influence people and the entire astral world. People are usually not aware that a stream of effects goes forth from them, that they are a cause, the effects of which can be perceived everywhere in the world. They are not usually aware that they can thereby cause damage, and that they thereby send streams of pain and pleasure, of passions and drives into the world that can influence other people in a most injurious way. They are not aware of what they are actually doing with their feeling life. Our ability to know is not destined for a purposeless existence. It exists not merely for us to know things. It exists not merely for itself. It has become a beautiful cliché in the scholarly world of the West to say that knowledge exists for the sake of itself. Those who immerse themselves in Western wisdom will find something other than knowledge for its own sake. They know that when it comes to knowledge, it is important to use this knowledge to be active in the world. We get to know the physical world so that we are not acting chaotically in physical nature. And we get to know higher nature in order to work in this higher nature in a conscious way. Those who know and master this higher nature learn to work in it consciously. They learn how to master and control their thoughts, and not allow them to work arbitrarily or accidentally. They do not accidentally allow them loose, but rather hold them under control. They learn to control their inner life, to regulate their inner life, so that it influences the surrounding world in the most ideal way, ennobling it. In this way, the higher worlds, which, allow me to stress this, are just as real as our physical world, indeed even more real, achieve an enormous significance for the physical world. Those who know that what happens in the astral world is much more important for world evolution than what they see and are able to do in the physical world will properly appreciate this world and its significance. If you ascend even higher, you would find worlds that are even more important than the astral world. The Christian religion also speaks of such worlds. What it designates as, in quotes, soul is the astral world. What it designates as, in quotes, spirit is what you know in Theosophy as the mental plane. Why is the higher, the astral world, so infinitely more important than the physical world? Because the physical world is nothing more than an expression of this astral world, an effect of the astral world. I would like to cite a phenomenon as an example that will show you that what happens in the astral world is infinitely more significant than what happens in the physical world. What I will now say is designated in the teachings of mysticism and in Theosophy as the mystery of birth and death. This is one of the greatest mysteries or secrets of the world. We are speaking of 7 secrets of the world. those who think superficially, and the world today is all too inclined to think superficially, will readily accuse us of unclarity and fanaticism. But we Theosophists know what the three words perceiving, thinking, and presuming mean. They were frequently mentioned in the first centuries of Christianity, in which Christianity still belonged to the deepest religions of the world. These three words were named next to each other. The fact that presuming was mentioned along with perceiving and thinking shows us that with respect to knowledge, people were not as immodest as they are today. Yes, today people are immodest with respect to knowledge. They are immodest because they're disinclined toward everything that their senses and their understanding cannot grasp. Just imagine if a snail were to say, quote, "There is nothing here in this room other than what I perceive," close quote. Would we not have to say that this snail is displaying great immodesty with respect to knowledge? Do not be deceived. The situation is, in the worst sense of the word, exactly the same with people who say, quote, "There is nothing in this world that my reasoning cannot perceive and understand," close quote. There are two things in the world, perceiving and thinking, that convey to us beauty, greatness, and number. But there is yet a third principle, which always causes us to be modest, which causes us to strive, which always drives us deeper into the world. That is presumption. By this is meant the presumption that there could be something else in the world other than what we know. In this, the Theosophical movement is distinguished from all other movements seeking knowledge. What do ordinary scientists want? Scientists who are proud of their culture and immodest with respect to their ordinary acquired knowledge? They want to follow up on everything that they can perceive and know, and they want to expand their knowledge to countless other things. This is the same as a snail wanting to crawl around in every direction to perceive what it can. It would not perceive anything other than what its snail organs could perceive. It is the same with people. For this reason, presuming that there could be more than what can already be perceived and thought, was added to perceiving and thinking. For if we develop ourselves further, higher organs of perception will unfold in us that allow us to see what is usually closed off to us in the world. Thus the attitude of Theosophists is different from ordinary scientists. Theosophists want to develop themselves, and they honestly believe in the development of their abilities, and make the effort to work on themselves. This, my friends, is the Theosophical attitude. We work on ourselves, so that organs for higher perception are developed, so that we are in a position to perceive what is significant and important in what surrounds us. This must increasingly become the Western attitude if Western humanity is not to be entirely dissolved in the flow of materialism. If this Theosophical attitude spreads more and more, then people will understand that everything that is external, physical facts and appearances, are the consequences, the effects of deeper lying causes that lie in the astral or even higher worlds. Western science is usually satisfied to research the physical body in all its component parts. But the Theosophical attitude asks, did this body put itself together? Where could the reason for this composition lie? Can we believe that the forces out there in nature felt the need to fit themselves together to form a human being? No. Those who are able to look into higher worlds know that human beings, before they live in a physical organism, before they are born, live an astral existence. It is just as true that we had an astral existence before our physical existence, before our birth, as it is true that we have an astral existence also after our birth, and this extends further than our physical body. All of this is included in what we call the mystery of birth and death. Theosophy understands the importance of the third word, presuming, What I presume today will perhaps tomorrow already be knowledge, and what I presumed only yesterday becomes a certainty for me today. Those who trust in the depths of this presuming do not believe in limits to knowledge. They say to themselves, quote, "I do not believe that my knowledge at any point in time is the most profound." Close quote. Thus we are clear about the fact that the laws, the essence of even the most important phenomena in nature are deeply concealed. Quote, "Full of secrets, in full daylight, nature does not allow her veil to be removed." Close quote. Nature, all of life, is mysterious, and humanity's task is to penetrate therein. For it is the task of the human being to work with the mysteries. We speak of 7 great mysteries of life. There are 7 great secrets that reveal the 7 great phases of life. They are called, quote, "the unspeakable," close quote. The 4th of these great secrets, to which you will be gradually introduced through these lectures, is the secret of birth and death. It is not the case that we need to lift a veil in order to understand the mystery of birth and death. The body that lives between birth and death is sought out by another body that lives only in the astral world. Our astral body is present before our physical body. It is the keynote, so to speak, of our feeling life, the basic tone of our temperament and our passions. This is what the clairvoyant sees in the astral world. Before a human being is born, this keynote, which is carried by everyone, forms the physical body. Our physical body does not create our passions, desires, and temperament. Rather, these come from another world and seek out a corresponding body. Therefore, every human being is equipped with an entirely unique soul. Those who are in a position to really study humanity know that people are different one from another, that there are no 2 people who are the same with respect to passions, desires, and bodily nature. Perhaps with respect to their physical bodily nature, they may not be so very different, but people are incredibly different in regard to their astral body. Before a human being is born, a clairvoyant can see, streaming toward the place of birth, the astral body of the person, the sum of his or her desires, drives, and passions, which will develop later in the physical body and begin to interact with the external world. And within this astral body, as the innermost being of the incarnating person, is the actual higher spiritual being of the individual. This higher spiritual being descends from an even higher world. Within the astral world, this higher spiritual being is surrounded by what we call the substance of desire, of astrality. It moves through the astral world with the speed of the wind. A clairvoyant can see it in the astral world long before its birth. It is present in a luminous, bell-shaped form and descends upon the human body in order to spiritualize the body. What we say today concerning such astral matter easily attracts the charge of fanaticism. It is natural that when we speak of such things in the world of today, we can be so criticized. Therefore we must be all the more careful. We must not allow ourselves to speak of these things, that is, we should not speak of them unless we are just as solid and certain in the astral world as we are in the physical world. I regard it as a requirement of all teachers of theosophy that they represent only as much of the teaching as they can be responsible for, according to their best conscience. This means that I demand of all theosophical teachers that they report only what they themselves have directly experienced, and therefore know as direct knowledge. Theosophical teachers should not say a word concerning these higher worlds unless they are in a position to do research themselves, exactly with the same law that says that no one can speak concerning chemistry who has not studied it. For this reason, in lectures, I will say only what I am in a position to say with absolute certainty. No one is in a position to describe the astral world in its entirety. It is richer and more comprehensive than the physical world. I admit that even a spiritual researcher can make mistakes in the details, just as one can err in the physical world if, for example, one wishes to determine the height of a mountain. But just as little as such an error in the details would be a reason to deny the physical world, just as little should a person be tempted to deny the reality of the astral world because of an error in details. Before human beings are born, they live as beings of desire with their, quote, body of longing, close quote, in the astral world. Birth and death do not exist in the astral world in the same sense as in the physical world. The mystery of the so-called elective affinities, attraction through choice, holds sway in the astral world. Here the same principle prevails as in the physical world with our desires and wishes. Just as one desire unfolds out of another, so too do things happen in the astral world. One being is unfolded out of another through an eternal propagation, without our being able to designate anything as death or birth. The beings are subject to attraction through choice, not birth and death. Why is it that physical beings are subject to birth and death? This is the question I wish to address today in particular. Where do birth and death come from? As I have said, before human beings live in the physical world, they live in the astral world and are subject there to attraction by choice. Birth and death do not exist there. But here there is birth and death because the astral world forms the midpoint between two other worlds. Human beings are citizens of two worlds. We point downward toward the physical world and upward toward the highest, the spiritual world. Through our astral nature we unite the spiritual world and its eternity to the physical world. For a long, long time, through several cosmic epochs, we were merely astral beings. We now stand in the fifth root race epoch, the post-Atlantean age, that was preceded by the fourth and the third. Only in the third root race, in the Lemurian age, did the human being become a physical being. Before that, we were closer to the astral world. Back then, however, when we were still astral beings, we did not have the power of the spirit. Our higher spiritual soul united with our astral being in the moment in which the spiritual united with the physical. And this united physical-spiritual being then required physical birth and death. For this reason, because human beings are the arena for the highest spiritual beings, they must be born and die within the physical world. Our astral being is neither born nor does it die. Our spiritual being preserves its eternal nature in this way. Over time, our physical being is destroyed in order to ascend again into the spiritual world and then descend again into the physical world. Goethe hinted at this in his prose hymn titled Nature. Life is her most beautiful invention, and death is her trick in order to have an abundance of life. This cooperation between birth and death, the mystery of all of life, will occupy us further in these lectures. Also, we will get to know the astral world, concerning which I have not said very much until now, in order to understand that there are more beings than human beings can dream of in our present-day materialistic attitude. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, volume number 88 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. It is the notes from 16 lectures and 4 private lessons, translated by James Hindes. This is Lecture 2, entitled The Higher Worlds and Our Participation in Them, given in Berlin on November 4th, 1903. Thoughtful people could perhaps consider an event that occurred surprisingly quickly a few days ago to be proof that there can be a number of unknowns in the space in which we are all located, and in which we may suddenly perceive their effects without our having even previously suspected that they existed. You will perhaps already have guessed that I am speaking of the event that occurred last week. On a beautiful afternoon, it was last Saturday, suddenly all the telegraph lines in France ceased to work. It was impossible to telegraph or telephone any place in France, and physicists had no idea why. In the evening, the electricity functioned again as before the outage. This disturbance could be felt over the entire Earth. Before this occurred, no one had any idea that such a thing could happen, that suddenly all the telegraph lines could go dead. Science will discover the reason soon enough, but we must be clear that a force can work continuously around the entire Earth, of which we can form no idea. These are connections of which we know nothing and have no idea ahead of time how they work. We human beings belong to the astral world as much as we belong to the physical world. We also belong to even higher worlds. We will understand the existence of these worlds only when we see what kind of forces play into our world from those worlds. A new world opens for those whose eyes have been opened to the astral world. This is the world in which we see all the drives and instincts, all the passions and temperaments, the same way we see the things around us in the physical world. But this astral world is not the highest. It is the world that lies one step higher than our physical world. It is a finer world which permeates our entire world. Then our world is also permeated by an even higher world, the actual spiritual world that we in Theosophy call the Devachanic world, or the mental world. When our eyes are opened to this world, it is possible for us to see the thoughts that are not permeated by feelings and wishes that are pure thoughts, in the same way that we see things. These are the three worlds that we belong to. These are the three worlds that we pass through in our life from incarnation to incarnation. Thus the astral world is not the highest world that we deal with. A special lecture will be dedicated to the higher spiritual world. We will now consider this in-between world, which is of very special importance for us, because it lies closest to our physical world. We ascribe so-called psychic vision to those whose eyes have been opened to this sphere. Not only do physical things appear to them, but also everything that lives in human beings as drive, wishes, and passions appears to them as things. These astral things are so magnificent that our physical world cannot be compared with them. I can only give a sketchy description of them. Those whose eyes for that world are opened see things that ordinary people see but cannot decipher. That is psychic vision. But there is a yet higher vision, spiritual vision. It is related to psychic vision approximately as the view from the peak of a mountain is related to a view from a cliff halfway up the mountain upon a town and objects in a valley below. Think of a village, a city and its surroundings, seen from the ground you are standing on. This you can compare with the physical sight of an ordinary average human being. Climb halfway up the mountain and stand still there. Then you can compare this with psychic vision. Climb all the way to the top. Then you can compare the view with spiritual vision. Only very few people have this spiritual vision in our time. Later there will be more people. Those who have this vision achieved it in previous incarnations by conducting a pure mental life. In the realm of thinking, they sought the path of pure, crystal-clear knowledge of the world. It was obvious to those people that they would follow a pure moral life, just as it was obvious to ordinary people that they would follow their everyday occupations, entertainments, drives, and passions. Those for whom a life in pure thought is a given then bring with them into their next incarnation the ability to see these things that they devoted themselves to in their earlier life. They see through the world. They look from above, so to speak, not only into the physical world, but also into that world I have described as the astral. They can describe this world with broad strokes, to be sure, as it appears from above, but they can describe everything with greater clarity than those who have merely psychic vision. What we have as hypnotism and magnetism are parts of psychic vision. Somnambulistic vision is also a part of psychic vision. However, if we remain standing at the psychic plane, then we are not standing on the peak. Error is still possible on the psychic plane. Only those who have attained spiritual vision can survey the world from all sides. Only those who see things from above will have a free, unimpeded view of the things in the psychic world. Those who are able to see into this psychic world know as a fact that the origin and beginning of the human being does not lie in the physical world. They know that what is found in the human being as a physical body was chosen from a higher body, from something that was present earlier than this physical body. 2 points of view are possible, the materialistic and the spiritual. The materialistic point of view holds that human beings create their physical existence out of existing physical substances, and then this material matter produces the mind and spirit. This view then follows some arbitrary material phenomenon and asks, for example, what is going on in the organism? What is going on in the finer processes that take place in the brain when a feeling or an idea is in us? Those who have psychic vision know that this body did not create itself. They know that the body was chosen by a higher human being who now lives in it. Create, in quotes, does not mean what we today mean by the word create. Rather, it means to choose. This means that the soul of a human being, the psyche, which comes from other regions, chose this body for itself, so that it could be an instrument for the soul to follow goals that originate in a higher world. Now that I have given you a preview of this subject, allow me to portray for you in brief strokes how human beings prepare for their earthly pilgrimage. Allow me to show you how human beings come about, and in another lesson I will show you their cosmic origins. Today we will consider only what leads to human existence in our epoch. I will be telling you only facts, for I have already said that those who lecture about the spiritual world must carefully weigh every word. They must weigh their words, not once but many times. Do not take my words as spoken arbitrarily, but rather as words spoken with a complete sense of responsibility for what I say. You can accept the facts that I am setting before you, just as you would take the words set forth by a natural scientist, describing what can be seen with a telescope. Human beings are not beings who live only once, but rather many times through many, many incarnations. A human being puts on a physical sheath often. This physical sheath is the most external of the sheaths in which the actual human being is enveloped. The actual individual, who goes from incarnation to incarnation, who carries sin and atonement from one incarnation to another, is characterized as the higher self. At birth, this higher self enters into the body. After death, this higher self leaves the body in order to appear again in the world after 1.5 to 2 millennia. In the meantime, this higher self abides in higher worlds. And then, after this self has transitioned into a kind of maturity, it attempts again to incarnate. The wish grows in this self to become active again within material earthly existence, to learn another lesson within earthly existence. Now, we must observe a twofold origin for the human being. This observation provides us with two series of facts. One unfolds within our physical world. The other unfolds in a higher world. To begin, I will sketch for you only this higher world. In the time between death and a new birth, the human being is in a purely spiritual world, which we will call the mental world, or Devachan. This is a world that has two regions, a purely spiritual higher world and a lower world. Between two incarnations, the human being always enters the higher spiritual world, which we also characterize as the Arupa sphere. Undeveloped human beings live in the higher sphere for a very short period of time, while those who are developed spend much more time there. Every human being must pass through this region. Later we will see why. From this region, human beings must descend into the lower region, into the region in which subjective thoughts, the substance of thoughts, are to be found. In this region, the self receives its body of thought. It surrounds itself with the substance of thought. This makes it possible for us to follow this self as it descends from the higher region down into the world of thought substance. These spheres are not actually above one another, but rather inserted one inside another. It is similar to a living organism, except that it is more active than our physical organism. After the self has entered into this thought region and formed a new organism out of thought substance, a wish drives it down further. It surrounds itself with matter from the astral or psychic world, so that the higher self, before it enters into a physical organism, is already a higher organism. It was thought substance, and this was then woven into astral substance. We were such an organism before we entered the physical plane. For a seer who can research the psychic sphere, this astral world is just as clear and transparent as the physical world is for the eyes of a researcher in the physical world. In the physical world, we distinguish three kinds of existence, three different aggregate conditions: solid, liquid, and gas. Additionally, there is the so-called ether, the etheric kind of substance, that is the reason why light passes through space, warmth, and so forth. This is the finest state in the physical plane. It is exactly the same in the astral world with respect to the division, but entirely different with respect to the quality, the characteristics of the astral. In the astral world, we are dealing with various kinds of astral substance. Something penetrates into our world, the world that we know. Something permeates all of us as human beings, and we call it the astral world. In the astral world, we see astral substance without our being able to comprehend it properly. In the Middle Ages, people who knew about such things still spoke about substances through which the self was drawn into the physical, and they called these substances the humors. What in our physical world are the various conditions of matter, solid, fluid, gas, and etheric, are in the psychic world the four humors, but we can name them only according to their reflection as they are in us, as they live in us. The physical conditions of matter, solid, fluid, gas, and etheric, correspond in the astral world to what we call the four temperaments. What causes us to have a certain temperament corresponds to a very specific condition of matter. Those who have a choleric temperament in their astral body have the humor especially well developed that corresponds to the state of matter called choleric, chole. Thus in the astral world, there are temperaments that correspond to the four conditions of matter. Just as the ancients spoke of earth, water, air, and fire, so too they spoke of the four conditions of matter in the astral world, which consist of astral substance. According to which astral substance predominates, a person will have a specific temperament. Just as our physical existence in space has its three unique dimensions, so too there is an astral space, but it is different from our physical space. Because it is different there, beginners will find it difficult to find their way around. There is something corresponding to the dimensions of physical space in astral space. Just as our physical space has height, breadth, and depth, so too in the astral field there are certain dimensions. Now, there is a strange connection between the dimensions in the astral field and what we call time in physical life. Past, present, and future in the physical world are only projections, shadow-like images of the dimensions that exist in the astral world. In the astral world there is also something like past, present, and future as dimensions. But what distinguishes the astral world from our physical world is the fact that there is yet another dimension beyond, past, present, and future, which is often called the fourth dimension. This is a pictorial expression, but not entirely suitable. No one should speak of the fourth dimension who cannot see it. The astral world is very confusing for those who see it for the first time. It is also distinguished from the physical world by the fact that things are not solid, but diaphanous and permeable. For this reason, we also call it the region of diaphanous permeability. There are no borders around bodies for the astral eye, EYE, as in the physical world. The back side of every body is just as visible as the front side. Fundamentally speaking, in the astral world we do not see things from the outside as in the physical world. As you know, in the physical world we see things as they stand before us. For example, we see the trees along a boulevard, extending away from us in perspective. Space offers us a view with perspective. The trees at a distance appear closer together, and trees closer to us appear farther apart. This way of seeing stops completely in the astral world. There we see the things from within. If you look at a cube from the outside, the sides of the cube appear to you in perspective. The astral view is as if you were standing in the middle of the cube and could see all the sides from within. Ledbetter also said this in his book titled The Astral Plane. We can give only a kind of symbol, a kind of projection. Our words are related only to the physical plane. Therefore we must first translate what we have seen in the astral world into physical language. When we say that we see things in the astral world, quote, from the inside, close quote, this is just a translation of what is present in the astral world into a physical projection. The fact that beginners are seeing things from a side different from the usual creates a kind of confusion for them. Their point of view is changed completely. This experience is common to all beginners. For example, when you see a number in the astral world, for example 265, you are seeing according to your usual habits, as you see things in the physical world from the outside. However, in the astral, your standpoint makes you see things from the inside. In the astral world, the number must be read 562, because the standpoint is from within. Thus it must be read from the other side symmetrically reversed. These are the reasons for the confusion that happens to beginners whose eyes have been opened. People knowledgeable in this area are called adepts, and it is a fundamental law of theosophy that no one's inner eye, EYE, is allowed to be opened unless it happens with the help of an adept. It is impossible for those who are led by masters to be exposed to such errors. This is the world in which human beings are to be found before they are incarnated, before their physical body has been formed. Now we wish to observe what is drawn toward the astral organism from the physical world. The human being's physical bodily nature that is born through physiological forces. I am drawing your attention to a fact that touches on the mystery of life and death at the same time. Through the fact that human beings enter into the physical world, the fact that they take hold of the physical world and are woven into the physical matter, through this fact they are subject to the laws of reproduction, the laws of birth and death as we know them in the physical world. It is true that there is another birth and another death, but the birth and death that we know has existed in our epoch of human evolution only within the time of Atlantis and part of Lemuria. These three epochs of humanity, root races, were preceded by two others in which human beings did not have bodies as dense as ours. They had a fine, delicate body, not one formed from coarse matter. This body was not yet connected with physical reproduction as we know it. This form of reproduction began only with the third root race in the time of Lemuria. Before that, there was a kind of reproduction within the living human organism that reminds us of today's lowest biological organisms, which reproduce through cell division. A cell pulls together and then splits in two. This is asexual reproduction. During the first and second root races, in the polar and Hyperborean epochs, human beings reproduced through such a division of their etheric bodies. These two human races, which preceded the third, reproduced in such a way that one body caused another body to come forth from it. This kind of reproduction serves to remind us of these most ancient epochs. Perhaps you know that in the most ancient epoch, Adam Kadmon was venerated. You know this from Hindu esoteric teachings, and from the Bible you know the two creation accounts. In the first creation account we are told that God created the human being, and, as is reported there literally, He created the human being male-female. Sexual reproduction was not the first kind. A superficial observation of the Bible often claims that these two accounts are a contradiction, but there is no contradiction, because the first creation story tells of a human race in which there was not yet any sexuality, which was still male-female. The division of the sexes, and what we today call birth and death, appeared only in the third root race in the Lemurian epoch. Something else that had previously not existed also appeared at that time. The human being did not yet have the ability to think, to picture things mentally. The fact that we can imagine an object in our minds is something that has come about only in the fifth epoch. For example, I can create in my mind a picture of a bottle. Earlier human beings could not do that. The ability to visualize and think developed simultaneously with physical matter. Oddly enough, we meet here the important historical fact that led to founding of the theosophical movement of the present. In the last 2 decades of the 19th century, natural science arrived at certain ideas concerning sexual reproduction and birth and death that theosophy has had already for centuries. The recent decades that we have all experienced have shed light on the process of physical reproduction of human beings, and thus also on that of the higher animals. Scientific research no longer represents the point of view that was held 20 years ago, that bisexuality is a biological necessity. You can read about this in journals of natural science. Certain and decisive research has produced results that the present-day process of reproduction has an entirely different meaning than what had been thought to be the case. For nature could have been sufficiently served by monosexuality. Today it has been thoroughly scientifically proven that 2 sexes are not biologically necessary for reproduction, that something different was intended with bisexuality, for 1 sex would have been sufficient. What then is the meaning of bisexuality? Natural science tells us that bisexuality occurred so that a mixing of qualities could occur. Otherwise, there would have been much less diversity in the varieties of physical bodies present. Later descendants would have always shown the same type as the earliest predecessors. Nature allowed 2 sexes to appear in order to mix things up, in order to bring about a mixing of inheritable characteristics. Multiplicity was supposed to be produced in the third human race, and that is when the first animals appeared. Nature's purpose was to produce as many different beings as possible, so that the beings descending from the spiritual and astral worlds would find the greatest possible number of bodies. A human being should find a new body that is the result of multifarious mixing, in order not to remain in the same body type. You see, what theosophy has taught since ancient times has been researched by natural science. Now that we have seen both the descent of spiritual beings and the way the physical world comes to meet the descending spiritual being, we will observe the process one more time. What I am saying is fact. It is definitely certain. I will portray the elements that are present in the origin of a human being from both sides. To begin with, we have the zygote, the germ that resembles a tiny fish in its first days. I need to indicate this only with a sketch. It looks like this. Bracket, a sketch was drawn on the chalkboard. The drawing has not been preserved. Close bracket. Approximately on the 17th day, the zygote is approached by the astral being. A psychic researcher knows this astral being just as well as a physical researcher knows the physical being. A seer sees in the astral world many funnel-shaped forms. Those are human beings on their way to incarnation. Those are the beings seeking their physical incarnation. Ensouled by the pressing wish to incarnate, these forms hurry through astral space with great speed and seek physical matter. Those who have read the second part of Goethe's Faust and remember the scene with the homunculus will be able to understand it only if they know that Goethe wanted to portray this process. These astral forms have the most varied colorings, which we can hardly imagine. Within these astral bodies there is a stripe that is lost in the indefinite. It is a bright yellow color. These astral bodies are connected with a physical body that they themselves seek out when the embryo has the approximate shape of a fish. Then a change occurs. The light ray, or band of light, is split into two parts, into two brightly shining streaks, or rays. This is the case for most people, and thus it would appear to you if you could follow human beings at their origin. A somewhat different process is displayed by a few people. Only a few people show a somewhat different process. A few people display an enduring, brightly colored stripe, which, however, does pale somewhat at the point when it disappears entirely in other people, but it does remain. This is present in those people who will have spiritual vision. Let us remain for a moment with the usual process, in which the band of light is divided. The astral form now unites with the physical embryo. Everything is permeated by this one little drop, so to speak, by a bright yellow liquid. This later grows into the so-called sympathetic nervous system, which takes care of the human being's physical nervous system. In addition to the brain and spinal cord system, we have another nervous system, the sympathetic, which directs the body's lower functions. One drop of the astral form flows through and permeates the sympathetic nervous system, the other the brain and spinal cord system. Thus the human being is ensouled. According to cosmic laws, the two cones of light go over into the physical body and permeate it with spirit. This shining light appears anew with every human being, especially permeating the brain. When this moment occurs, then, as a matter of fact, what human beings have brought with them from earlier lives and what they have from the physical world unite together. Thus the two entities unite, which together constitute the full human being. We have lived in previous incarnations. We have passed through the spiritual world. There we were spirit. The spirit descends through the astral world and is enveloped in astral substance. Human beings attract this substance, which is what they bring with them from earlier lives, from the astral sphere. These are the two things that human beings bring with them, the spiritual and the astral. The shining light represents the abilities that we have brought from previous lives. These enter into the entity after it has satisfied its burning desire to be united with an astral organism. From then on, the human embryo grows not only by means of physical forces, but also from within. What has been achieved in previous lives now works from within outward in producing a body. It is not your organism that produces your soul, but your soul produces your organism. The human embryo is only a few days old when it is united with the soul. It is the only thing that is given to us from outside. It is given to us following very specific laws. We will discuss them in more detail. As a matter of fact, we understand the birth and death of human beings only when we know the two entities they are composed of, and how these two entities have flowed together to create a whole human being. It is then the case that we ourselves work on our external organs. They are not a product of the external world. They are an image of what we have brought with us. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, the notes from 16 lectures and 4 private lessons, translated by James Hindes, and it's entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Lecture 3, entitled The Origin and Nature of the Human Being, given in Berlin on November 11th, 1903. Today, we must look into the important questions of the origin and nature of the human being. When these important questions are asked, one cannot say that the answers are particularly easy. The following lectures will present us with fewer difficulties. As I said at the beginning of these lectures, we are to think of the human being as composed essentially of 3 parts: body, soul, and spirit. In the further course of these lectures, we will see how these parts of the human being are joined together. Theosophical insight shows us a threefold origin of our own nature. In order to discuss this threefold origin of the body, of the soul, and of the spirit, we must go to the most far-flung regions of the universe imaginable. We must look into the processes that we as theosophists understand as being processes and events in the life of the divine spiritual world. The esoteric philosophy of all ages has characterized the universe in its depths as the rhythmic life of the spirit of the world. Hindu philosophy, for example, speaks of Brahma's inhaling and exhaling. Brahma passes through various stages of his divine life. These stages unfold in such a way that they can be compared with an inhaling and exhaling of the divine primal spirit. Exhaling was the creation of a world. Inhalation is the transition from a world that has fulfilled its tasks into a kind of sleep state, which then translates into a new existence, into the creation of a new world. Thus the condition of a world revealed is constantly alternating with the condition of rest. Manvantara and Pralaya are the names for the condition of revelation and the condition of the Godhead at rest within itself. This is a picture. Human words in our time are inadequate to describe the process underlying this picture. According to our human view, that is, according to the view of those whose spiritual sight has been opened to these mysterious conditions of the universe, we have to distinguish 3 breaths of the divine primal spirit. And at the same time, these 3 breaths portray the threefold origin of the human being. We must thank 3 separate parts of the divine breathing for the fact that human beings consist of 3 parts: body, soul, and spirit. We now want to attempt to follow this threefold origin of the human being. To begin, let us imagine the 7 steps of development, from the first step to the point where human beings stand before us in their present stage of evolution. At the first stage of evolution, which we call the first elemental kingdom of the universe, there is nothing present like what comes to meet us in our current world. There is nothing at all present of the multiplicity of stones, plants, and the animal world as they meet us today. Neither is there anything of the multiplicity of our thought world. Neither is there anything of the formation of thoughts that underlies the creation of our world. Also, there is nothing of the laws of nature. However, in the first elemental kingdom, there is a system of foundations for everything that comes later. Those who have eyes for this system of all further world seeds know that these seeds are infinitely beautiful and lofty. Everything that appears later is only a weak reflection of what is present in seed form in this first elemental kingdom. Present in these seeds are the majestic intentions of the divine primal spirit, the intentions it has for the individual worlds. And just as developments remain behind intentions, so too do they remain behind in relation to divine world being, not in everything, but in the details. In the great multiplicity of infinity, the intentions are wonderfully fulfilled. For this reason, Theosophy calls this first elemental kingdom the world of formlessness, which will only later give birth to form out of itself. Only in the later course of world development does this world of primal spirit take on form. These forms can only be compared with the forms that our thoughts have. Just imagine if what you have outside of yourself were to disappear, and only what is within your mind, what you could remember, would be present. You would have an ocean of thoughts. You have forgotten what you have seen and heard. Also, what you have seen in terms of bodies. Such thought forms, but just the great ones, are the content of the second elemental kingdom. The whole universe has become a formed thought universe. You must imagine the kingdom of formed thoughts to be like the world of ideas that Plato once thought. This world is the kingdom of reason, just as the mystics in the Middle Ages imagined. Later, evolution displayed a step into more density. The world thoughts imprinted themselves for the first time into a form of matter that one can for the first time truthfully call matter. This is the astral kingdom. The light thoughts have become astral beings that we can now perceive indeed as the drives and passions flowing through space. Only seers can perceive these streams. They perceive them in luminous forms. These streams are present in the third elemental kingdom. Ancient philosophers speak about the three elemental kingdoms, but the people who study their philosophies do not know what was meant thereby. We need go back only as far as Empedocles. He said that everything is brought about through love and hate. On these second and third steps, thoughts were condensed. When the third step was reached, the astral matter was consolidated. It became denser and denser, while the substances and processes that physical human beings only now understand were woven into the consolidating astral matter. A web of natural laws and forces was woven into matter. Theosophy calls this kingdom the mineral kingdom. You must not imagine that the mineral kingdom at this step already had formed minerals, crystals, and so forth. No, everything that became mineral at a later, much later stage, everything that undergoes chemical bonding and dissolution, still passed through this fourth kingdom like lightning and thunder. We call this the cosmic mineral kingdom, or the fourth elemental kingdom. Everything that lives in our physical body, that today reigns over all the laws in our physical body, everything that works in a lawful manner in our physical body was dissolved at that time in these forces surging through the universe, in these mineral forces. Everything that constitutes our present-day body was present in that mineral kingdom. The origin of the forces and matter that are in our body and compose a part of our being comes from there. The bodily nature of the human being was formed out of these elemental processes. In the moment when these elemental processes had progressed sufficiently, as I have described it, in this moment something else entered into this mineral universe. And this something else, concerning which I will now speak, is what lives in us as the soul part of our nature. Originally, the bodily as well as the soul part were contained in the same divine primal being. It was the first part of the divine breath that I have just described. I will now describe the other part. We can summarize the first part of this evolution by calling humanity a generic group, all sharing the same characteristics. With respect to the species, all the human beings were more or less the same. We often speak of animal or plant species. So too there is a human species occupying the entire earth. There is a personality present in each individual entity of the species. Through the fact that I am a member of the species, human being, I am formed in a way similar to all other human beings. But within this species there is something that I call my personality, and this constitutes my soul. I am a personality through the fact that I have personal interests, personal sympathies and antipathies, and so forth. Despite the fact that people are equal and the same as members of the same species, they are distinguished with respect to their personalities, so that no two people are the same. This personal element in human beings did not arise from the same part of the divine breath. It comes from another side, in order to unite with the mineral substance. The generic character arose through the first part of divine breath. The personality arose through the fact that it followed another path through the universe up to the point when it was united with a generic being. What later constituted a human personality had already lived through a series of stages on this other path, had already experienced a series of lessons. It had already been incarnated on other steps of evolution present in nature that were similar to our physical nature today, similar to the plant kingdom, similar to the animal kingdom, but in another, a different kind. The forces that are capable of making us into personalities have already passed through many steps, which I would now like to describe. Thus the human personality comes from another world. The personality has already passed through steps of development in order then to unite with the other part, the generic. As if from a secondary stream, dim desires flow over into a main stream. Imagine countless such, in quotes, personality beings, who at one time had already had physical bodily natures, which indeed looked entirely different than we human beings now appear, but nevertheless were our ancestors. Imagine these beings now flowing into this stream of universal mineral elemental substance. Imagine further that these beings had a corporeality that was much denser and larger than our corporeality. We can say that they have been split off from the divine breath. A flow of forces had arisen that had learned through stages of evolution to become personality. All the souls that inhabit human bodies have come over from this stream. After successfully completing passage through a difficult phase, they allowed themselves to be sunk, so to speak, into the substance of the universe as I described earlier, as dim desires and passions, and constituted themselves as personalities. They were conjoined with what is passion and desire. This stream was developed down, in quotes, as it were, until it became the astral world. This cosmic desire and passion nature has sunk down into the physical human seed as a gift for development, for evolution. This moment marks the beginning of the evolution of our earthly nature. Our earthly path begins in the moment when these two are united. We characterized this double origin of human beings in this way. The universal Logos, who is the foundation of the primal spirit, sent down the one stream, the third Logos, and the third Logos took on various forms that I described as the first, second, and third elemental kingdoms. You must not think that this third part of the Logos, this third part of the breath of the divine world soul, had been inactive up to this point. No, this spiritual being, the third part of the divine breath, guided from outside the entire sequence of elemental kingdoms that I have listed, guided the entire process of leading the desire nature to personality. All that was necessary to prepare these two sides, until they reached the point of development in order to be united, was brought about by a third breath of the divine world soul. The second Logos also successfully passed through various stages, until it could become the seed of the personality. The third and the second Logoi flowed together, and from this confluence of the third and second Logoi arose those forms that then gradually built up our earthly sphere. Now human evolution begins as we see it. The Logos that is able to form a mineral body out of desire, sensuality, instinct, and the Logos that learn to develop these characteristics as personality are united. And now human beings begin their earthly journey. Now the union begins between the generic human and the human personality. They gradually learn how to enter one another. These two are present in us. They are located in us in such a way that the generic works in our physicality, and the personal element works in our soul. Only gradually do they find the harmony to work together, so that the soul element which comes from the second logos harmonizes with the physical. At first the body was an unwieldy bearer of the psyche. The psyche could not yet find the organs and forces in the bodily nature necessary to express itself fully and entirely. So the psychic element, quote, worked its way through, close quote, imprinting itself in matter. In a series of evolutionary cycles, the spirit takes a material nature upon itself. As evolution proceeds, the body increasingly becomes an expression, an instrument of the soul element, of its inhabitant. Then the stage appears in which the actual spirit itself, what we refer to as the spiritual part of the human being, unites with these other two elements. Now the divine breath itself flows into what had first to form itself, after the two parts were adapted to each other, so that one becomes the bearer and the other becomes the strength or power. Then the highest element, the spirit, flows into this entity. What until now had been only the central director of events, the universal wisdom of the world, streams into the world itself. This is the moment that we characterize as the inflowing of the first logos. Everything has now become so mature that it can serve as a bearer of the first logos. I will describe this moment of the inflowing of the first logos as follows. Picture a room that is illuminated by a central light. On the sides of the room there are reflecting spheres that reflect the light back 1,000-fold. Each individual sphere reflects back the image of the light. In this way, we must imagine human beings in the universe, guided by the Spirit from outside. Let us assume that the spheres portray the human beings symbolically as generic beings. The light that illuminates everything comes from the outside, so that the spheres from within can give only an inessential mirror image. This was the case in human evolution, until the point in time that we are now discussing. Until then, human beings were like mirrors, with the first logos, the spirit soul of the world, shining upon them. Human beings cast the light of the world soul back to it. They reflected what shone forth from the spiritual light. Now picture the light transformed, so that the central light flows out and begins to penetrate into the spheres, in order that a part of its being might awaken the individual spheres to shine themselves. The light flows out in order to bring what until now could be only a reflection to the point of shining with enlivened light. These spheres now shine forth with their own light, light that has been cut off from the central source. Thus we must imagine that at a certain moment in evolution the first logos, the spirit soul, sacrificed part of its shining light in order to give it to human beings. Now human beings are equipped with all three parts of their being. The first logos took possession of the human being. From then on, the human being consists of three parts. The part that went through the mineral kingdom was united with the soul development, and then advanced to the condition of maturity, so that the spirit, the son of the world, the spirit soul, can take possession of it. These three successive stages of development have united with the three parts of the human being. We can give the exact time when this took place. We live now in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch. This influx of spirit occurred in the middle of the 3rd epoch of humanity, the Lemurian time. The third race of human beings, the Lemurians, inhabited a continent that has long since declined and disappeared. It existed south of the present-day Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia. What we call the human capacities for forming mental pictures and rudimentary thinking were created at that time. After this, the 4th race of human beings came, the Atlanteans, who inhabited a continent between Africa and America. Plato's writings still referred to this continent. After this, the fifth race of human beings, to which we belong, was developed. In the third epoch, in Lemurian times, the human being began to have a threefold nature. The first beings that we know today as human were developed at that time. What were those beings like? What we are in truth, which is eternal in us, was previously of an entirely spiritual nature. Previously, our higher nature lay imperishable, not in the form that it has adopted, but in its innermost being. Before our spirit nature was taken hold of by our human nature, it was a pure spiritual being, and formed a part of what is present as the central sun, S-U-N, as the spiritual light of the world. What descended into the physical human being was not yet what we find in the human being today. It was only a mirror image of the human being's true being. It inhabited only the spiritual sphere of the world, the sphere of the first Logos. We rested as spiritual beings in the Logos, as the first sparks in the flame of the central light. Then our spiritual being was sunk deeply in what had been prepared for us as bearers. And what sank down, what lives from eternity to eternity, in the most varied forms, is the third element of human nature. That is what we characterize as the actual individuality of a human being. Human beings thus consist of the generic being, which has the same form for all human beings living on the earth. Here human beings do not differ from one another. This is the physical nature of human beings. The other nature, the soul, psychological, joy and pain, desire and passion, this is their personal being. This one arises and disappears, and arises anew in the astral world. The fact that such personalities can arise is due to the possibility provided by the stream that I described as the second stream. In addition, we have the individuality, also called the causal body. Why do we call the individuality the causal body? The causal bodies were always present. They are immortal. Before they inhabited this body, they inhabited other bodies in the earlier races, all the way back to the Lemurian human race, which lived on the island of Lemuria. This causal body was always embodied, but it entered for the first time into a human psychic bodily being in Lemurian times. Before that it was not yet entangled in matter and in the psyche. It led a spiritual existence, which it will again lead when it will have passed through the various lessons required of it. What we call the causal body is what forms our eternal essence, what we carry within us as soul, what inhabits our body as a soul that has united with our physical body, so that we can say the possibility for something personal to arise in our physical body resulted from the union of our soul and physical body at the beginning of our Earth's evolution. It was not formed out of a primal mist, as physicists and astronomers imagine. Rather, it came forth from what the ancients called water, over which the spirit hovered. This signifies nothing other than the spirit, concerning which I have spoken, the spirit that came from entirely other universes. The preparatory stages for the human being began at that time. It was a long while until the physical and astral bodies were prepared to be able to become bearers of the actual spirit soul. This point in time, when the psychic and the bodily natures were combined, and also the point in time when the spiritual nature was combined with the psychic bodily nature, was indicated in Blavatsky's title, Secret Doctrine. And finally, the three parts of the breath of the world soul are indicated by the words, quote, "The world soul had again slept through 7 eternities," close quote. That was a pralaya. From this sleep of the world came forth the existence where the human being learned that it could ensoul a body subject to mineral laws. The human being has come together from 3 streams. 3 evolutions had to be completed before they could come together in the human being. The generic being had one origin, the soul being another origin. and the spiritual part had yet another origin. What links together the entire being is our causal body, the eternal. It comes from pure spiritual spheres, and should again return to pure spiritual spheres. However, it should return in such a way that it carries back into the kingdom of the spiritual all that it has learned within earth existence, all the experiences that it collected. Enriched in itself, it should again come back to the spiritual world. If we wish to form an image of these three origins of the human being, we can compare them with something like the construction of a house. The house is built of bricks, then we have the furniture which fills the inner rooms, which creates the house's comfortableness. This is to be compared with the human soul. Within the whole is the thought, which can be compared with the causal body, with the ideal spirit that inhabits the body. The sense organs are the windows through which the causal body sees out onto the world. Before we moved into the body, we were equipped with spiritual sense organs and had an unobstructed view of everything around us. Now, moved into a house, we must look out through the windows. Nature can reach us only through these windows of the sense organs. Just as a human being cannot always live outdoors, but must go back into a house, so too the spirit must always return again into the building prepared for it, in order to see through the sense organs, the windows, and behold what it had previously seen from outside. In the next lecture I will explain why this is the case. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan, Listener's Notes from 16 Lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is Lecture 4, entitled The Being and Nature of the Astral World, given in Berlin on November 18, 1903. Olympiodorus, an ancient writer, occasionally refers to one of Plato's works on Odysseus's journey to Hades. As you all know, in the great Homeric epic, the Odyssey, we are told that Odysseus was supposed to have descended into the underworld. Those who know the language of Greek initiates, who wrote something like this, will know that a descent into the underworld always signifies initiation into the mysteries, a crossing of the threshold of the gate of death during life. In this particular case, it also signifies getting to know the astral world. This descent of Odysseus into the underworld means nothing other than that Odysseus learns to know the astral world. We are told, among other things, that Odysseus saw 3 deceased men in the underworld, Tityos, Sisyphus, and Tantalus. First he saw Tityos as he lay on the ground and 2 vultures gnawed on his liver. Tantalus he saw standing on a lake, suffering burning thirst. When he bent over to drink, the water receded, so that he could not reach it. Tantalus also suffered hunger. There was a tree with apples above him, but when he reached for them, they slipped away. These are pictures that should show us the forms that desires take after death in the astral world. They show us the human being's dependence upon desires and how they are expressed. The first, Tityos, lies on the earth, and an evil power, a vulture, gnaws on his liver. This picture points to his dependence upon the lower sensual life, and shows that in the long run it can bring no satisfaction. Sisyphus, the greedy one, is tortured through the fact that his wishes, which arise again and again, can never be satisfied. Tantalus is dependent on pictures of a fantasy-filled power of imagination, and must experience fully the eternal dissatisfaction of such imagination. Pictures are given here for our astral life. Those whose sight has been opened for the astral world can speak only in such pictures. Clairvoyants know how insufficient the words of our everyday language are to describe what they see in the astral world. Our language can only be a feeble means to describe in words what is to be expressed. For this reason, I will hardly be able to give you anything other than pictures today, imagery of the beings with which a clairvoyant becomes acquainted when his or her eyes are opened. These are beings that inhabit our space, even if we are not aware of them in physical life. The astral world is full of colors that a clairvoyant sees as external reality. Someone who looks only at the physical appearance of a person and sees therein the entire entity of that person is no different from someone who would claim that a person has disappeared when he or she enters the door of a house and is no longer visible. We know that the person still exists, and it is only the walls that block our view. And just as the walls of the house conceal the person, so does the bodily nature of a human being conceal what we have just spoken of. It conceals the astral, because that is invisible for ordinary senses. So too are the beings that have no physical bodily nature, yet are present in the astral space, even though they are not perceptible for physical eyes. And they are all just as present in the astral space as in physical space. The first thing that we see when we enter into astral space, that is, the first thing we see when our astral eyes are opened for us, is that we find ourselves enveloped in an astral body. All desires, passions, sensations, and so forth live in this astral body. We see clearly what otherwise lies closed in human nature. Everything that is hidden becomes visible when we behold the human aura. In wave-like movements with a certain luminous force, what I have called the astral streams forth from the astral body, the human being's entire world of feelings and sensations. I would like to mention a few details that will show you how much of what we usually do not understand immediately becomes understandable. We often find that certain people, when standing at the edge of a cliff, display an irresistible urge to throw themselves off, despite the fact that they defend themselves against this urge with all their strength. Or one can see the kind of thoughts that pass through a human soul when a person has a knife in hand. All these things have a deep rationale in the astral body. The reason is that in our astral body, we have a being entirely different from the one who greets us in a human being's external appearance. These beings are subject to their destiny, their karma. Those who have certain desires in life have gone through particular experiences in an earlier life, which can be deeply buried by a person's conscious mind in the present incarnation. But they sleep in the astral body. Assume a person took part in a gruesome war in an earlier life. In such a case, you will see in his or her aura how all these horrors were built into the astral body. And now this person in the present physical incarnation must endure difficult battles with them. Just as threads are woven between a previous life and this one, so also are threads from the present woven into later lives. Clairvoyants see all of this. They see how the karma of a human being is formed. And they also see how, for example, a person cleverly seeks to suppress an inclination, or how he or she pushes back certain feelings. The clairvoyant sees into the ground of the soul. Those who have the gift of seeing do not consider it to be a desirable gift that brings joy in all circumstances, especially so when people have feelings that they are better off not having. And for beginners, chelas, it is often calamitous for them, because they are easily attracted to everything that they now behold. Then we find in astral space the essence of the waking and sleeping human being. What does that mean, waking and sleeping? This is something that we usually simply accept without any precise or specific concept. A human being of the present age does not immediately recognize what lives in us. The higher self rests in us. We think and act out of our higher self. But we human beings of the fifth root race, our present age, do not see this higher self. Everything that our consciousness offers us is only a mirror image of our higher self. We human beings see ourselves only as a mirror image. Our brain is our mirror. What our mirror throws back to us is not our real self, which slumbers deep within us and cannot immediately be seen. It is the physical body alone that can tire. During sleep, it ceases its activity as a mirror. The higher self, which is mirrored in the external person, does not tire. It withdraws more or less from the physical body. While the body sleeps, the higher self leaves. Freed from the external bodily nature, the external human being, the higher self can conduct its business in astral space. A seer sees this activity in astral space. Human beings of the present stage of evolution leave their bodies during sleep. They wander in the astral world, sometimes great distances from their physical body, and come together there with other beings of the astral world and cultivate an exchange with their thoughts. However, they do not remember this upon awakening. This fact is connected with their present stage of development. However, evolution can always become higher and higher. Students who learn under the direction of a so-called master can gradually make their consciousness continuous, ongoing. Then they will be able to bring the experiences they have during the night into consciousness. When chelas, students, achieve continuity of consciousness, then they remember what they received in the astral world. Chela's knowledge is not learned in the physical world, but rather it is experienced in the astral world and then brought into their physical life. This is what Plato meant when speaking of, in quotes, remembering. Chelas are in a position to make the consciousness that is constantly interrupted in average people into a continuous consciousness. They do this when they have achieved the gift of making their mirror not only in the physical body, but in the higher elements of the human being's nature. The mirror image of the self arises for the average person out of the solid physical body. One could also say that such people become aware of themselves. Those who have achieved a higher step become aware of themselves not merely in the physical world, but also in the astral. Their self shines toward them out of the astral. Thus, in the astral plane, they encounter primarily other chelas, the students that are in a position to bring their consciousness up into the astral region. Raising consciousness up to the astral region is what is also the content of theosophical teaching, and the content of instruction that a highly developed master imparts to his students. The exchange between the master and the chela takes place in astral space. What theosophy has to offer is a translation of this instruction in the astral world into physical words, in physical sentences. Thus we have already learned about two different kinds of beings that we meet in the astral world, masters and students. Additionally, we have those people who are also psychically developed, but did not have any regular instruction, the somnambulists, who have an ambiguous consciousness. You know that there are people for whom it is possible to have very special perceptions at certain times, even without instruction from a master. These perceptions are independent of their senses. But only those who enter astral regions through theosophical training are free from error. A theosophist knows how to distinguish between what originates from pathological conditions and deeper truth. If we follow a somnambulist in waking states and in trance states, we see that the soul can exit the body and become seeing. However, we would not believe a word the somnambulist says unless we had proof that this undisciplined seeing agreed with the vision of a clairvoyant. Students who have developed continuous consciousness, who see astral things just as they see tables and chairs, also know that somnambulists, in their special states, sometimes see things accurately. They have the ability to lift the self out of the body for a time, and in this way to see what cannot be seen with ordinary senses. the souls that are freed for a time from their bodies, are the third group of inhabitants you can meet in the astral space. The fourth kind of being that we meet in the astral world is something less cheerful. They are the destroyers and devastators in the astral world. I have often mentioned that our physical world was preceded by another, the fruit of which we enjoy. We can call our earth the cosmos of love, the place where we are trained in love until it will have reached the highest step in our round. When we survey this evolution and direct our gaze toward what will be present in the future, then we know that the earth is a school for the development of love. Still, we must also direct our gaze toward what was already present in an earlier condition. The earth, our celestial body, was born out of another. The celestial body that preceded the earth was Old Moon. What we need to walk our earthly path was prepared on Old Moon. Our physical organs have been formed out of what we went through on Old Moon. On that earlier planetary stage, the cosmos of wisdom, we formed the organs for sensation and human feeling. The body of feeling sensation was formed at that time. At that time, when we human beings began our evolution, the ability to feel and sense was woven into our physical body. Just consider how much wisdom was added to the chemical constitution of our physical body through weaving sensations and feelings into it. Our task in earthly life is to purify these sensations and feelings, to ennoble them into moral sensations and moral feelings. Just as we have the task on earth to develop moral instincts and feelings, so during that time, on the cosmos of wisdom that preceded ours, the highest task of the beings there was to create a wisdom-filled structure for our sense organs. Those beings had to devote themselves to developing the senses. The functioning of the senses arose through boundless wisdom. Consider this, that beings have had different tasks in the various successive cosmic states. In order to make these different tasks understandable, imagine a piano maker and a piano player. The piano maker must dedicate himself with love and devotion to the structure and creation of the piano. He has thus a different task from the one who is to play the piano. Both the builder and the player have their specific tasks, and both bring about the good in their work. However, if the builder of the piano wanted to work on the piano in the concert hall, sawing and pounding with a hammer, he would be working only in a destructive way. Indeed, there he is useless, no matter how great he may be as a master piano builder. Thus you will find in the astral world such beings who achieved a great virtuosity in the making of the sense organs, but did not relinquish this inclination when the transition to another stage of development occurred. They are masters in the development of sensory matter, but they are as useless in our present evolution as a piano builder is in a concert hall. Now their work is destructive and devastating. They are evil spirits at work in the wrong place, for they cling to forces that the human being needs as a substructure, and they do not lead human development further. These beings may be very highly developed, but they have a tendency that no longer fits into our evolution. For this reason, they can become dangerous for a chela, a beginner who is just learning to see in the astral world. Beginners can be attracted to these beings and thus wind up on wrong paths. There are other beings in the astral world who do not descend into a physical incarnation and are revealed only in astral space. They cannot be perceived by those who can see only in the physical bodily world. These beings are noble, and their striving is directed only toward the development of humanity. They do not have human desires. They are not attached to the earthly. They have achieved, through work, the stage of development in which they have become helpers of humankind. They are not there for pleasure. Nevertheless, we find them in astral space because they are waiting there for the determination of their future tasks. In order to understand how this happens and its significance, we must make clear with a few words what will then be the subject of the 6th lecture, the conditions in Kamaloca. When human beings leave their physical body behind, it is given over to the earth. So, too, are the life forces. Then we enter into the astral world, the region of desires. We spend a period of time in this astral world. Then we enter into Devachan, in order after that to descend again into incarnation. This is our normal post-death development. We go through 2 worlds, the world of the astral and the world of pure spirit, in order afterward to be mature enough for our next incarnation. In this next incarnation, we then enjoy the fruits of earlier lives. Quote, God is not mocked, for whatever a man sows, that will he also reap. Close quote. Consider this, that more highly developed people can have a richer harvest in the spiritual world, but then they are free to return to the earth after a short time to help those who have remained behind in their spiritual development. Thus the highly developed can forego the spiritual stay in Devachan and wait until a master shows them their next incarnation. We encounter these figures among the so-called disembodied. There are still higher beings, which are visible in our time only to the most highly spiritually evolved people. These beings will abide only rarely in the astral world, because they have their home in still higher regions, on yet higher levels of the spiritual world. When chelas are further developed, they acquire the ability to have their consciousness not only in the astral world, but also in the still higher world, in the spiritual or devachanic world, which is higher than the astral world. In this higher world, their higher self is mirrored. We experience ourselves in the higher spiritual regions as the mirror image that we see in the physical world. The beings that belong here are visible only to those who are more highly developed. These beings also can forego nirvana, a state that can be considered the highest task of our earthly existence. Such beings can forego nirvana. They can return to the earthly world, to which they themselves have no need to return, in order to help human beings. Such beings are called nirmanakayas. They are in a position to descend out of the spiritual world into the astral world, and in order to have a point of attack there, they take on an astral body. They do that in order to help human beings. Those are the nirmanakayas, which we can meet in the astral world, if only rarely. I am speaking here of beings that are not visible for physical eyes, but only for eyes that can receive impressions from astral space. If eyes can perceive impressions in the astral world, then they can perceive nirmanakayas there, and also human beings located between death and their next incarnation. I will still speak about this in the next lectures. In the astral world, we also meet beings that are not understandable to beginners. These are beings of the highest inner mobility. They take on various forms and shapes, and they display an entirely different connection to the world than does the human astral body. The human astral body has a shape enclosed with boundaries. It has specific contours. The astral bodies of animals do not have such specific contours. The astral bodies of animals appear entirely different. They belong not to an individual being. Rather, group souls are present for entire groups of animals. Individual physical animals hang from a common clade, so to speak, or species. A kind of strand then extends from the individual animal to the group soul that moves the animals. You can also discover certain animal forms in the astral world that cannot be met in the physical world. These astral bodies are, for human beings, still in a state of becoming, who are building and shaping their astral bodies, and developing further in order to form a suitable vehicle for those who are coming down out of the spiritual world. But this is by far not all the beings to be found in the astral world. We also meet beings in the astral world of a nature that is difficult to describe, beings whose magnitude we cannot even survey. These are beings so grand that it seems their dimensions extend over our entire planetary system. These beings, whose compass spans the entire earth, show clearly that they have something to do with our earthly evolution, but we earthly human beings can hardly form an idea of them. These beings, present in all kinds of variations, are connected to all our evolutionary development. They progressed through an evolution in earlier rounds of Earth's development. 3 rounds preceded our Earth, and 3 rounds will follow. These beings, which in the earliest and still more spiritual religions were called Devas, will have achieved a higher development when our Earth has attained its goal. They are thought of as similar to human beings because people are unable to form any real idea of them. However, those people who know something about these things find that the path of cosmological evolution is indicated here. When a cosmos begins to develop in the first, second, and third rounds, it is the same as when a child develops in the first 3 years of life. Thereby is shown the path, so to speak, that it will take in life. Only then does its actual task in the cosmos come along. We call it the truth of the cosmos. The truth has been revealed for our present Earth. The 3 preceding rounds of its developmental path represent the path. The truth is the external arrangement of this path in our present evolution of the Earth. The third part of evolution, the life we will go through when we will have increasingly permeated our soul with the truth. We will learn to recognize and know the truth. The truth, however, will become our life. Then we will no longer need to struggle for the truth. This struggle is still necessary in order to lead us to a moral and good life. This truth will penetrate us in the future. It will become our lifeblood. For this reason, the one who is a representative of the wisdom streaming through the cosmos has taken these 3 concepts into his consciousness and expressed them in the words, quote, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Close quote. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan, Notes from 16 Lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is Lecture 5, entitled The Character of Astral Processes, given in Berlin on November 25, 1903. In the previous lecture, I spoke of the beings that can be found in the astral world. I characterized the occupants of that world by distinguishing between those that are presently incarnated and those that are not presently incarnated. Today I would like to speak about the processes and events in astral space, and I would like to characterize in general concerning how we are to imagine the events there. Of course, we can give only a very general sketch, because the world that we encounter there is so overwhelmingly huge that everyone who has once entered this world is overwhelmed by the fullness of appearances. So no one can describe the entire astral world from his or her own experience. Just as no one has ever seen the entire physical world, neither has anyone ever seen the entire astral world. Since the multiplicity of the astral world is by far greater than that of the physical earth, you can imagine that there is much in the astral world concerning which a single individual can give no report. Nevertheless, an individual can describe a small piece. Among the events in the astral world, I include encounters with beings that we cannot meet in the physical world, or only under exceptional circumstances. The astral world is the place where beings from different worlds can meet, so to speak. They meet exactly the same way people in the course of their earthly lives can meet others. We may sometimes meet another person who lives in an entirely different place perhaps walk together with him or her for a short stretch, then lose them and never again meet them. Just as this can happen on a small scale, so too it can occur in a larger context. In this way we can explain certain things in the astral world. As human beings, it has not always been the case that we incarnate in a physical body between birth and death, but rather, through a process of cosmic development, we have reached the point that we must pass through 3 stations: through life between birth and death, through life in Kamaloca, and through life in Devachan. Not all beings must pass through these 3 stages, and we human beings have also had a period that preceded our present, in which we stood much closer to the astral world. Before we had achieved the ability to incarnate in the physical world, we were beings who lived purely in the astral world, with sense organs for the astral. Our eyes and ears were developed from the astral senses, only in the course of millions of years, into the physical form they have today. We were astral beings, and we will again become astral beings in the course of our evolution. We now stand in the 5th root race of the 4th round, that is, the 5th epoch of humanity within the 4th round of Earth evolution. We developed ourselves through the 4 preceding epochs, and we will reincarnate in the 3 following epochs. Then the form that our planet now has will be dissolved, and another form will take its place. We human beings, too, will have another form, different from our present earthly form. Then we will not reincarnate in the same way we do today. We will again be astral beings. We will not make use of the sense organs we have today, but rather we will be astral beings that act in the astral world. We were beings of soul, and we will be beings of soul again, when the physical sphere of Earth will have fulfilled its task. We pass through 7 so-called races, often through very difficult conditions, and in the future we will once again be in an astral condition and lead an entirely different existence. In the past we were entirely passive beings, devoted to the impressions from the external world, before our physical body was condensed down into a physical essence. Only through this core of our physical body did it become possible for us to set our muscles into movement in order to carry out earthly tasks. We will, once again, be transformed from passive to active beings. Everything that we have taken up into ourselves from earth, what we have processed, will have been ripened in us as fruit. We will become active, quote, beings of activity, close quote. We are still living even today in the astral world, because we carry around with us something of our earlier astral forms, because past and future interpenetrate within us. And we can develop our spiritual eye, EYE, in such a manner that we become just as seeing in the astral world as an average person is in the physical world. People are not aware of this because their astral eye has not been opened, but the eye of the spiritual student will gradually be opened. Those who have gone through the training can expect that their astral eye will be opened, so that they can see what is described in theosophical literature. We are citizens of both the physical world and the astral world. In the astral world, students will also meet beings that do not belong to our earth, never belong to it, and never will. These beings have passed through different evolutions. They come from an entirely different side of the world. They are crossing through our astral plane. They are merely traveling along with us for a stretch of our way through the astral world. They are like comets that pass through our solar system. Such beings are strangers in our human evolution. Their evolution in the astral world will be very different from ours. They are together with us only for a short way, and then continue on with their own evolution in a way that has nothing further to do with ours. These are facts spoken of in the mystical writings of all times. These beings, which have been given various names in mystical writings, represent nothing more than inhabitants of the earth, whose evolution takes place apart from ours. They are so-called elemental beings or elemental spirits. What they experience through human beings is just as foreign as what human beings experience when they enter astral space. For the most part, they behave in a way that rejects what approaches them from the physical world. Chelas will experience manifold attacks from these beings. They can be attracted to these elemental beings and thereby easily distracted from their predestined path. These beings display sympathies or antipathies toward what approaches them from our human sphere. This has not always been the case. In earlier times, they were not as negative toward physical human beings. Now, however, they have a great antipathy toward everything coming from the physical world. These phenomena from the astral world have indeed often been described in pictures. People regard much of it as mere folk superstition, and do not know that there are truths at the foundation of the old writings. In the Middle Ages, these beings, which never have had a physical existence, were called gnomes, undines, sylphs, and salamanders. It is naturally easy to speak of these things, but only those who can distinguish between superstition and truth are speaking responsibly about such things. Superstition appears on various levels. There is not just one single kind of superstition that can afflict us when we believe in any particular appearance that is not really present. Indeed, superstition can also be present in the greatest scholars, even in those who believe they have researched nature from every angle. Faith in matter can also be a superstition. Students must have reached the second stage of vision, spiritual vision, in order to distinguish between physical reality and illusion. Then they also learn to recognize what in the literature concerning elemental beings is grounded in reality and what is mere fantasy. Elemental beings do not necessarily present themselves as particularly highly developed beings. They do not pass through birth and death as human beings do. Only a very few have undergone anything like a human evolution, and most of them are not headed toward an evolution like that. Many come from other planets, similar to comets, and disappear again and continue their existence elsewhere. What these beings achieve is not without its influence on human beings. Much of what occurs in the human astral body can be traced back to the effects of these beings. Such processes that unfold in the human astral body are explainable only to someone who can see in astral space. On the astral plane, there are also such beings as stand higher than human beings. Religions that know something about esotericism speak of such higher beings. The Hindu religion, for example, speaks of devas. Also in the Christian religion, such beings are spoken of. In Christianity, this knowledge was gradually lost, but there are still some circles of people who know of these beings. Devas take on a certain, quote, bodily nature, close quote. Just as we take our physical body from the substance of nature, and just as our physical body is the lowest body possible for us, so the lowest body for the Kama Devas is the astral. It is composed of astral matter, which is appropriate to their evolutionary stage. Other devas are called Rupa Devas. They live in Devachan, which we pass through between death and a new birth. The material of Rupa Devas is the mental body, that of the Arupa Devas, the causal body. The causal body is concerned with what draws us from incarnation to incarnation. Physical matter is what passes away, flies away. The corpse is given back to the earth, to the chemical and physical forces of the earth. Even the astral body and the lower mental body are dissolved after death. There remains only one soul in us, which returns again and again to a new incarnation, so that evolution reaches its goal in order then to begin a new development. This one soul is woven from the matter of the causal body, in which we can have retrospective memories of previous lives, and therein recognize all our evolution. Those who know this realize that Buddha did not give a mere picture when he said, quote, "I remember earlier lives. I remember how I was born here or there, how I helped, had children. I remember the creation of worlds and the passing away of the worlds I have passed through," close quote, and so forth. This was spoken by this highly evolved individuality who has already achieved the development that human beings will arrive at only in the 6th round. In the 6th round, we will have a purely spiritual existence. Buddha has already developed to that stage. He achieved the ability to see higher conditions. Ordinary people will have achieved this only later. One day we will all see our previous conditions of evolution pass before us. This is a result of the fact that something always remains, namely the finest materiality of the causal body. And the higher kinds of devas, the arupa devas, are formed of this materiality. These are the 3 kinds of devas we can meet in the astral world: kama devas, rupa devas, and arupa devas. We first meet those that consist of astral matter, but the other devas have the ability to spin astral matter around themselves, so that they can be seen by astral seers. By means of moving around freely in astral space, human beings can come into contact with devas, and an exchange of thoughts can occur. The development to higher knowledge, the evolution to become an adept, a master, consists in this: achieving what is spoken of in individual occult writings. Quote, "The adept makes himself or herself of service to the gods." Close quote. Adepts gradually reach the point when they can work in these higher worlds, and among those who help them with their deeds are beings that are not merely human beings, but also such beings that never step into our earthly sphere. The intelligence of many devas is, however, lower than the wisdom of Buddha. Their sacrificial love and wisdom-filled creative power is not as great as his. Human beings can come to possess such a degree of this power that they tower above most of these devas that we meet. Then they make themselves useful. Much of what happens occurs because these adepts have as their helpers deva beings who never come into our physical spheres. Until the 15th century, people knew about these things. But in the 14th century and at the beginning of the 15th, they lost any sense for the messages from the devas. Nothing more was said about these things in the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. No one had any knowledge of these things, except in extremely small, intimate circles. This was the time when the power of the understanding was developed. It is possible today to once again lecture concerning these truths, at least in part, that are related to the devas, concerning whom absolute silence ruled for centuries. But now it is possible to speak because spiritual events that are enormous and full of significance are coming toward the present state of human evolution, and because human beings must be equipped to face these events. The next thing that will happen very soon can be characterized by saying that human beings will behold the background of good and evil to an entirely different extent. They will look deeply into the threads woven by the powers. They will see their weaving in the world, which will appear to the people of the present time as a net of good and evil. This truth will be knowledge of endless significance. And now there is the possibility of acquiring this knowledge of good and evil. These are enormous things that have just been spoken of. But there are still other things that take place in the astral world. I will now relate some of them for you. Human beings must become aware that at every moment of their lives, they also live in astral space. Just as physical facts can be seen with physical eyes, so too it is possible to see in astral space. For example, it can be seen that a wish that arises within you streams outward like a cloud. Every thought that is a wish goes forth from you like a force and streams into the astral world. Some thoughts are shaped like lightning, others like a fine cloud formation. What is like a force in your thoughts is fashioned into arrows or into beneficial thought clouds. Rays and star formations are also formed. Everything takes on gestalt and form the further it gets away from us. Everything has a protean-like nature. Everything changes its gestalt and color. It is possible to recognize what kind of thought a human being sends out into the world from its color and shape. If you send out a thought filled with anger, it goes out from you like a ray of lightning through the air to the astral body of the other person. This can be seen. Whether the thought moves quickly through the room is determined by the intensity of the wish, and the color in which it appears depends upon the character of the wish. Angry thoughts that rage appear brown-red to blood-red. Thoughts with a quiet, contemplative character, filled with goodwill, appear with an intensive blue to violet coloring. Sharp-witted, incisive, logical thoughts you can see as yellow star formations that spin into one another. Chelas learn to consciously call forth such thought forms in astral space by learning the laws of the astral and mental worlds. Those who are chelas know full well how the thoughts they send out into the astral world continue to work. This is what chela development consists of, becoming ever more and more conscious of this fact, and sending out only thoughts for the benefit of humankind. This is one of the deep truths that Theosophy leads people to see. The happenings in astral space are happenings that surround us all the time. They are occurring in our environment all the time. They are higher facts than those of our physical world. In the time between death and a new birth, the human being passes through these higher worlds. Chelas can enter these regions consciously before they experience death. The development of human beings in Kamaloca, what awaits human beings when they cross over the threshold at death, will be a topic of a separate lecture. Today I wanted only to touch on these things that are not connected with this special character. I have omitted everything that can be discussed in connection with Kamaloca and Devachan, which you will hear about in the 6th and last lecture of this series. I have shown you that human beings are descended from higher worlds, and that they will again go into higher worlds. There is much that occurs here that has its origin in a higher world. The instruction a chela receives also takes place in a higher world. A chela may receive instruction in the physical world, but that is not the most important instruction. The instruction received in higher spheres is more important. There are proceedings with human beings in the higher spheres of which people in ordinary life are not conscious. Human beings with their ordinary power of understanding can know something of this only if the knowledge is brought to them. One way to see into higher worlds is to receive reports concerning that world. It is not unnecessary first to receive reports of these higher worlds. What has been reported sinks down into the spiritual part of people, and will in any case become alive in them in future life. That which is sowed as seed today will produce fruit in the future. This was a statement of Paul, the Christian initiate, quote, "God is not mocked, for whatever a man sows, that will he also reap," close quote. And that is the end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan, and these are notes to lectures, not actual stenographic reports. This is Lecture 6, entitled Kamaloca, given in Berlin on December 2nd, 1903. Human beings participate in this astral world that we have learned about, even during their physical life. Daily and hourly we participate in the processes of the astral world. We have learned of the processes and beings that can be met in the astral world by those whose eyes have been opened to this world. Today again a special region shall be singled out. Today we wish to look more closely at what Theosophy calls Kamaloca. If we wish to understand Kamaloca, then we must above all else be clear concerning the fact that we have already passed through many incarnations during our evolution. That our present incarnation in the flesh has been preceded by many others, and many more will follow. What is important is that we are to fulfill the tasks given to us in this incarnation. The idea that Theosophy distracts a person from life, or that it wants to lead people into a kind of dreamy fairyland state, is entirely false. So too is the idea that it preaches an abnegating asceticism that turns people away from life. Those would be an entirely false understanding of what the Theosophical movement wants to achieve. It is much more accurate to say that Theosophy regards this earthly life as precisely the instrument we should use in order to fulfill the highest spiritual tasks of evolution. Those who withdraw from life, who do not also employ spiritual forces in the physical world, are not fulfilling the tasks they have been assigned on earth. For this reason, the ideals of Theosophy include this, that we extract from our physical existence the greatest possible usefulness for the higher life. We know, and today we must presuppose this, that what the human spirit is, what the actual true self in us is, incarnates within earthly existence not once but countless times. We know that this, our present earthly existence, has been added to countless earlier incarnations. We must now ask the question, what does the human self achieve in the time between two incarnations? How does the human self participate in the other worlds that are not like our physical world? The human soul is able to extract from our physical existence the greatest possible usefulness for its development only through the fact that it pilgrims through the other worlds in the appropriate way. The worlds through which a human being pilgrims in the time between two incarnations begin with Kamaloca and then Devachan. When, after death, the physical sheaths of human beings have fallen away, then they enter into a world which we call in Theosophy Kamaloca, or, quote, the place of desires, close quote. And after they have been delayed there for a while, they then pilgrim through the higher spiritual world, Devachan, which we refer to as the world of spirit. After the human soul has completed its earthly pilgrimage, it also pilgrims through these worlds. If we wish to know the part played by these two other worlds, Kamaloca and Devachan, in the whole human pilgrimage, we must above all think of the tasks that human beings must fulfill in their earthly existence. These have always been taught in esoteric science, and are today also taught to us by Theosophy. There are very specific tasks that the human self has to undertake and carry out during its earthly pilgrimage. Human beings must develop specific virtues that they cannot develop outside this earthly pilgrimage. There are 7 such virtues. Human beings came to earth with the seed of these virtues and a talent for them. And at the end of their earthly pilgrimage, they are to have developed these 7 virtues. If I may make a comparison, I would say, imagine a human being who has a great talent for goodwill toward his fellow human beings, a wholly generous person, who is, however, entirely poor, and therefore not in a position to make use of this gift for beneficence. Similarly, human character has a talent for beneficence in the highest degree. However, human beings cannot yet make any real use of it. Now, let us imagine that this person moves to a distant, as yet undeveloped country and attempts to make it productive. Through hard work, he produces so much that he then acquires the means to benefit his fellow citizens when he returns to his original country. Now he can carry out what his gift for generosity had prepared him for. With our first incarnation on earth, we human beings were equipped with a gift for 7 such virtues. After millions of years, we will have completed our earthly pilgrimage, and these gifts will have been developed into virtues. We will then be able to make use of these abilities in a future planetary evolution. There are 4 lower virtues: justice or equity, abstinence from judgment, courage, prudence, and wisdom. Prudence and wisdom sum it all up. This virtue allows us to pass judgment on our earthly conditions, and in that way to take hold of ourselves in the flow of earthly events. Through the inner work required to achieve these abilities, we acquire the power that allows us to engage in the world with leadership and strength. The 3 higher virtues are faith, hope, love. Goethe expressed it with the words, quote, "Everything transitory is only a parable," close quote. If in everything we see and hear, we see merely a symbol for something eternal, of which it is the expression, then we have faith. That is the first of the 3 higher virtues. The second is to develop a feeling for the fact that we should never remain standing at the same place where we are standing now. A feeling for the fact that we human beings today, of the 5th post-Atlantean epoch, will later develop ourselves to a higher level. That is hope. We have then faith in the eternal, and then trust. Hope in higher levels of development. The last virtue is love, the last goal of our cosmos to be developed. For this reason, we also call our earth the cosmos of love. Because we belong to the earth, we are to develop love within ourselves. And when we will have completed our earthly pilgrimage, the earth will be a cosmos of love. Love will then be a power we expect to find in every human being. It will then be present as a matter of course, just as much as the magnetic force of attraction and repulsion is a matter of course in magnets. Gradually, through various incarnations, human beings must develop these virtues. We are approximately at the middle point on this path. What these virtues will one day represent has been correctly characterized by Christian theology. Quote, "What no eyes have seen, no ear has heard, nor the heart of man conceived." Close quote. These words signify that no one can imagine the way these virtues will one day exist in their perfected form. From step to step we are creating ourselves through work in the various incarnations we pass through. We descend from the spiritual world equipped for these 7 virtues, and then must develop these virtues in life in order to really have them. Thus our earthly life is nothing more than a journey through a country in order to work there, transforming our gifts into true abilities. Those who move into this country must at first devote themselves to this work, and perhaps during the work they will not always be able to see this lofty goal. We develop these virtues by connecting with other people to develop courage, justice, fairness, hope, love, and so forth. We come together with other people, and we must use these encounters in order to develop these virtues. To develop these virtues, we must descend out of the spiritual world into the physical world. We become entangled in what the physical world contains, and this world always contains the astral, the world of desires, of longings, Kamaloca. We cannot develop our prudent wisdom so greatly that it shocks the whole world. No, we must be satisfied with the fact that we can work in a way that corresponds to the time and place in which we are born. Galileo and Giordano Bruno developed their kama manas, their higher soul forces, in the folk and time in which they were incarnated. Giordano Bruno's intellect was good for his folk and his time. Had he been set in another folk and been born at a different time, he would have had to have other abilities. We are entangled through our tasks in the physical environment, and it is the same with our higher abilities. In each incarnation we are limited to a narrow area. Even our understanding and our higher soul forces are confined by certain narrowly defined limits, as are most definitely our wishes, desires, passions, and instincts. We must pour into our wishes what we have brought with us out of the spiritual world. If I want the highest, then I must surround the highest with wishes. In order for us to fulfill our tasks in the physical world, we must grow together with the physical world, and we thereby create a kind of shell around us, through which we are connected with the world of wishes and desires. Just as you are connected with the objects in the physical world in such a way that you can bump into them, so too you are connected with the world of the astral through your wishes, desires, and passions. And just as you are separated from the world of earth by death, so too you must gradually free yourself after death from the astral world. We have grown together with the people with whom we have worked. We must first shed this sheath, which is like a shell around us. This happens in Kamaloca. Even though we lose our earthly sheath immediately with death, we are still united with the world of our wishes, desires, and passions. We must struggle for a time with this earthly existence because of the passions that still bind us with earth. This is called the stay in Kamaloca. Just as the earthly physical world consists of various regions, so too the astral world consists of various regions. They can be divided up according to the 7 virtues I have named. We are entangled and chained to the astral world in a certain way through the fact that we are developing these virtues. We must learn to practice justice and fairness consciously. We can do this only by overcoming astral forces. Justice can exist only in a world that has individual beings separated from one another. Fairness is possible only from one individual to another. I must consciously conduct my actions toward other individuals justly and fairly. Thus I must first experience myself as an individual being in order to practice justice toward my fellow human beings. A precondition for this is that each person feels him or herself to be separate from the others. Human beings must first be separated off one from another as individuals, and this separate existence then leads to battle for survival of the fittest. This struggle for existence is the opposite pole, exactly the opposite pole of justice. The struggle for existence must be overcome through the virtue of fairness and justice. We must shed everything within us that is set against other people. Shed every vice that arises from the battle for survival of the fittest. The region of Kamaloca, where the forces behind the battle for the survival of the fittest holds sway, is the darkest region in Kamaloca. Ancient Egyptian documents speak of this region that is as black as night, in which beings stumble around in error and darkness. Quote, "There is no air, no water here. No human being can live here with peace in his heart." Close quote. Abstinence from judgment, learning to refrain from passing judgment with respect to our environment, is the second virtue that must be practiced. We usually judge according to the sympathy and antipathy we feel for what is in front of us. We gradually learn that if we want to understand a person, we must move beyond sympathy and antipathy. We must overcome them. And just as justice has an opposite pole in the struggle for the survival of the fittest, so abstinence from judgment have a vice representing its opposite pole, the tendency to surrender oneself to every stimulus coming from the external world. Antipathy and sympathy must be stripped away during our stay in the second region of Kamaloca. The virtue of courage can be developed only by those who are not protected from temptation. We can develop this virtue if its opposite pole is present and we are entangled within it. Day by day, hour by hour, we are subjected to temptations. We must set this aside in the third stage by developing the virtue of courage in this region. Prudence and wisdom can be developed only by our passage through countless errors. Goethe said, quote, "The human being errs as long as he strives." Close quote. Just as children learn that they are hurt when they fall, so too all great human beings have learned from experience they brought upon themselves by erring. This happens in the fourth region of Kamaloca. Now for the higher virtues. The first is faith, which is recognizing the eternal in the temporal world of earth. The view that everything transitory is merely a parable for something higher. The various world views are ongoing attempts to lead people in the most varied ways to the knowledge of the eternal, here or there, in this or that nation. We must push past the letters of the dogmas to the actual words, and thus to the spirit. Move past dogma to true inner experience. We will always be in danger of being ensnared in a circumscribed field of individual letters. Although in life we are necessarily a member of a certain era, nevertheless, we must first set aside what has become dogma in order to arrive at the truth that is expressed in all worldviews and religions. In the fifth region, we meet the pious, literal-minded followers of all religious confessions, of all worldviews, the faithful, literal-minded Hindus, the faithful, literal-minded Muslims, the faithful, literal-minded Christians, and also theosophists who are literal-minded. The next virtue is called hope by Christendom. We can develop hope only when we believe in advancing evolution. We can come to understand this through theosophical teachings, which lead us to the thought of the advancing development of humanity. There has been tremendous human evolution before our time. In the view of Chelas, however, future evolution and human development will be even greater. They develop a feeling for the fact that human beings must not be allowed to remain with the finite, limited ideals that belong only to their time. They look at Socrates or Robespierre or the idealists of our time. Consider for yourself whether their ideals would have been appropriate for any other people of any other era. Ask yourself if the ideals and hopes of Columbus could have been translated into reality at any other time in any other folk. This is what we must shed in the sixth region of Kamaloca, the limitations that living in one specific time among one particular people impose upon us. In order to learn to love, we must begin in a finite world, In order to acquire a higher concept of love, we must begin with small, limited circumstances, with the transitory and finite, and then develop further. Love must become a matter of course, a power that is always a given, always present. It must become the goal for which we are always striving. When human beings have developed love, they will be able to experience themselves in the seventh and highest region of Kamaloca. There are 7 purifying fires that a soul must pass through in Kamaloca. Then the soul ascends into Devachan, where there are again 7 regions. Only the fruit of high ideals can be carried over into a new existence, into a new incarnation. Whatever is bound to place and time must fall away in Kamaloca. Thus we must pass through the 7 stages of Kamaloca, depending upon whether we need the one or the other purification. Thus, for example, if a soul needs to develop courage, and therefore must be strengthened against wishes and longings, then it will awaken in the region in which it can purify the negative. The other regions it will pass through more or less asleep. This is what Theosophy calls the stay in Kamaloca. What we must go through on our pilgrimage through earthly life makes it possible for us to advance from one stage of evolution to the next, and forces us to go through states between death and a new life in order to shed the dross. The various places in Kamaloca are understandable only to seers. The stage comes for Chelas when they begin to understand the brightness, the moment in which the eye, EYE, is opened for the astral world. What is in the physical world is then no longer present. They see the sun shining at midnight. Other people cannot see the sun shining at midnight. This is no mere symbol. It should be taken as literally as possible. The sun actually becomes visible for the astral eye at midnight. Chelas can cross over the threshold. They see what a person sees normally only after crossing over the threshold of death. This is not a theory, but is actual experience. People can tell you about it just as, for example, a person can tell you of his experiences on a trip to America. The materialistic worldviews and attitudes of the last centuries had no clue that there are such higher worlds. Theosophy has taken on the task to awaken the awareness that such higher worlds exist. The origin of the Theosophical Society is found in the necessity that this information be imparted, especially in our present-day civilization. It is necessary that once again the voice of a higher world be heard speaking into this, our present world. We must be led to what the 7 virtues teach us, and what can be learned through them. We must recognize how these virtues can be developed. The last task is wisdom in love, and love in wisdom. After developing the 7 virtues, we will achieve love in wisdom and be able to carry it forth from our spiritual evolution into the earthly world. You will find this expressed already in the wisdom of Solomon, in the words, quote, "Therefore I prayed, and understanding was granted me. I called for help, and a spirit of wisdom came to me. I preferred her above scepter and throne, and held riches as naught by comparison." Close quote. This is what everything depends upon. We must not withdraw ascetically from physical existence, but rather raise it to a higher existence. We must nurture and cultivate the kingdoms of the world and develop what was called spiritus sapientiae in the Middle Ages, the spirit of wisdom. And with the spirit of wisdom, we will move on to a new planetary existence. We can experience all this in the astral world. The intention of this lecture was to give a brief report of this astral world, which is located right next to our physical world. Next time, we will speak of the spiritual world, the world of Devachan. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. And this is the beginning of Part 2, which is entitled The World of Spirit, or Devachan, 4 lectures held in Berlin between January 28th and February 25th, 1904, and these are only listeners' notes, not stenographic reports. And this is the first lecture. I'm entitling it To Stay in the Book, the continuity of the book. It's lecture 7.1. It's the first one in the second section, the 7th lecture in the entire series so far. And this one is entitled The World of Spirit, or Devachan, Part 1, given in Berlin on January 28, 1904. Honored listeners, 8 days ago I described the structure of the region that everyone must pass through who enters the condition between 2 incarnations, the so-called kingdom of the mental kingdom, or the world of Devachan. I spoke of the 3 regions we must distinguish there. I also remarked that the words that we have at our disposal in ordinary language are insufficient to describe the perceptions in the mental kingdom. As a result, we must often use symbols, or we are in a position to offer only an indication of what is to be perceived by a person when passing through this country during the time between 2 incarnations. Those who, as initiates, know about this country describe it in words that are more an indication than strictly corresponding to reality. For this reason, you should take the descriptions that I gave last time more as indications. What those experience whose sense for the world of Devachan has been opened is almost inexpressible. I presented 3 regions of Devachan and commented that these 3 correspond to the 3 regions on our earth: the solid mountainous, that is the continental region of Devachan, the fluid region, that is the ocean region of Devachan, and the region of the sea of air. As I said last time, Goethe was one of the German poets who knew something of this land. Goethe had his Mephistopheles describe this country more outwardly, and already with this description you can see that Goethe knew how difficult it is to speak of this land. He described it by having Mephistopheles draw Faust's attention to what he would find there. Mephistopheles said the following, quote, "And if to ocean's end swimming your path should lead, to look upon enormity of space, still would you see that waves to waves succeed. Even though you have a shuddering doom to face, you'd still see something in the green of silenced depth, our gliding dolphin seen. Still cloud will stir, and sun and moon and star. You will see nothing in the distances of the eternal void. You will not hear your own step. You will not find anything solid to stand upon." Close quote. Those who read this with understanding will be able to see this as an approximate description of this kingdom. In another passage, Mephistopheles says to Faust, quote, "Here, take this key. The key will scent the true path from all others. Follow it down. It will guide you to the mothers." Close quote. The kingdom of the mothers was also spoken of at the time of Plutarch. For Goethe, this is the kingdom of what has not yet come into being. For this reason, he has Mephisto say to Faust, quote, "Descend then to the depths. I could just as well say ascend to the heights. Flee from what has taken on form in existence. Into the kingdom unfettered by forms. Rejoice in things that long have ceased from being. Close quote. That is a description given by a European. Now I will also give you the description from a Hindu sage. It is colored in an Eastern way, although expressing the same contents. It says, quote, "There are many thousands of world systems. This world has a kingdom of blessedness as its foundation. The kingdoms are bound by 7 rows of fences. They are ruled by the Tathagata and belong to the Bodhisattvas." Close quote. Water flows through these kingdoms, and they have 7 characteristics. I have described 3 kingdoms of Devachan that correspond to our solid land, our oceans, and the sea of air. I have said that the land of Devachan appears different from our land, and I have said that we find forms there that we also see here. However, they are engraved like the imprint of a seal. This continental landmass forms the basic foundation of Devachan. A lively mass of ocean is in movement within this landmass. It permeates all being with a rose color and forms the life source of all forms, all shapes that are to come into existence, such as plants, animals, and human beings. In Devachan, the atmosphere has a very special character. We see our physical atmosphere as blue. The atmosphere in Devachan is a radiant reddish color. It has an extremely sensitive ability to feel and sense, which resides in every atom, ensouls every single atom. The active force of everything in the atmosphere has a life of feeling. Everything experienced as pain or desire in the lower kingdoms is expressed in the atmosphere of Devachan. Those who can perceive at this level understand what the initiate of Christian religion, Paul, said, quote, "For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God." Close quote. Additionally, the atmosphere is permeated by a music that the ancient Pythagorean called music of the spheres. Those who have already heard this music, which is an expression of this harmony of the cosmos, can hear it everywhere, even when it is drowned out by the noise of everyday life. In the expression of a Hindu wise person, this is described as fences. Now we come to the 4th region of the kingdom of spirit. This is a very special kingdom. The creators of all things and the beings who ensoul all things are at work there. So-called akashic matter is the substance, the clay, from which everything is formed. All magicians speak of this picture. Goethe also speaks of this, where he speaks of fire air. It is the matter that has the greatest plasticity, the matter that can be imprinted both by the spirit and by material shapes. This is the matter that has been unknown since the beginning of Christendom, and that remained unknown until the Theosophical Society appeared. When the first call went out to Sinnett to make this knowledge known to the Western world, we hear in his book a description of this matter, which is supposed to contain magical forces. We read there, as a master himself expresses it, that a cultured person from the West will come to understand the significance of this akashic matter only slowly and with great difficulty. As I described 8 days ago, the Devachanic world can be divided into 3 higher kingdoms and 3 lower kingdoms. The 3 higher kingdoms shine and sound forth into the 3 lower kingdoms. We characterized the 3 lower Devachanic kingdoms, called Rupa kingdoms, in the language of theosophy as solid land, ocean, and an atmosphere of air. The 3 higher kingdoms extend on the other side of the 4th kingdom, Akasha. The origin of everything found on this side of Devachan, that is, the astral kingdom and physical kingdom, is found in higher Devachan. This Arupa kingdom is inhabited by beings of the loftiest nature. The masters of original Christian wisdom were still able to describe this kingdom. This wisdom was still known in Christian wisdom until the 13th century. Then the knowledge was lost. No one understands the Christian wisdom of earlier centuries who doesn't understand that the three highest kingdoms of Devachan are described in those writings. These three kingdoms are, as stated, inhabited by the loftiest beings, who guide and lead all the processes in the lower kingdoms. Goethe also points to the first step of Upper Devachan in a passage from titled The Green Snake and the Beautiful Lily. You can read there, quote, "What is more profound than light? Conversation," close quote. This is one of the most profound statements made by Goethe. From the kingdom of light, in Devachan, arises the so-called kingdom of conversation. This is the kingdom in which not only light, but also a stream of knowledge as light flows forth. The higher beings speak eternal truths through this stream within human beings. The conversation of the cosmos speaks through this stream. Here we rise to the higher kingdoms in which the words for this conversation are produced. In these kingdoms the voice sounds forth in which the origin of the world is found. Human beings refer to this voice as the Word, from which worlds have come forth. There are a number of lofty beings living in the kingdom of conversation. In the Christian tradition they are called exousiae. These are beings difficult to characterize using expressions from the Western world. These beings become visible in the garment of the light of knowledge. I have often pointed out that one such being appeared to Moses in the burning bush. That passage in the Bible indicates an exousiae. The garment of these beings is woven from the matter found in this kingdom. These beings then become visible and proclaim the truth to those who are mature enough to hear them. We will now ascend to still higher regions. There we find beings that can no longer become visible. However, they can still speak to human beings when humans are mature enough. The first teachers of Christian wisdom called them dunamis. These are beings that radiate as creative powers. In the next hierarchy we find the dominions, the Kyriates. With these three we have the hierarchies of lofty beings that sound forth in the three highest kingdoms of Devachan. In Christian esotericism, there is much that indicates that this knowledge was still alive in the first centuries of Christendom. However, it was lost because there were ever fewer Christian initiates. There are also beings in the kingdom that I previously described as the atmosphere of Devachan, whose garment is woven from the atmosphere of Devachan, but who have entirely opposite characteristics from what we human beings possess. The characteristics of these beings living in the atmosphere of Devachan are difficult to describe. We human beings ascribe sensations and feelings to ourselves. However, we must ascribe to these beings that they do not receive feelings coming toward them, but that they carry feelings and sensations out into the atmosphere. They are thus beings of an entirely different sort. Wherever they go, they radiate forth the forces of feeling and sensation, while we human beings receive feelings and sensations that stream into us. Only in this way can I characterize these beings. In Christian esotericism, this was expressed by calling these beings archangeloi. Today this expression is no longer understood. It is not permitted for this expression to be used for physical powers. That would be superstition. It must be used for devachanic beings that carry the message of sensation and feeling through the atmosphere of Devachan and spread pure feeling and sensation everywhere. The ocean of Devachan is comparable to a rosy-colored stream that is poured over everything. It is enlivened by a series of beings that are characterized as messengers, as angeloi. These do not carry sensation and feeling. They carry life through the kingdom of Devachan. They are bearers of life. And the solid kingdom, the kingdom of continents of Devachan, is enlivened and ensouled by beings that in Christian esotericism are called archai. The lower kingdom of Devachan, the solid kingdom, the continental kingdom, is enlivened by these archai. They are the ones who breathe life into everything. These beings are called in Christian esotericism the hierarchies of the archai, the archangels, and the angels. They are met by every human being whose devachanic senses have been opened, and by every human being who has died and is passing through the time between two incarnations. I have already pointed out that human beings, when they have set aside their body, must spend time in the astral world. I will return to this. Now I would like to tell you about what happens in this world where human beings become mature enough to step into the world of Devachan. Everything we bring with us from the physical world of nature is cleansed away by the forces of Kama in the astral world. Even the so-called feeling for oneself is slowly dissolved in the astral world. All chaotic forces are loosened when we enter into Devachan. I will mention again the 4 higher kingdoms of the astral kingdom, which could also be called the strata of sympathy. They are filled with a fine astral substance, with the substance of sympathy, in contrast to the substance of egotism found in the lower 3 steps. In the 4th kingdom, egotism is dissolved. In the 5th, the pleasure from the senses is dissolved. In this 5th part of the astral kingdom, we learn to admire the beauty of the world, not because it is pleasant, but rather because everything that is pure and eternal should be beautiful. And in the 6th astral kingdom, we learn the deeper powers of compassion, of goodwill, of devotion to the world. In the 7th kingdom, all the remaining life that we have brought from the lower regions is melted away, like snow in sunlight. And then we will have to pass through the 4 lower steps of Devachan, which I described previously. Life on these 4 steps has an enormous significance. I have said that the archetypal powers, the archai, are to be found in this 1st kingdom of Devachan. We come into contact with them here. Here we find disembodied souls gathering new forces for their later life. Everything that held us together with ethnic blood ties, national groupings, in short, everything that points more or less to blood ties within the human race, all of this is spiritualized in this kingdom of archai, so that we can be purified by what we have learned and are able to be endowed with higher capacities. The meaning of the kingdom of Devachan is simply this. We pass through it so that what we learned during our earthly life can be formed into higher capacities. In the physical world, we should gather experiences that are then transformed into abilities. We should emerge from the school of life improved and strengthened. Then we move into the 2nd region of Devachan. The ocean of Devachan is what connects everything together. Just as water connects all the land in the world, so in Devachan the flowing rose-colored water connects everything that has boundaries in the lower kingdoms. Wherever there are families, tribes, clans, ethnic groups, or countries, boundaries are erected. These boundaries must exist, but at the same time, the fact is that we all belong together. The harmony of all beings must be established. These beings must find themselves together in the river that flows through everything. When we enter into this river, we then enjoy the fruits of every seed we have ever sown. There each one of us will find what elevates us above the boundaries of existence. We are cleansed of the boundaries that must of necessity cling to us within the earthly region. We are led to acquire new capacities, new abilities. Indeed, they are merely seeds, but the flowers that will come forth from them are the abilities we create for ourselves and then carry with us into our new lives. The 3rd region is what I have described as the atmosphere in Devachan. We enter into this atmosphere during life between 2 incarnations. In that place where the sighs of nature can be heard, where every thunder evokes pain, where sunlight corresponds to what we call eternal bliss and joy. In that place is created what we call a sense for philanthropy, for noble humanity, for the next incarnation. This is where active devotion, understanding devotion, and daily love arise. And this is the plant that above all flourishes here and that we develop within ourselves. Here we see the fruits of what we experienced in the egotistical world. Here we become active working beings. We become human beings who truly know in the highest sense the meaning of the words humanity and philanthropy. Then the fourth kingdom comes, Akasha. This is the kingdom where all existence sounds forth. Here we learn to recognize what gives form and shape in world existence to beings and things. Here we learn how tone is linked to tone in a symphony, how the forces of nature are connected to other forces of nature, and are transformed into, in quotes, instruments. Here we come to know the beings that discover and invent. Here we get to know not only the forces as such, but we come to know them as living beings. Here we are permeated by the living productive power to create. Here we come to know what is created as expressions of human existence, what is created in terms of human institutions that enliven humanity, and what is suitable for human life. We also learn to recognize what belongs to the area of the higher arts. In all this life are laws that are experienced in Akasha as living beings. When we immerse ourselves in the light of this experience, we are immersing ourselves in the fourth kingdom of Devachan, in the ways in which weaving takes place, quote, on the rushing loom of time, close quote. That is what we learn there. Those are the 4 steps in which we live through what we prepared for ourselves in our previous earthly life in order to create new capacities. When we have passed through this fourth kingdom, a very important moment has come. We are placed into the other side of our world system, into the actual kingdom of the Spirit, into the kingdom where impressions are formed, quote, from the other side, close quote. We can spend only a short time there. Only those who have already attained a higher stage of evolution can stay there longer. Human beings who have not yet evolved have only a brief moment of enlightenment in these higher kingdoms, in order then to descend again into the deeper regions, to gather experiences and return again. Then they spend longer and longer periods there. When we enter this kingdom again, the abilities are developed that had been limited by the world of matter previously. I am calling this an important moment because what had been held together earlier by matter is now completely set aside, removed. What had been narrow before is now wide. What had been entangled and interwoven before is now developed. It becomes fluid. The human being becomes free. Our capacities are no longer constricted by matter. We can compare this state with a plant that cannot grow freely but must grow in the crevice between 2 boulders and adapt its form to the shape of the crevice. It grows up but is constricted by the crevice. The same holds true for the human soul. Assume the stone around the crevice becomes softer and softer, so that the plant can unfold itself a little more. When the human soul enters into the Akasha kingdom, it finds absolute equality. To those whose Devachanic eye, EYE, has been opened, it is wonderful to see how the soul is developed when transitioning out of the Akasha kingdom into the higher kingdoms of Devachan. We see the soul as a fine etheric substance in the middle of an egg or spherical hovering substance. It sets aside sheath after sheath. The fine color of the sheath of the Akasha is set aside, and the pure being itself unfolds radiant in a new light, in a light that cannot be described in earthly words. It gets an entirely free form. Every capacity that was constricted in earthly life and was not completely free, even in the kingdom of lower Devachan, is now free. It can now bring all of its capacities into full growth. The more a human being develops abilities, the more he or she expands, and the more he or she takes along into the next incarnation. As long as such souls are permitted to dwell there, they make the acquaintance of the masters of wisdom and compassion. This is the kingdom where they are permitted, through grace, to receive from even loftier beings the purposes and the intentions at the foundation of the cosmos. They weave the gown of the world from here, the garment that is woven from the material of the lower Devachan kingdom, from the astral kingdom, and from the kingdom of earthly substances. There, above the intentions, the outlines of cosmic evolution are created. Here, those who have developed their abilities in the course of evolution can get to know the threefold sequence of steps that I have enumerated. In the first sphere of higher Devachan, they learn from the beings who have ascended to be exousiai, who know the wonderful blossom that swells forth from the seeds of the universe. They learn how they grow. They get to know the eternal forces of the universe. In this sphere they meet the beings who have the power of thought. They see how a thought works through them. The next higher sphere hosts the beings called dunamis. They have not only the power of thought, but also the power to be a source of thought. They are beings that have the seeds for thoughts. Compare the exousiai with flowers. Now imagine a seed that is transparent, bright, and clear, but also has the power to become a flower. Thus, through these beings, a seed of thought can be formed, and then from the other side, the entire thought can be built into the akasha, that is, the sound, so to speak, or of the entire fabric of the world. As Goethe described this in Faust, this is where forms are created, where the mothers sit on their thrones in loneliness and work at their glowing tripod. As I already said, in Plutarch's time this kingdom was also called the kingdom of the mothers. If you read about the kingdom of the mothers in Plutarch, this story will reveal an entirely new meaning. The beings we call Kyriatetes sound forth in the highest kingdom. Only the most highly developed human beings can gain even a brief glimpse into this kingdom. Everything is harmony and unity there. All exception has disappeared. The exousiai, the dunamis, the Kyriatetes are the three highest kingdoms in which human abilities are completely free. These are the kingdoms we enter in the time between two incarnations, in order to find forces from what lies on the other side, for work we must do on this side of world existence. What happens on this side of existence, what we do ourselves, this is the world of results, the world of action. New forces for existence flow to us from the world of causes when we return to a new incarnation. Everything that we do in this world that rises into our soul as moral ideals, as ability to work creatively, as daily love for fellow human beings, everything that occurs to us for mastering the forces of nature in technology, all this resides hidden deeply in the human soul. The soul brought it from the kingdom of higher Devachan, where the initiatives for work on this side of the threshold are found. Goethe points to this in a wonderful way in his fairy tale, The Green Snake and the Beautiful Lily, where he speaks of the river, we can compare it to the river of Akasha, and the beach on the far side, calling the garden on the far side the beautiful lily's flower. The reports from the Hindu wise men also speak of such flowers. It is the power that flows through all of Devachan. The fruits from this flower are the archetypes for this world of earth. If human beings want to work, then they must obtain strength from the nourishment of this fruit. Then they evolve and develop. They become active and full of strength. As I said, theosophy should not draw us away from the world. It does not want to move us into a kingdom in which we would become weak and languid for earthly existence. This it does not want to do. It wants to do something entirely different. It wants to point us to a kingdom in which we can receive strength and abilities so that we are strong and able to do our work in earthly existence. People who do not know what lies both behind them and before them are like the blind, who can only stumble around and do not know in what direction they are stumbling and what they are bumping into. And a person who can see is someone who knows the way forward and backward. The particular beings that we also meet there will be the object of the next lectures. We will hear still more about our entire life in Devachan, also about individual experiences, and about how the world of Devachan works into our world. From these introductory lectures, it should be clear that theosophy is not alienated from reality, but is rather a teaching full of creative joy and saturated with reality. It does not take people away from earthly existence, but rather equips them with forces that live in earthly existence, but are not visible. You must know this if you are striving upward into the kingdoms that are inaccessible to those who cling to the physical world only. To all those people who are enemies of the spiritual kingdoms, all those who say that there is nothing on the other side of the world of the senses, to those we wish to respond with the words of Goethe, quote, "Well, let us always move forward. We'll plumb and search the depths, for in your nothing I hope to find the all." Close quote. The end of lecture 7.1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Lecture 8.2, entitled The World of Spirit, or Devachan Part 2, given in Berlin on February 4th, 1904. When the ideas concerning the actual spiritual world, so-called Devachan, that theosophy seeks to awaken, are held to be totally improbable, then we can respond that when a theosophist points to these higher worlds that exist beyond our world of the senses, it is not anything new, or at all alien. In order to guide our thoughts somewhat more deeply into this world of Devachan, today I would like to begin my lecture with the words of a German thinker, well known to you all, who exerted a great influence on his time, and who knew how to speak of higher worlds, not in any dreamy way, but rather who knew how to intervene in the events of his time through the power and the fire of his words, Johann Gottlieb Fichte. We all know the power he drew from the suprasensory world, the power that made his fiery speech overflow. With this speech he inspired the youth of his time to participate in the events that were necessary at that time. We know his book titled Address to the German Nation. His introductory lectures were a deed that does not belong in a dreamy world, but rather belongs to immediate reality. As he held these introductory lectures into the science of knowledge, Johann Gottlieb Fichte presented them as the ripe fruit of his research and meditation. He began them with the following sentence, quote, "This teaching presupposes the existence of an entirely new inner sensory instrument through which a new world is opened up, a world that simply does not exist for the ordinary person. This should not be understood as an exaggeration, a rhetorical phrase, said only to demand much with a quiet modesty, so that less may be granted. It is rather to be understood literally, as it stands." Close quote. Fichte introduced this view of the suprasensory world at a time when no one had thought of a theosophical society, with words that indicate that he is going to impart information from a sense organ or instrument that is not present in ordinary people. In the same series of lectures, he explained further, quote, "Imagine a world of people all born blind. They can know about the existence and interrelationships of things that exist only for the sense of touch. If you talk to them about colors and about other relationships that exist only through light and the sense of sight, you might as well be saying nothing at all. Or for some reason or another, they want to give your teaching a meaning, then they would be able to understand your teaching through what they know through the sense of touch. Close quote. There would be an entirely new situation if someone born blind could begin to see through an operation. This comparison is correct with respect to higher vision. What is not expressed by Fichte is that actually everyone has this instrument and need only develop it. One needs only a good will in order to have the spiritual world revealed. Everyone who is spiritually blind can be given vision. This must be stressed so that it is clear that the spiritual world can become accessible to everyone who wishes to seek it. The information given about that world is intended only to point to what will be given later. The first step is to receive a description of the spiritual world. As theosophists know, it is a path to receive a first insight through description of that world. We are dealing here with a world that is not located in any other place in the cosmos, but rather a world that everywhere surrounds us, which is present everywhere around us. The spiritual world is present at every point of our world at the same time. When we speak of the spiritual world of Devachan, we are not wandering around in a different world, but rather it is an opening of organs of perception, the achievement of another state of mind. One could object that such a state in a human being is something extraordinary, that it is not possible to form any idea of that state, and that nothing similar can be shown in the life of a human being. But this is not correct. The rest of life continues to flow calmly past without any radical revolution. As a matter of fact, however, a transition does take place once in a person's life that is similar to the change that makes a person with physical senses into a seer, but we are unaware of it. Everyone sitting here has already gone through a similar radical revolution in his or her consciousness at least once in life. We must think of life beginning not just when we first see the light of the external world, but from the moment of conception. If we observe human beings from their very first phase in the body of the mother, then everyone has experienced such a revolution. The state of consciousness of an embryo, its ability to perceive, is entirely different from that of a human being later. Those who know how to observe this know the important things that happen to human beings in the first months of existence before birth. They know that the human ability to perceive is radically changed already with birth. An embryo has an ability to perceive that is essentially different from that of a human being who has seen the light of the world and developed a wakeful consciousness. An embryo perceives in a way that we characterize as an astral capacity to perceive. Thus the human embryo has an astral perception. Wakeful consciousness is developed only later. The human being evolves from an astral life to a conscious life. The opening of the so-called Devachanic senses that are bestowed upon a seer so that he or she can perceive a new world is a change similar to that at birth. An embryo perceives, as a matter of fact, the dark streams in the astral world. It perceives the emotions holding sway in its environment. You can see this in the influences exerted on the embryo by the conditions present in the womb. This transition or changeover from an astral consciousness in the embryo to a wakeful consciousness in the world of the senses occurs in every human being. The new condition of consciousness opened for us is thus the world in which we live. We cannot at first understand what we perceive in this world. We are guided step by step to perception in the world of Devachan or spirit. Our perception of Devachan is the same as with a child when its senses are opened in the first days of life. A world opens for us that is at first not understandable. It announces itself in glittering color tones and in a sequence of varying sounds. At first we do not know how to interpret these colors and sounds that do not belong to our physical world, that are essentially different from the colors and sounds of our physical world. We can interpret them only when we have come to know their meanings and connections. Those who enter this world with no guidance often have no idea how to orient themselves. It sometimes happens that the Devachanic sense is suddenly opened for someone. Such a person would then roam confused around in this world of spiritual existence. Learning the meaning of these phenomena is possible only for those who are led into this world by a person who is already a seer, who can introduce them methodically into this spiritual world. Students then learn how to organize and combine the sequence of sounds and colors, just as we combine consonants and vowels into meaningful words. The sounds and colors of the spiritual world appear to us as consonants and vowels. And when we find out what the consonants and vowels signify, we achieve the ability to spell and read. We discover that a certain kind of being that lives in the spiritual world manifests itself to us through the language of these colors and sounds. This is the training offered to the chelas, the students, who are to enter these higher worlds in order to participate in these higher truths. We then learn that the appearance of colors, sounds, and forms is not an accident, but that what appears to us there is the expression of spiritual beings, whose language we perceive. When we have learned to know and read the letters, then an entirely new world is open to us. I have indicated that a world lower than the Devachanic world is integrated into our physical world, a world that we get to know first. That is the astral world. At times it blends together with the world of Devachan. For a while, at the beginning, one cannot exactly distinguish what belongs to the astral world and what belongs to the Devachanic world. Only gradually do we learn how to distinguish them. Using an example, today I would like to show how one can learn to distinguish between what belongs to the astral world and what is of the Devachanic world, the spiritual world, which is our actual home. The human being we encounter in the physical world is only a part of the human being. The truth is that for a seer, human beings are beings with entirely other sides to their existence than those that appear to physical eyes. I am speaking of what is known as the human aura. The human aura is something that is essential to the whole human being. In the 8th installment of title Lucifer, I described in an introductory fashion part of this human aura. It is something that appears to a seer just as the ordinary physical form appears to human physical eyes. The physical form is merely the middle part of the human being, which rests in an oval-shaped, foggy cloud, so to speak. This foggy cloud, the aura, belongs to the human body of spirit, just as it belongs to the physical human being. The cloud is much larger than the physical human being. On average, it is twice as long and 3 to 4 times as wide. Light forms and color forms of the most varied kind appear to the eyes of a seer as a continuation of the physical body. The aura of a human being, this body of light, does not appear as an indefinite, more or less organized cloud of colors, but as kind of a mirror or imprint of what is going on in a human being. The passions, instincts, drives of a human being are imprinted in this aura. Everything we call inner life is imprinted within. The physics of the present time should find all this very understandable when we speak of this phenomenon. What do physicists say? They present vibrating movements of the ether. This vibrating movement is transformed into colors in the external world. It is the same with our inner world. There are instincts, drives, and passions within us, They go forth from every human being who stands in front of us. And just as color is visible to us in the external world, so too ideas, feelings, and sensations are translated by the spiritual eye, EYE, into a colorful aura. As the physical world appears in color to the physical eye, so do spiritual beings appear to the spiritual eye in a wonderful display of scintillating colors, but in a higher region. The spiritual world displays an amazing mobility of colors. We see people surrounded by an oval body of light in which they are swimming. This oval body is not at rest, but appears as if flowing and streaming, and then loses itself a certain distance from the physical body. In the space of Devachan, which constantly appears in movement, the human being has a fundamental color. Enduring moods in a human being, also enduring character, peculiarities, are revealed in the aura through an enduring coloring formed by clouds, which these colors stream through in the form of waves. We see wave-shaped streams moving through the aura from below to above. We see them shoot through like lightning. They move through the aura as bluish-red, brownish-red, and beautiful bluish colors. We see the most manifold and various colors, which change according to various causes. You can go into a church and observe the auras of the devoted souls. You will find there entirely different color tones than you find in a gathering of people in which political passions or human egotism makes itself felt. The soul moods that our daily needs bring us, you will see streaming forth as forms of brick red and carmine red. Sometimes they will have a darker, nuanced color. And if you go into a church and observe people filled with devotion, then you see an interplay of blue, indigo, violet, and rose red. If you investigate the auras of people who live in a thought world, contemplating scientific problems, then you will see thought forms shining forth from within their aura. These thought forms reflect thoughts that reveal in their aura that there are no passions shooting through them. When we learn what the aura shows us, then on one hand we can read the moods and temperaments living in people and see what is reflected in their consciousness. On the other hand, we can also see reflected all their thoughts, from the most everyday up to the highest, most spiritual, up to feelings of devotion to the divine and the loftiest compassion. When starting out, we cannot separate anything, but gradually we learn to do this, and notice that there are two sharply distinguished forms in the aura. First of all, there are cloud-like shapes with indeterminate outlines that stream in more from the periphery of the head. We learn to separate these cloud-like shapes from the phenomena that go forth more from the heart, chest, and head, and have a more radiant character. These radiations always proceed from an inner middle point. We learn to distinguish the cloud-like shapes from those having a radiant character. The cloud-like formations, which vary from brown into dark orange, come from the bodily nature, from the human lower nature, from passions and drives. Thus we distinguish in the aura the spiritual part from the lower, more astral part. We learn to distinguish the colors that appear most often. The auras of Europeans today are usually green-colored, often shading into yellow. This green represents the actual intellectual part, the conscious part. Thus it expresses the fundamental mood of the soul life of today's European. You can experience a strange perception with people who are in a trance. All green disappears from their aura. Anyone who can perceive the aura will have an easy time distinguishing between a person who is actually in a trance and someone who is pretending to be in one. So too, a doctor working in a clinic experimenting with hypnosis, something we regard as unacceptable, even though it sometimes happens, could ascertain clearly whether an experimental subject is being deceptive, or whether the subject is really in a trance state. The green in the aura would disappear. The green tones disappear also in the case of someone who passes out, and they also always disappear from the aura of someone asleep. The first ability to be developed in a seer is the ability to see the human aura. Seers develop the ability to get this information about human beings relatively fast, and they learn to distinguish the astral aura from the mental aura. The radiating aura is from the world of Devachan. It is spirit and belongs to the part of a human being that continues to exist after death. It is what originates in our true spiritual home. What shifts from brownish into greenish in color belongs to the transitory part of the human being. We shed it with our physical sheath, or in Kamaloca, in order then to enter the actual spiritual world. It is a higher kind of perception, a higher kind of spiritual sense when the sense for Devachan opens. The Devachanic world is especially different from the physical world. The physical world is unmoving and dead, while the Devachanic world manifests a manifoldness and flexible mobility without comparison. It is an inwardly mobile world in constant movement. Now, students striving for a higher development must learn to find their way within this world of Devachan. When we perceive in the world of physical things, the things remain as they are, and our ideas of them are formed according to the things. The table and chair remain still. They do not adjust themselves according to my ideas, but rather my ideas must adjust themselves according to the table and the chair. This is not the case in the spiritual world. There is nothing in Devachan that holds still. And for this reason, those who enter Devachan have an enormous responsibility. Thoughts in the external physical world are only a shadow of reality compared with thoughts in Devachan. The actual real thoughts do not live in our brain. What appears in our consciousness is not a shadow picture or reflection, but rather a being that lives in Devachan. In truth, our thoughts are beings that belong in the spiritual world. When you grasp a thought, you bring about a change in the world of Devachan. In order to make this clear, I would like to show you an example of what happens in the world of Devachan when you grasp a thought. Those whose senses have been opened to Devachan see not merely the shadows of thoughts, but rather the being of the thought itself as an actual object. Imagine you are harboring some thought or another, say a thought concerned with another person. The thought is visible for a seer. The thought rays forth as a wave of light from a light source. And just as light streams forth in all directions from a flame, so too does the thinking human being stream forth in all directions. And as light spreads in the physical world, so too do the rays of thoughts ray out into the world of Devachan, so that we can actually see thoughts raying forth from every human being. For this reason, you will understand why Christ is portrayed with a crown of light rays. That is not a fantasy of any kind, but rather it corresponds to a perception in higher perceiving. When thoughts ray forth, they begin in space and spread in space the same way light rays forth in space. Let us consider a specific thought. If this thought is conceived so that it is focused on you, so that it concerns only you, then it rays forth only in that way. But if it is concerned with another person, then in Devachan it behaves just as light does when it encounters an object and is reflected back. And just as an object appears illuminated by light, so also the individual involved appears illuminated by the world of thought. If someone sends out a thought related to another person, for example, a wish for the other person to be healthy, then we can see this thought radiating and spreading out in all directions. But this thought directed toward one person does not simply stream through Devachanic space. It seeks to be realized in the space immediately surrounding the person. This thought then streams to the person with whom it is connected. These are processes such as you can see in the world of Devachan. You can perceive how lofty human thoughts are caught up in Devachanic space, and are formed into a kind of flower form, into beautiful geometric figures, such as are not present on earth. Although it may appear to be fanciful, this is all genuine reality for those who can observe in Devachan. Those who learn to move around in Devachan learn to send out their thoughts in a conscious way, and are aware of the harvest they will have through these thoughts. They learn that every thought in Devachan is a fact, and they endeavor to bring forth only beneficial effects with their thoughts. Those who have not been initiated send their thoughts at random into Devachan, while initiates have learned to give their thoughts form. That is what gradually happens as an esoteric student progresses. I would still like to draw your attention to something remarkable. The last time I spoke about the fact that in Devachan there are two departments, so to speak. There is a lower department, Rupa Devachan, which is the world of the Devachanic continents, the Devachanic sea, and the Devachanic atmosphere. These are fundamentally permeated through and through by feelings. Then I described the Akashic matter, the pure etheric matter of Devachan. Those are all the lower regions of Devachan. Then come the three higher regions of Arupa Devachan. The highest spiritual beings, the Dhyana Chohans, the spirits of the planets, and so forth, stay in these higher regions. The beings we know as Mahatmas, the spiritual leaders of humanity, also belong to these higher spiritual beings. These beings have achieved such an elevated stage of evolution that they can teach the rest of humanity the great truths of existence. Those human beings whose Devachanic senses have opened, who are in a position to observe in Devachan, are also able to converse with these advanced human spirits. They learn to understand the language in which these spirits communicate, and they also learn how to speak to them. They are then obliged to translate the messages received in this way into everyday language. Teachings translated in this way are what we proclaim as theosophical truths. These truths originally came down to us from our highly developed human brothers and sisters. They were then conveyed to us by suitably qualified individual personalities. After we have learned to, in quotes, read, we understand the most ancient, eternal secrets of the world. In order to translate them into everyday language, we must learn to look up to these sublime spirits, the masters, which we in theosophy call Mahatmas. It is particularly interesting to observe how a Chela relates to these masters in the world of Devachan. I have already described how thoughts in Devachan behave, how they stream forth to fulfill their destiny. That is not the case, or not in the same way, with thoughts that a Chela sends upward in devotion to the masters or Mahatmas, in order to inquire about information concerning the deepest truths. The thought that the Chela sends up to the spiritual leaders follows a very special path, different from that of ordinary thoughts. It is as if the thought did not stream fully up to the goal of its intent. This thought, this call for knowledge concerning higher worlds, at first streams into the region that I have called the Akasha region. Then the thought turns and returns to the student, but not the same way it ascended, but rather enriched and glowing with what comes forth from the Master. This is how it is to be understood when it is always stressed that the Master is the higher self of the human being. In a certain way, our own thoughts speak to us when we enter into conversation with these more highly evolved human spirits. Nothing foreign to us should be transferred into us. The Masters do not want to make us into slaves in spirit. For this reason, the Masters do not send us their thoughts, but our own, so that we recognize that it is the substance that we ourselves have let stream forth. These are individual processes, which those experience who are in a position as incarnated beings, between birth and death, to move about within Devachan. It is those whose sense for Devachan has already been opened here in a bodily nature, those who can lift their spirit out of the shell of their bodily nature. We also find in Devachan lower beings in great number who are present there as regular inhabitants. These are beings who are disembodied for a short while. That is, those who stand between two incarnations. People spend a long time in Devachan, between two incarnations. Today I have described the experiences that those who are still embodied can have in Devachan. The next time I would like to describe to you what those experience who are embodied in Devachan. That is the course of our stay in Devachan between two lives. That will supplement our view in an essential way, and if you then add that picture to the one I have provided today, you will have the ability to understand the world of Devachan in clear pictures. You will understand much of what initiates are really saying, without its being expressed in ordinary daily usage or in our literature. Until the 19th century, initiates have always spoken in hints and allusions. The allusions have always been understandable for those whose sense has been opened for them. For those who know the world of causes, for them the words of an initiate, who is usually not recognized as one, for instance Goethe, are properly understood. Goethe himself said that much was, in quotes, secreted. German is hin ein Geheimnis, into the second part of his Faust, which only initiates would understand. In mythical, clear language he pointed out what the earthly sense perceptible is for him. The earthly points to a higher world, of which it is the expression. If we understand this properly, then we will know that Goethe, as an initiate of higher knowledge, drew from the suprasensory world. Then we understand what he was saying with the words, quote, "Everything transitory is but a parable. The unattainable becomes an event here. The indescribable is done here." Close quote. The Theosophical Society wants to describe gradually what many have held as, in quotes, indescribable. The end of Lecture 8.2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Lecture 9.3, it's third lecture in the second section, entitled The World of Spirit or Devachan, Part 3, given in Berlin on February 11th, 1904. In the lectures concerning the astral world, I have tried to describe the path that the human soul must traverse after passing through the gate of death. This path through the soul world, or the astral world as it is called in theosophical literature, is relatively short. The longest period of time that the soul spends between one incarnation and the next is spent in the spiritual world, in what in theosophy is called Devachan, the land of gods. In order to use a German expression, I will use the term spirit land, Geisterland. We need to take care that we gradually introduce German expressions. And if we realize that we mean nothing other than Devachan when we say spirit land, then we will be able to understand one another. In the astral world, the soul will have to purify itself of everything that chains it to the earthly, of drives, passions, and instincts that are necessary for earthly life. However, it is impossible for the human soul to advance through Devachan with these earthly passions clinging to it. After it has freed itself from all that, it moves on through actual spirit land. If we want to understand what it means to move through spirit land, then this must be very clear. I have often stressed that theosophy in no way turns its back on earthly life, in no way points people toward any kind of in quotes, other side to reality. On the contrary, it clearly states that the chief task of human beings during the course of their incarnation is found here on earth. That it is the task of a human being to perfect more and more this earthly existence. Our task is to bring what we experience in the spiritual world as fruit into the earthly sphere. We are to apply to our earthly lives what we observe in the time between two incarnations. For this earthly incarnation, our task, and the task of the earth, is to become so perfected that what has been perfected can be carried up into higher kingdoms. It is our task to work together on the perfecting of the earth, because according to the cosmic plan, this earth is not to remain as it is to become a higher world. And human beings are to bring about what will enable the earth to be taken into a higher world. For this reason, from time to time, they must return to spirit land. Human beings should work on the earth in order to lead it to its goal, which is spiritual. For this, they must make themselves capable of working spiritually. Again and again they must return to the spiritual world and live purely spiritually in order to learn and work with the goals and intentions for earthly life. We carry into earthly life what we learn in the spiritual world. Just as when a house is being built, the first and most important thing does not take place at the work site, where the bricks and boards are assembled, but rather in the architect's office, where the blueprints are thought through and prepared. Just as the carpenters and masons translate into reality what the architect thought out beforehand, what is most important for us is what we bring down from the suprasensory world, the goals, intentions, and plans we receive in order to apply them in the world of objects and bodies. Yet what human beings do during earthly incarnation is very important. From time to time the spirit withdraws in order to get to know the actual foundations of earthly existence. That is the meaning of our stay in Devachan, or spirit land. When we leave our body at death, we first must pass through a condition of unconsciousness, we pass through the astral world, and then finally awaken in spirit land. Then we must apply what we learned through what we practiced in the earthly world. Staying with the same picture, we must imagine that we work like an architect who is creating a plan and drawings for a house. Once the architect has made a plan, he also learns through the physical material realization of the plan about the imperfections, the mistakes within it. He is a learner. In the same way, we are learners during our incarnation. In exactly the same way that an architect learns from experiences and observations made while designing his first building, and then uses them for later structures, so too we transform our experiences and observations into a more perfect knowledge. Then, enriched by this knowledge, we enter into new incarnations. That is the meaning of it. Between death and a new birth, we awaken from a kind of unconsciousness in Devachan. Then we must advance through various stages. In each of these stages, a very specific kind of ability is developed. We have learned of 7 stages. I will briefly mention each of these once again and indicate what the spirit must achieve at each stage. I have explained how the lowest region is the kingdom of archetypes, but this is to be understood pictorially. It is a condition. In this world we encounter the archetypes for everything that comes to meet us in the sensory world. I have said that in the spirit world we live within the spirit, just as we live within the sense world with our senses, and we feel the spiritual world just as we feel in the sense world with our senses, as we see and hear the sense world. What is present in the physical world as a thought is a living being within the spiritual world. What passes through our head as a thought is only the shadow of a spiritual being. This spiritual being appears to us as a thought, because it must penetrate through the veil of our physical bodily nature. We imprint the world with our thoughts and mental pictures, and with and through them we make the earth more perfect. In the spiritual world, we must move among and between these thoughts, which have now become things. Just as here on earth we roam between physical things that we bump into and touch, so too in spirit land we roam between thoughts. The archetypes for the sense world are to be found in the lowest region of spirit land. There we are in the, in quotes, workshop, in which sensory things are, in quotes, made. We see there the archetypes for physical plants, animals, and human forms. Here we must form thoughts about what we have seen. These thoughts are held in the background as shadow-like schematics, and we do not believe in the reality of thoughts because they have such a shadow-like existence. Just as the clock was created by first having its inventor think the clock in his head, so everything has been created according to thought, and the, in quotes, thought being appears to us in spirit land. Thus in spirit land, the entire sensory world that we see here on earth appears to us in its archetypes. There we see everything as it is made. We see plants and animals springing forth from the animal and plant-creating forces. We learn to see what is here on earth from a different side. We see the spiritual negative, so to speak, as compared to the positive physical appearance. We are entering into a world, the description of which must appear as fantasy to those who have little feeling for it. However, for those whose senses have been awakened for it, this world is infinitely more real than the physical world. It is the world of archetypes, the world of causes. A spiritual transformation occurs that grows stronger and stronger the more we become at home in this world. I would like to characterize the path through this world. It is significant because it casts a light on this world, a light of unspeakable significance. Our own bodily nature, our body, which we call ours, appears to us as a thing among things. It appears to us as belonging to external reality. We can see how it comes about and how it passes away. The archetype of our body appears to us as a member within external reality. We feel ourselves standing over and in contrast to it. We no longer say of our body, quote, "that is what I am," close quote. Rather, we know that it belongs to objective reality, and we come to understand a statement from the highest Hindu Vedanta wisdom, quote, "You must recognize that you yourself are a member of the great all," close quote, quote, "that is you," close quote. What forms our body we see in such a way as if we stepped onto a boulder. It is something entirely foreign. We learn from experience to understand the sentence, quote, "that is you," close quote. And when we practice this sentence, it is nothing more than the memory of what we have experienced earlier in spirit land. We are bringing this memory into our consciousness and experiencing a weak echo of the spirit world in the world of objects and bodies. But that lifts us up out of the sense world and into higher spheres. We feel ourselves to be spiritual beings. We know that we are a member of the primal spirit, a ray streaming forth from it. We know this immediately, directly. The second fundamental principle of Vedanta wisdom is also fulfilled immediately in the first region of Devachan, quote, "I am Brahman," close quote. The primal spirit is intended with the word Brahman. When human beings have advanced enough to experience themselves as a member of this primal spirit, then they say, quote, "the primal spirit lives in me. It is itself my being," close quote. Quote, "I am the primal spirit," close quote, is an immediate experience that the soul has already in the lowest region of spirit land. That is the meaning of life in the first region of Devachan. I have described the second region as the one in which all the archetypes of life on our earth are to be found. When we observe life in our earthly world, we find the same archetypes built into individual beings, in plants, in animals, and in human beings. The life of these plants, animals, and human beings is, however, a great living unity. It originates in the same common source. The archetype of the life that here on earth lives as a reflection or distant echo streams there like an ocean through all the beings of the spirit kingdom. The occultist knows that this streaming life has a rose-red color, a rose-red ocean, so to speak. It streams through all beings of spirit land. This streaming, rose-red, fluid life pulses through all life in spirit land. After human beings have advanced through the first region of spirit land, they then identify themselves with this flowing life on the second stage. They learn to know their being as flowing life. In order to understand this fully, let us once again make clear what it means to live in this region, in the time between death and a new birth. We live for an especially long time in the first region of Devachan. In the physical world, we are born into very specific conditions, determined by the physical nature of the earthly world. We are born into a country, into a family, so that we acquire certain friends through physical connections. Through physical conditions, we connect with something that constitutes the content of our everyday life. Life in a family, life in a clan, in a nation. That is karma. In the first region of spirit land, we learn about everything that originates in physical relationships, in its archetypes. We also learn how to judge it. And the abilities that we acquire through practice in family life, as friendships and so forth, are completely formed and shaped in the first region of Devachan. They are intensified and formed so that we can return to the earth and a new incarnation with them increased and fully formed. For this reason, we find that people who comprehend their whole mission only in the conditions and relationships of daily life, who do not move beyond their immediate environment, beyond their business and so forth, such people spend a long time in the first region of Devachan. Those people who bring a certain preparation with them reside in the second region of Devachan. This preparation is created through a higher education within earthly life. These people learn that the things of earthly life are transitory and merely expressions of an eternal primal ground of existence. They learn to recognize the oneness in all life and to look up with devotion to the One. When the simplest primitive person sees divine characteristics in objects and regards them as symbols of the divine, such an experience of the earth goes above and beyond everyday conditions. In this region, human beings learn to recognize the creative work of the Godhead. Here we see the adherents of various religions developing devotional feelings by approaching the gods in humility. After human beings have passed through this region, they enter their next incarnation with a higher degree of devoutness. People who have a sense for the unity that underlies everything we see spend a long time in this second region. We see them living into the unity of all being, and we see how these spirits become leading religious personalities when they return to the earth. These people see that the interests of the individual can no longer be separated from the interests of the community. This sense for community life is developed in the second region of Devachan. Let us ascend into the third region. Here we no longer find archetypes for what lives only in earthly existence. Rather, we find the archetypes of soul existence itself. Here we find the archetypes of all desires and instincts, all sensations and feelings, and all passions, from the lowest passion up to the highest pathos. There are purely spiritual archetypes for all of that in the third region of Devachan. Just as all life in the second region forms a great unity, so too in the third region all sensations, feelings, all suffering, and so forth, form a great unity. There the instincts of one being are not separated from the instincts of another being. Here, quote, "that is you," close quote, has already happened. We can no longer distinguish between my feeling and your feeling, as we can in the limited conditions of sense existence. The pain of another is just as much ours. We perceive, quote, "the sighing of all nature," close quote. We perceive every pleasure and discomfort, whether it is ours or someone else's. We say to everything, "that is you." We have compassion for everything. I have described this region as the atmosphere, as the air of the spirit world. Just as our earth is surrounded by a physical atmosphere, so also the spirit continent is surrounded by this atmosphere of air, by the sphere of suffering and unhappiness, by the archetypes of human passions, just like storms and lightning strikes and thunderstorms. When we live in the third region of Devachan, we learn to understand a sentence spoken by an inspired individual, and know what it means when one is united with the, quote, "groaning of all creatures who wait anxiously for adoption," close quote. This creates in us another side of feeling. We learn to know earthly feelings from another side, not as the egotistical feeling of an individual, but rather in such a way that we will have developed compassion for all beings in this third region. In this region we remember the selflessness and goodwill toward our fellow human beings that we developed on earth. That is what we bring with us from this third region. Philanthropists, the great benefactors of humanity, develop their capacity there. They have a long life in the third region of Devachan. How do these three regions of Devachan relate to our earthly world? In the first region, we find the archetypes of things that have bodies. In the second region, we find the archetypes of life. In the third region, we find the archetypes of our soul world, the drives, instincts, and passions. In spirit land, we find what we need in order to work within earthly life. The fourth region is a kind of pure spirit land, but not in the full sense of the word. If we wish to understand the difference between the fourth region and the lower three, we must be clear that we are dependent upon everything already present upon the earth when we bring creative forces into the physical world. We are like potters who imprint their ideas into the clay. When we wish to bring messages from spirit land, we are dependent upon the clay of the earthly world. We must adjust ourselves to what has already been created. We must study what already exists in the physical world as physical matter and physical forces. We must respect what our co-creatures feel in terms of suffering and happiness or unhappiness. With what we bring from the spirit land, we must conform to what we find here. Here we create only a picture, an imprint of what is found in spirit land. In the fourth region, we find the archetypes for what human beings create that is original, what they create that goes beyond what already exists. We find as an archetype in the fourth region of Devachan everything brought forth by art and science, everything that we know as technical inventions, everything that would not exist without the influence of the human spirit. All those human beings who participate in the advancement of the culture of their age, who strive for science, who work to perfect state institutions, who work to perfect what has been born freely from the spirit and is not bound to the soul, they are all fructified by what they experienced in the fourth region of Devachan. What we experience there, we imprint into the reality accessible to the senses, and thereby transform it. If we ask ourselves if this fourth region is independent from the earthly region, then we must answer that in a certain way it is, because a human being who comes from there brings something that does not yet exist. But then, on the other hand, the fourth region is independent, because human beings can stand only at a certain stage of perfection, and they can form only that for which humanity is ready. The fourth region of Devachan is connected with earthly existence in such a way that on the one hand it is free of it, and on the other hand it is dependent on the developmental stage of earthly existence. If we ascend to the fifth region of Spirit Land, then we are entirely free from the chains of earthly existence. Then we are free on all sides and able to evolve. Then we are surrounded by what is our actual, true, real home. In this higher region we discover the actual intentions that the world spirit has for earthly evolution. We participate in the intentions of the world spirit. Then everything begins to speak to us. We find out the divine world spirit's aim for the plants, for the animals, and for human beings. We learn to recognize the perfected forms for which creation is merely an imperfect copy. Here we come to know the intentions, the goals that stream forth from eternity. And when we return strengthened to the physical world, we are messengers of these divine intentions. Then we bring what should be inserted into the earthly world as true spirit, as independent spirit. Now you can easily imagine that what we can bring back from this region will depend upon how much we have developed ourselves during our incarnations in our physical lives. If human beings have no intention to raise themselves up to higher worlds, if they are stuck in everyday life and cannot grasp what is eternal, then they will experience nothing more than a brief glimpse in the fifth region of Devachan. And those who are not dependent on earthly life, who reflect on the earthly condition with independent thought, who practice deeds of compassion and benevolence without egotistical interests, those people have acquired the right to abide in the higher regions of Devachan for a longer period of time. They are able to develop independent spiritual activity in a higher sense. What flows forth from the divine, from eternity, streams to them there. The human self takes up into itself the world of thought unlimited by earthly imperfection. Every incarnation is only an imperfect copy of what a human being actually is. The spiritual self is in Spirit Land, and when it descends into a human body and soul, it can realize only a weak copy of what it actually is. When we return home to our true selves, to our original unique spiritual wholeness, when we come to know the fifth region, then our view of our own incarnations is expanded. We are in a position to survey our past and future. We experience a flash of memory of our past incarnations, and we can connect them with what we can do in the future. We can see the past and the future with prophetic vision. Everything we behold appears to us as if flowing forth from our eternal self. This is what the self acquires in the fifth region of Spirit Land. For this reason, we label this self, inasmuch as it lives in the fifth region and becomes aware of its own being, the bearer of causality of the human being, which carries all the results of previous lives over into the future. What appears in the various incarnations is the causal body. Indeed, it will appear for as long as and until the human being passes over into a higher state, where higher laws than reincarnation apply. We have been subject to the laws of reincarnation since the beginning of planetary life. The causal body is what carries the results of previous lives over into the upcoming life. It enjoys the fruits of previous lives, that is, what was achieved through work in a previous lifetime. After a series of such earthly pilgrimages, when the actual spiritual self, that is the causality bearer, has incarnated in the physical body, it then lives in spirit land in such a way that it can freely move around, just as a physical human being moves among things in the sensory world. That is the experience one can create there. We learn to move about in a way that shows much more initiative and appears much higher than movement within the world of the senses. Then we move up to the 6th region of Devachan, when we have achieved the right to spend certain periods of time between lives in the 6th region. In the 6th region, the human self already expresses the deeper being within it. There, its eternal self finds complete expression. There, it expresses what comes directly from the very depths of the divine self. There, the human being learns to be just as much at home in spirit land as a physical human being feels at home in the physical world. We become so familiar with the laws of the spiritual world that we regard ourselves as belonging to that world. In this 6th region, we learn that we come into this physical world as a messenger of the pure divinity. We no longer find the reasons for our work in the physical world within the physical world itself. We fulfill the plans of the divine world order itself. We create out of the spiritual world. We work out of the spiritual world. For this reason, we are not strangers on the earth, neither do we work as strangers. We have acquired independent impartiality in this 6th region. When we appear in the physical world as a messenger of the spiritual world, our work is all the more fruitful, because we are not dependent upon the things of this world, and because we judge them with complete objectivity, we will do what is right. Our deeds will be deeds of the spiritual world order itself, an expression, a revelation of the divine world order itself. In this 6th region of spirit land, we also enjoy the company of those lofty beings I spoke of the last time. These are beings who work with us on the plane of the divine world order. Their view of divine wisdom is spread out, open, and unveiled. Human beings who have developed themselves up to the 6th region can understand here what these beings are saying to them concerning the divine world plan. When they return to the earthly plane, they are able to determine for themselves the direction and goals of their life. Then they are acting out of themselves. They can consciously work into the future. They are capable of becoming initiates here on this earth. Those who have performed deeds on earth unconnected to egotism, deeds of self-sacrifice, are able to become initiates. They have earned the right to live in the presence of spirits between incarnations, and they are entrusted with the forces and the riches of spirit land. When they then return to incarnation, their memories are open to earlier incarnations. They see that they have lived here or there, and they determine the future of their next incarnation, even if not in all details, for that cannot be determined. Those who have experienced these things in spirit land between two incarnations are the aspirants for initiation into the mysteries. These are the ones who are taken into the secret schools and discover there the wisdom they are to proclaim to the world, so that they can follow the path of advancement. These are the ones who can affirm, out of their own personal experience, that the teachings of Theosophy are factual and true. But they are also the ones who have the duty to proclaim to others the irrevocable truths they have received, They have the duty to ignite the lofty feeling and the power that carry us further up the ladder of knowledge. Those who are able to believe in reincarnation know that this knowledge is possible. They have already reached the first step. Even those whose faith in the possibility of reincarnation is dull and weak can expect that this faith will become knowledge of reality. For faith works as a living force in the human soul and produces miracles in the human soul. What comes from spiritual depths works in the human soul. Those who do not know this refer to others as dreamers, because they are not aware that these others are creating out of a much deeper consciousness than they are themselves. But the progress of the world is an ongoing incarnation of what these dreamers and idealists have thought. The seventh step can be reached only by those who have been initiates in this life, those who have grasped the meaning of the mysteries, and who can be co-workers of the structure and plan of the divine world order. After they have fulfilled their tasks in the lower regions, they enter directly into the highest region where all impulses for life and streams of existence flow. Only initiates have the right to enter this seventh step of Devachan, or spirit land. We have seen that the tasks of the human being lie in this earthly world, that we are not allowed to withdraw from it. But what lies in this earthly world must be fructified by the experiences that we have in the land of spirits, and that we recognize as messages with instructions that we are to carry out in earthly life. In order for us to work with certainty, we must regard life as a school. We must make life into a lesson. We must learn to recognize how the rays of a higher life flow into the world of earth. We will speak more about this next time. The end of Lecture 9.3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Lecture 10.4, entitled The World of Spirit or Devachan, Part 4, given in Berlin on February 25th, 1904. Today it is incumbent upon me to bring these lectures concerning the so-called Devachan plane or spirit land to an end. When you read in theosophical literature about Devachan, or the land of spiritual beings, the description you will find is that it is a region of peace, a region of blessedness. You are told that Devachan is a, quote, land of delight, close quote. Now, dear listeners, it is very easy to misunderstand such a description and imagine something entirely false from these words. It is clear that very many people do not know what the happiness of Devachan actually is. The vast majority of people seek happiness and peace in things that are simply not to be found in Devachan. Even the picture that people paint for themselves of paradise, using religious pictures and ideas, using their imagination of the land of happiness and joy, even that is so very much attached to ideas and mental pictures of our immediate sensory reality. It is created using mental pictures taken from our bodily surroundings, images that we are not allowed to apply to the land of spiritual beings. What people hope for in terms of paradisiacal joys, what they call paradise derived from the sensory mental pictures, is found already in the fifth region of Kamaloca, the fifth region of the purging fire. And indeed, precisely with the goal of stripping away their addiction to sensual joys and sensual desires. For example, what American Indians imagined as a paradisiacal hunting ground, where they could indulge all their desires to hunt, they find already in the fifth region of Kamaloca. This is precisely what human beings must be cleansed of before they can enter into the world of spirit. On the other hand, there are those who, when they hear that nothing of what we experience on earth as sensory reality is present in spirit land, say that spirit land is nothing other than an illusion, a kind of dream that we dream between two incarnations. Both these views need to be corrected. This will require that the concepts and mental pictures that we experience directly in reality be led over to entirely different and loftier mental pictures. We can acquire a corresponding idea of this higher reality, of what is actually meant, with the concept of the land of joyful blessedness, the land of blissful happiness and spiritual satisfaction that we experience between two incarnations, if we listen to what the disciples of the great masters can tell us, based on their experience already in this life. Those who achieve initiation in this life have already experienced something of this heavenly bliss, of this true spiritual satisfaction, through their glimpse into the spirit land. You will ask, quote, is there or has there ever been something that can be called initiation? Were there really students in our Western culture who participated in this highest vision, which opens for us spirit land? Close quote. It has always been possible to receive initiation in secret schools, in occult schools. A stream of occult wisdom came to Europe in the 14th century. This stream, which is called Rosicrucian, was misunderstood by many. It must necessarily be misunderstood by all who come to know it only from the outside. Only those may come to know it who do so from within, whose view has been obtained through an esoteric training. When Christian Rosenkreuz brought the wisdom of the East to Europe, he founded schools in which students were brought up to the stage where vision in Devachan, vision of the higher secrets, became possible. Only those who have themselves acquired such schooling can say anything about it. None of the external research found in books can tell you anything of it. Until the year the Theosophical Society was founded, in 1875, absolutely nothing of these matters was spoken about, except in these secret places of instruction. Only since 1875 did the Masters of Wisdom feel the duty to convey more widely some of these deepest spiritual truths. Even today, initiations still occur. They can take place only within spirit land, the region I described. Today, every person to be initiated must arrive at these higher secrets, him or herself, on the plane of Devachan. This makes it necessary to give at least some idea of how a person feels and is transformed who receives initiation on the Devachanic plane. People who have experienced initiation are in a position to see those lofty beings I have described to you, who come from entirely different worlds, in order to enjoy their incarnation, at first in Devachan, and then descend into the lower regions, into the three worlds. Those who achieve initiation then begin to acquire an entirely new faith, an entirely new vision. They have really become different persons. They behold with their spiritual eye, EYE, what is not even present for most other people living in the same environment, things the existence of which the others have not even a suspicion. Allow me to give a short outline of the confession of faith that those who are initiated make their own. This outline is already known to you in several different forms. Some part of all deeper truths has always found its way into the public arena, and even propagated exoterically in the public consciousness. Those to be initiated acquire a higher view of what happens in our physical reality. They acquire this view by placing themselves outside this physical reality. During our life in the world of the senses, we are enclosed in our bodily organization, and can see only with our eyes, hear with our ears, perceive through our other sense organs. We are dependent upon what our senses convey to us. This ends through the higher schooling that an initiate receives. As a beginning, the initiate sees before himself, I can only describe it like this, his own physical reality fully displayed. One sees oneself, just as one would see any other object in the immediate surroundings of our sensory reality. That is how we see our own physical bodily nature when we have been initiated. Our organism lies before us as our own corpse. But also, we see our astral body, our desires, instincts, our entire life of desire based on the senses. And we then speak in terms of the Vedanta wisdom, quote, that is you, close quote. We see ourselves with complete objectivity, with all our faults, with all that we have achieved through the various incarnations. It is what was described to you as the passage through the gate of death that everyone to be initiated must pass through. What we usually see in the sense world around us, we see no more. We see in the world around us from the point of view of spirit land, not from the point of view of the senses. We see too in the world of instincts, in the world of kama, of passions, in the world where human drives are to be found. We see what brings people into conflict and discord, what brings them joy, what brings them pleasure in this physical reality. We look into these things the way a hiker would stand on a high mountain and look into the surrounding mountainous landscape. And because we have elevated ourselves above sensuality, because we are surrounded by a world of pure spirit, for these reasons we see from the other side the beings of a spiritual nature, and we perceive something of what is called divine wisdom. Divine wisdom itself is the Father Spirit of all religions. No one can behold him in his essential being, in his own form. The highest being remains unrevealed, even to opened spiritual eyes. But an initiate does get an idea of what creates and works in the world, and is led before the creating divine forces. Then, for the first time, the initiate speaks the word out of conviction, out of immediate intuition, the word that was previously taught to him by faith, quote, I am Brahman, close quote. When the initiate is led through the narrow portal where physical and astral life are displayed objectively, then the word of an initiating priest sounds forth, quote, to those who already have, much will be given, and from those who already have not, will be taken that which they already have, close quote. That is the verse of initiation heard at the first portal of initiation. You will find it also in the Bible, along with many other sayings taken from Egyptian priest wisdom. Those who already have are those for whom the Spirit has already awakened the ability to feel spiritually, sense spiritually. However, those who approach this portal and have no faith and no sense for the Spirit, those people will have their longing for spiritual knowledge taken away. Woe to those who come to this place unworthily, who have forced their way out of curiosity. A different voice sounds forth to them, which once again has a symbolic significance. We then experience the universal spirit, the universal soul. We human beings reflect upon sensory things. However, the spirit that lives in us, which we experience within ourselves as thoughts, and forms the object of our reflection, that is the same as the wisdom out of which the world was formed. We could not know the world with its laws unless the world itself was formed from these very same spiritual laws. Theosophy teaches that what lives in the human being as spirit is co-essential with what lives in the great universe, with Mahat. Manas in the human being draws wisdom from Manas in the universe, from Mahat. Or are we to believe that the laws that we see at work in the heavens, according to which the heavenly bodies move, has significance only in our minds? Mahat of the starry sky is the intellectual or element of reason outside in the great world. And what you experience of it is Manas, the intellectual or reason element in the small world. Now the universal Spirit descends upon the one to be initiated. The initiating priest speaks the words, quote, "This is my much-loved Son, with whom I am well pleased." Close quote. The individual who is now initiated knows what the spirit of the world is. Then he can express his faith in the creative world spirit out of his own conviction and say, quote, "I believe in the divine Father Spirit, who made the spirit that is also called divine, who also made the bodily world, the earthly." Close quote. In the Christian profession of faith, it is stated thus, "I believe in God, the Almighty Father, who created heaven and earth." And then one thing is clear to us, that in truth and reality, we have our origin from the same universal world spirit as we now encounter here in Spirit Land. We know that we have descended into the sensory physical world, but we also know that we have descended from divine worlds and from the Spirit. We know that we have received the spiritual being within us from the heart of the divine Father Spirit itself. We become aware of this as a real divine force, as something we experience and therefore have immediate certainty. We begin to acquire a new faith in humanity. Humanity becomes for us the only born Son, the Son concerning whom we say in our confession of faith, "I believe in the divine origin of humanity, in the God, in the human being itself," just as it is expressed in Egyptian priestly wisdom. Or we believe in the Christ, in the human being, who has descended from heavenly worlds. And then it becomes clear to us that before this age of earthly development came to be, before this age in which we now live and in which we perceive through our senses, in which our sensual, sensory senses lead us to deeds, it becomes clear to us that before we descended into this sphere of the senses, we were in another purely spiritual sphere. Spiritual disciples have now come to know Spirit Land, and they know that this is the land in which human beings were located as only born sons of God. They know that the human being is born from virginal spiritual matter, Maria or Maya, and they know that the spirit man Christ is descended into the sensory world of matter. They know that this spirit man is contained in each one of us and is developed gradually through the various incarnations. They know that this spirit man lives surrounded by a sensory bodily nature, that is, in a physical body. The things of the external world work on our body in a sensory fashion. They form our eyes, our ears, and the other sense organs. We live within this bodily sensuality and allow the world to permeate us, as if through windows we look through our sense organs upon the external world. We are enclosed in sensory matter, and for this reason are limited by it. Christ, who enters into human beings, is pure and spiritual. He is virginal spiritual matter. Now he has descended into the condensed sensual sensory matter. Those who speak esoterically call this the waters or the sea. Thus we read in Genesis that the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. This means that the Spirit hovered over matter. This matter is also called pontos piletos in Greek, which literally means contracted or pulled together sea. The human being moved into this contracted sea, which has formed its organs. In this way, a being that was active in Spirit Land has become a being that receives impressions passively through sense organs from outside itself. The human being has become passive, a pontos piletos. This is what distinguishes seeing in the spiritual world from seeing in the world of the senses. If we want to have an object before us in the spiritual world, then we first have a thought, and this thought is formed by the Spirit in Spirit Land. That is, the human being finds the images for all creating in Spirit Land. In the sensory world we receive passively. We have all become passive beings, passive in condensed matter. This was the original confession of faith for the Egyptian priests. This is the symbol for Christ having descended to humanity, for his having taken on matter and passively suffered in the condensed pontos piletos. In the course of time, this slipped into Christianity. Because the term pontos piletos was fundamentally misunderstood, the misunderstood place in the Christian creed reads, quote, suffered under Pontius Pilate, close quote, which is none other than the indicated place in the confessional creed of an Egyptian priest. The human being has become one who suffers, no longer active but rather passive. This is the article of faith that signifies in an occult symbol the fact of God becoming human. Once those to be initiated have recognized what is said in these deep truths, then they look around at the objective sensory reality until they have become clear that they can once again descend into this sensuality in order to work in sensory reality out of duty and with devoted sacrifice of self. When they have advanced so far that they no longer seek to satisfy sensual drives, but rather use these to work within the sensory world, then they are themselves initiates. Then they have the solid certainty that they can understand the universal justice prevailing in the world. Earlier they lived enclosed within the world of the senses, within the riddles of birth and death, of eternal life, and of eternal becoming. Now they are clear that they are eternal, above birth and death. They see what is unchangeable, and at the same time the justice that rules the world, which we in theosophical language call karma. They have become wise to world justice. They can judge life and death, or as it is called by Egyptian initiates, birth and death. And now they believe in the lofty community of body-free spirits. We are separated only in the physical world. In Devachan we are a community of body-free spirits. The Christian confession of faith expresses this by saying, quote, I believe in the community of saints, close quote. The Christian confession of faith grew out of the esoteric confession of Egyptian initiates, so that it speaks an entirely esoteric language. It is in part a translation of misunderstood symbols from esoteric sayings that the one to be initiated received as immediate knowledge in the land of Devachan. Now, through this description, it will have become a little clearer to you what is meant by the land of delight and blessedness. It is the blessedness of the unlimited, of eternal activity. Why can all of what oppresses us in the physical world no longer depress us in Devachan? Devachan is not the land of blessed happiness because we experience there delights such as human beings desire and demand in the world of the senses. It is rather because there we are free of anything connected with the body, free from what is required for sensual desires. And we are also free of the limitations that exist because they work on us from outside ourselves. What limits us in the physical world is removed. What can cause us pain is no longer present. For how does pain arise? It arises when impressions are made on our physical body or our astral body. We set aside these bodies when we are in Devachan. The reason for pain and feelings of discomfort in the physical world has fallen away. Because no one can be egotistical anymore. No one can long for egotistical joys anymore. Because no one has an astral body anymore. We are free from anything that could oppress our personality. For this reason, Devachan is known as the land of delight, the land of blessedness. I have said that just here in the third region of Devachan, every kind of pain is revealed to us, every kind of groaning of creation, everything that we can observe that takes place here on the earth in terms of pain and suffering. What unfolds as passion or desire is revealed to us. But we perceived it the same way we perceive objects here in the world of the senses. It is a perception that is not so strong, not so shrill, as to cause us pain. Neither is it the same as when we touch or feel a hot object and are burned. in Devachan, we perceive without feeling egotistical pain or personal desire. We behold the totality of all pain, all suffering, and we stand as spiritual beings above it, and feel that we have to work to mitigate or reduce this pain. We are entirely indifferent as to whether this pain belongs to us or to others. Our personality is stripped away. The pain is no longer personal. The cause of personal pain arising within us has fallen away. Because we are disembodied, we are free from all that could oppress us. For this reason, Devachan is called the land of delight. For this reason, the blessedness in Devachan must be described as incomparable to anything that happens here in sensory reality. Only those who, as initiates, have both had experiences here in a physical sensory incarnation, and have received knowledge and wisdom from Devachan, know what these, in quotes, delights signify. Everything that we are told about Devachan comes from the experiences and the immediate observations of such initiates, who have learned how to be active themselves within spiritual existence. These have also learned that it is the greatest illusion to speak of life in Devachan between two incarnations as an illusion. That is the real illusion, to regard life in Devachan as an illusion, as a dream. And in fact, all real life originates in Devachan. And only because it is the task of earthly existence to guide human beings in their spiritual activity down into the earthly world, must Christ appear in a sensory incarnation, in a human being. For this reason, according to Plato, the greatest of Greek philosophers, is the world soul laid out in the form of a cross through the universe and stretched over the earthly world body. Plato said this. It is a symbol that an initiate understands in its deepest significance. Thus, just as a master craftsman needs instruments, needs tools, so also does the spiritual world need our physical existence in order for the spiritual world to be the master builder of the physical body. For example, a hammer could never have come into existence without the influence of spiritual reflection. It could never be used by a being who had nothing more than physical forces and could not think. Likewise, the human being could never fulfill its task unless it again and again ascends to spirit land to acquire there the forces needed to work in the physical world. Human beings ascend into a country where they receive pure spirituality, where they learn how to use spiritual forces without those forces becoming passive in the world of the senses, where they learn to unfold their wings freely in their actions. Then they can once again be incarnated, suffering in the condensed matter of spiritual existence, in the pontos piletos. Human beings journey from incarnation to incarnation. Again and again they enter into the pontos piletos. Again and again spirit is crucified in matter. Theosophists can never become materialists, not in the least. They cannot see the whole of existence in the physical world. And if they are in a position to make their own observations in the land of spirit, they will come to the insight that asceticism is the enemy of reality. In spirit land, we come to understand what the human being as a spiritual being has for a task. The earthly world in which we live is our abode for the time of our present evolution. And we should use what we acquire in spirit land for the good of this earthly world. Again and again we are equipped with new assignments between two incarnations so that we can work on this earth. Honored listeners, we have now journeyed through the regions of the three worlds. There are three worlds in which we live: the earthly world, the soul world, or the astral world, and the spiritual world, or Devachan. The human being lives here in this existence in all three worlds. In every sensory, physical human being, there lives a soul human being and a spiritual human being. Of course, physical human beings have consciousness only in the world of the senses, but the astral and spiritual human being works in them also. Soul and spirit are at work in every human being. Consciousness awakens between incarnations in Kamaloca, in the land of soul. Then we become seeing. We are awakened between incarnations according to our level of development, according to what we bring from our earthly incarnation. We awake in Devachan, the land of spirit, in order once again to return to the astral world, in order to clothe ourselves with astral matter, and then return to the physical world. This is the path, the pilgrimage of the human spirit. The human being originates in the land of spirit. When human beings still lived in pure spirit land, they formed for themselves bodies originally made from virginal matter. Long ago another kind of life lived on the earth and preceded our earthly condition. Then human beings were still pure spirit. Only spiritual reality was present there. Then the human being descended into astral existence, not yet as far as physical reality, and was at that time still Adam Kadmon, that pure spirit in which the world of drives and desires was not yet present. Then came what is so well expressed in Genesis symbolically, where we read that Jehovah formed the human being out of a lump of earth and blew into him living breath. The spirit received condensed sensory matter, and at the same time all earthly existence became sensory physical reality. Until then the human being had been in a kind of subconsciousness. The wakeful consciousness that we have today, this understanding with which we weigh and consider, and with which we orient ourselves in the physical world, came to us only when we descended into the world of the senses. We received lower sensory reality simultaneously with our power to reason. Again, this is symbolically represented in Genesis as the serpent, which gave humanity its earthly power to reason. The deepest point in human evolution is when birth and death occur, when the immortal part of the human being must always pass through the door of death. This will be eliminated in the next epoch, when the human being will be an astral being only. Then the final epoch will come when the human being will have only a spiritual existence. Thus we learn from our observation of Devachan how everything in the world, large and small, is evolving. How all existence comes from the spirit and passes through sensory reality in order to ascend once again into spirit. Observing these higher spiritual regions shows us that what we call death, what we call passing away, is nothing more than a transient, almost illusory condition of a single world epoch. It is not something that can have duration. The conviction, the clarity, the knowledge that human beings have come from higher regions, and that they will once again ascend to higher regions, gives us strength, so that gradually, as we progress in theosophy, we can feel and imagine what Paul, an initiate of early Christianity, felt and expressed with the words, quote, "Death, where is your sting?" Close quote. On the other hand, one should never feel contempt for earthly existence. Just as bees bring honey into the beehive, so are we to draw honey from the earthly world and carry it up into the spiritual world. However, we find our way properly only when we know which forces of our existence are fundamental. For this reason I have held these lectures on the region of Devachan. One thing alone could move me to hold these lectures, which I realize can easily be misunderstood. That is a sentence written by the author of the basic theosophical book titled Light on the Path, quote, "And when you have recognized the truth, you are not allowed to keep it for yourself." Close quote. And those who feel themselves called to speak must speak without respect to how they are received. The call from the spiritual world is higher than anything else once we have perceived it. This call awakens in us a consciousness that is entirely different from any consciousness that we may know in the sensory world. Then from our view of the land of spirit we can make a verse of Solomon's, our motto, quote, "Therefore I prayed for insight, and it was given to me. I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me. I treasure the truth higher than anything living in the kingdom of the senses around me." Close quote. A wise person treasures wisdom more highly than everything in the sensory kingdoms that exist all around him or her. Therefore, such a person will attempt to proclaim this wisdom. This should serve as a justification for what moved me to speak about this subtle region of existence, even though I know how these things can be misunderstood, and how difficult it is to speak of these things in a language that is more or less understandable. But when one has heard this call, then one lets it sound forth, in the sense of these words of Solomon's wisdom. And that is the end of lecture 10.4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Part 3, which is 4 private lessons for Marie von Sievers, Olga von Sievers, and Maria von Strauch-Spettini, given at Berlin Schlachtensee, summer 1903, and the notes are from Marie von Sievers, who became Marie Steiner. This is the first lesson. Notes, it is in this book, Lecture 11.1, entitled The Sun Logos and the 10 Avatars, again given at Berlin Schlachtensee, summer 1903. The external forms of the world of appearances have an inner as well as an external significance. They are symbols of an earlier phase of evolution. Quote, "Everything transitory is merely a parable," close quote, "to the one who looks deeper." For the, in quotes, psychographs, who see with their astral ability into the inner becoming of the world, the things of the world of appearances unveil their inner history. The I, EYE, of the Dangma, which is purified soul, sees the transformations of the Logos in a series of developments. The holy books of the Vedas and the Rosenkreuz Chronicle speak of 10 such avatars or metamorphisms of our Sun Logos. For the organ of clairvoyance, the lancelet fish is a memorial token of an incarnation of the Sun Logos and a symbol for the ancestors of the vertebrates. You can picture this if you think of the symbols sickle, scorpion, fish, and so forth in the zodiac calendar. These are the symbols for the processes in the world of the stars. The vertebrates, from which the fish, amphibians, birds, and mammals have developed in sequence, were present in their ancestors only in their first stages. Just as in the lancelet fish today, the organ of feeling is indicated by one single strand of nerve, from which in later evolution the brain of aquatic animals, fish, was organized. The Rosicrucian Chronicle expresses the first metamorphosis of the Sun Logos in the following words, quote, "The one mother substance of the light of the Spirit dawned within itself, and the dawning density of matter wrested spiritual separateness for itself, feeling itself into the dawning of matter. The spirit of the world lived in this feeling as the soul, whose body was the waters." Close quote. First avatar, Matsya, equals fish. The Logos of the Sun was incarnated as a model and leader within a new phase of evolution. Sun is S-U-N. Originally, the spirit dawned within itself, Spirit and matter were not yet differentiated from one another. Thus today the mollusks display no separate life of nerves. Sensation permeates the entire unified matter of which they consist. At the first avatar, the spirit was separated from the egg-shaped astral fine matter husk and formed a shining point in it, permeating the astral with the spirit's rays. All evolution unfolds in a polarity. And the spirit light begat in itself a yet higher spirituality. From within itself it produced a yet finer mental matter. Later the brain was built into it. The feeling astral matter was suppressed, was enveloped, protecting itself at its most external pole with a yet firmer matter from which later the physical was developed. That would be the second avatar, the second metamorphosis of God, which was expressed by the Rosicrucian Chronicle in the following words, quote, "And the body of water was wrested away from feeling, attracting solidity to itself, which was slumbering in the waters. Material solidity became the garment of feeling. The garment, quaking, was fitted to the life of the world soul. In the quaking garment, the soul created harmony." Close quote. Second avatar. Kurma, spelled K-U-R-M-A, the turtle, amphibian, is a symbolic memento of the second avatar. For this reason, Paracelsus saw amphibians as animals that stood closer to God in their nature. The second one-third of the second round. Third avatar. In the third metamorphosis of the Logos, spirituality withdrew even deeper into itself. Astral matter was spread out and became stronger and firmer. Evolving human beings lived entirely within their powerful force and strength, while the spirit was still in a slumbering condition. Astral matter had first to make itself capable of resistance in complete selfhood in order later to be overcome. The symbolic memento for the third avatar at the beginning of the third round is called Varaha, the boar. Fourth avatar. The Rosicrucian Chronicle says, quote, "In the fourth avatar, first one-third of the fourth round, this animal human being became ruler. A giant in his strength from matter, he drew the spirituality entirely into himself, protecting it with his powerful strength. A small portion remained behind as a warner and united with the all-soul of the soul, symbolized as a dwarf of Narasimha, the human lion power." Close quote. And the strong animality became self-power streaming through the loins of matter, staving off the power of the enemy from the delicate spirit self, which slumbered as warner in the strong animality of the lion human being. Yet the dwarf of the spirit, Vamana, streams his enlivening power through the limbs of the giant, guides him, and makes himself into the ruler of the lion human being, just as the giant Goliath was mastered by the dwarf David. And now the warner is drawn completely into matter and loses its last connection to the all-soul. Human beings are now left entirely to themselves and have reached the most extreme degree of isolation. At first, self-seeking and willful, they fight against the other isolated spirits in matter. They are without limits because the warner is missing, and so too is leadership. Fifth avatar. This is the physical human being, and the fifth avatar reads, quote, "And the warner became the ruler of the strong animality of the human lion. The dwarf overcame the giant's powerful strength, and he awoke spiritual life in the weighty members of animality." Close quote. Sixth avatar. Now the sixth avatar enters as the first lawgiver, and the law strictly punished the misuse of the warrior's power. It is the epoch of the Parashu Rama, father of Rama. He leads the warriors and subjects them to the hard but good law. Seventh avatar. Now Rama, the son of Parashurama, appears as the seventh metamorphosis of the Logos, and in love he softened the hardness and strictness of the law, and the warriors loved the law in willing obedience. It was the first still legendary ideal king of the people of ancient India and all other peoples. Strict and earnest was the coercion of the spirit being. Then it gave birth within itself to gentleness. The hard commandments of the law were dissolved in love. Eighth avatar. Now Krishna appeared as the eighth incarnation of God. He taught the people to feel love as blessedness, and lived in blessedness as an example before them. Quote, and the seed of love blossomed, and brought forth the fruit of love, which is called blessedness. And the blessedness was itself the human being. Close quote. Until now the life of the human being was an ascent to the Buddha, level of blessedness. But now the path down the arc must be traversed in order to learn wisdom, and to free manas once again through work and karma, and to unite it with buddhi. And so Buddha appeared as leader and archetype of human evolution, far advanced in order to show them the way. Ninth avatar. Thus the ninth avatar is Buddha. Quote, and blessedness sent their son to earth, he who is called incarnated wisdom, and it lived in the mortal body of the king's son, Buddha. Close quote. 10th avatar. This is he who will come, Kalki, the people of ancient India said. The Rosicrucian Chronicle says, quote, however, when the time is fulfilled, the eye is opened, EYE, and human destiny will become luminous within. The luminous figure will be chosen as leader. Then, for you, destiny itself will be law, and loving willing. Whose eye is opened will see roses growing on the cross. Close quote. For the Rosicrucians, Christ was the one who was to come. Christ as the one who is always evolving further, and was crystallized into a luminous example of a humanity that is always evolving, who, as Jesus, took on human karma, and who remains connected with the karma of Christianity through constantly new incarnations. He leads and guides humanity until the end of this race. All the legends concerning the lives of the Nirmanakayas, the teachers of humanity, are the same. They are constructed according to a certain pattern: life, temptation, sacrificial death, and transfiguration. All are chosen to descend into matter for the same common purpose: Zarathustra, Hermes, the Druidic teachers, Buddha, Christ. Up to the point of the transfiguration, the lives of Buddha and Christ were the same. From then on a change entered, and Christ descends the most deeply into matter because a special task has been given to him. When the individuality of Mahaguru incarnated as Buddha, his teachings led to misunderstandings and divisions. He had given too much. Once again the Buddha had to incarnate as Shankaracharya, and from him the Tibetan teachers, the Mahatmas, were trained. These are the teachers who publicized part of the teachings of Theosophy in order to raise the sunken level of humanity by giving back again the esoteric content that lies equally at the foundation of all religions. When the individuality of Mahaguru incarnated in Christ, he did not choose, as was usual, virginal embryonic matter that was pure and free of karma, but rather he descended more deeply in order to bring even the densest matter to transfiguration, in full brotherhood with humanity, as flesh from their flesh. Thus the mystery of Christ came into existence. The Mahaguru took possession of a body of a lower Mahatma, a Chela of the third initiation, the 30-year-old Jesus, whose body had already gone through life and formed karma. The great teacher of humanity from then on appeared as Christ. The life of Jesus was the same as that of Buddha's until the Transfiguration. Then the tragedy of Christ began. His mission was to experience death on the cross and resurrection, which otherwise was celebrated only symbolically, in secret. Now his experience was public and intended to serve as an example with his own body. He did this in order to raise up the great mass of humanity through this sacrifice, and to lead them to salvation from the lowly world of matter. Thus, on the one hand, Buddha is on a higher step. He remained untouched by lowly matter and only taught, on the other hand. Christ stands higher because he made the greater sacrifice, and through his descent into the densest physical matter, he brought it back again spiritualized. Christ did not leave behind any writings, as did other great teachers of humanity. His task was to live the teachings that were already present, to live an ideal life for humanity, and in this way to liberate the mystery teachings in order to bring the largest possible number of human beings to a faster spiritual evolution. So he made the greatest possible sacrifice for humanity. His light-filled spirit descended into the darkest matter. Notebook entries for the first lesson, summer 1903. Number 1. The one mother substance of the light of the Spirit dawned within itself, and the dawning density of matter wrested spiritual separateness for itself, feeling itself into the dawning of matter. The spirit of the world lived in this feeling as the soul, whose body was the waters, equals Matsya, fish. Number 2, and the body of water was wrested away from feeling, attracting solidity to itself, which was slumbering in the waters. Material solidity became the garment of feeling. The garment, quaking, was fitted to the life of the world soul. In the quaking garment, the soul created harmony, equals kurma, turtle. Number 3, the garment should be his strength against the storms of matter. It should be a strong sheath for his spiritual Lord. And for this reason the sheath should live in selfhood. Thus the world soul was dressed in the garment of strong animality, equals Varaha, Aber. Number 4, and the strong animality became self-power streaming through the loins of matter, staving off the power of the enemy from the delicate spirit self, which slumbered as the warner in the strong animality of the lion human being, equals Narasimha, human lion. Number 5, and the warner became the ruler of the strong animality of the human lion. The dwarf overcame the giant's powerful strength, and he awoke spiritual life in the weighty members of animality, equals Vahama, Vamana, dwarf. Number 6, from now on the loins are not allowed to spread themselves without spiritual life's directing power, for such spirit alienating, spreading, would be evil. The life of the spirit entered into the center of the loins endowed warrior, and the good law will punish powers foreign to the spirit, Parashurama. Number 7, strict and earnest was the coercion of the spirit being. Then it gave birth within itself to gentleness. The hard commandments of the law were dissolved in love, equals Rama, the ideal king. Number 8, and the seed of love blossomed and brought forth the fruit of love, which is called blessedness. And the blessedness was itself the human being, equals Krishna. Number 9, and blessedness sent their son to earth, he who is called incarnated wisdom, and it lived in the mortal body of the king's son, equals Buddha. Number 10, however, when the time is fulfilled, the eyes opened and human destiny will become luminous within. The luminous figure will be chosen as leader, then for you destiny itself will be law and loving willing. Kalki. That's the end of lecture 11.1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Lecture 12.2, the second lesson notes, entitled The Bhagavad Gita. Given in Berlin Schlachtensee, summer 1903. The Bhagavad Gita, which contains in poetic language the most sublime teaching of virtue in the worldview of ancient India, forms a self-contained episode of one of the most famous and most ancient of the great heroic epics, the Mahabharata. The Mahabharata is for the people of Sanskrit what the Homeric songs were for the Greeks and what the Nibelungen saga was for the Germanic peoples. The core of the Mahabharata is formed out of the ancient war songs and heroic epics from the age of the great migrations and wars of conquest on the Ganges River. The beginnings of this writing reach back as far as the 10th and 11th centuries BC. They give a faithful picture of the mores of this most ancient age of heroes of India. Historical facts and personalities in poetic form are at the foundation of these descriptions, certainly as much as with other folk tales. In the center we find the battles between the two related tribes, the Kurus and Pandus, which end with the defeat of the heroic tribe of Kurus. The Bhagavad Gita has as its content a wonderful religious philosophical conversation between Arjuna, the hero, and Krishna, the incarnated God who has become flesh. These light-filled, sublime, wisdom-filled teachings, the very sensitive distinctions between various feelings, and the ability to distinguish the finest, most subtle ethical questions, not only allow us to perceive an as yet still unattained level of civilization in this realm of culture of our forefathers. Actually, they also affect us as an immediate revelation of the Spirit of God. Wilhelm von Humboldt was so deeply moved by the incomparable beauty and depth of this writing that he cried out enthusiastically, quote, "It is worth it to have lived so long in order to discover such a poem." Close quote. At the beginning of the story, the two enemy armies stand opposing each other, ready for battle. Arjuna, the hero, guides his gold chariot, decorated with white roses, into the middle of the battlefield in order to see up close the enemy eager for battle. When he discovers blood relatives in the enemy's numbers, father, sons, grandsons, cousins, and brothers, who are fired with rage to kill one another, his noble heart rises up in wild grief, and overcome with compassion, his bow that had already been stretched falls away. He cringes at the thought of a blood feud. He would rather forego fame and lordship than commit this sin. He would rather die at their hands than be guilty of the death of one of his relatives. Nevertheless, Krishna approaches the despairing Arjuna and assures him of the need for the battle by reminding him of his duty as a fighter and enlightening him concerning his dharma. Arjuna, the hero, is a human being, and his inner life is the battlefield on which the difficult battles of soul are fought. Vacillating between the earthly and heavenly parts of our soul life, in contention with feelings, plagued by doubt, we often do not know where to turn, what our duty is. For every separate being has its own special duty, its dharma, that it must recognize. What did ancient India understand by the word dharma? Dharma has many meanings that support and complete each other, and each of these meanings is related to the others. Dharma is closely connected to karma. They relate to one another as fruit and seed. Dharma is what has already become, the result of past karma, past activities. Dharma is the creative principle in us at present, and in turn creates the karma of the future. Dharma is the upright force in our own thinking and acting, our own personal truth. It characterizes our inner nature through the degree of evolution we have presently reached. It is the law that determines the growth for future stages of development, the ongoing threads of life. The sequence of incarnations is connected like the links of a continuous chain. Dharma is our past, present, and future at the same time, and works in us as Father, Mother, and Son. The Father as higher self is above being, as his truth and his law, the Mother as the developing being, and the Son as the future. An incarnation is worthless and lost if it does not become, through activity, a transitional step to higher development. Just as meaningless is any striving or wish for perfection that is not achieved through previous activity. In inner development there are no leaps. In patience we weave for ourselves garment after garment on the loom of time. What was practiced on a past step becomes the foundation and aptitude for future steps. Activity in a previous period becomes skill in a later time. It is always difficult for us to find our own dharma, the law of our personal existence. Difficult to fulfill the commandment to know yourself. One must become accustomed for a long period of time not to be influenced by the things of the sense world, not to be influenced by our wishes and admired models. We must become accustomed to immersing ourselves in deep reflection, listening to the inner voice that shows us the path of our obligations and tasks, our place, our relationships, the circle into which we have been born, what has been laid upon us. When we properly recognize the step we are presently on in the course of our existence, the degree of our imperfection, when we become clear concerning the truth and our duty on our step of development, then self-knowledge in not serving egotism. Rather, that is dharma, for dharma means following the law of our development in the sense of self-knowledge. Then we have found our own personal tone, and we can bring it to sound forth powerfully in harmony with the eternal in the world. We must come to understand our inner connection with the cosmos as a part of the same. Our vibrations must harmonize with the rhythmic movements of the cosmos. Injustice and sin are nothing more than disharmony, when our irregular vibrations cause interruptions and disturbances in the lawful progress of cosmic happenings. The more we feel ourselves at one with the cosmos, the more will it reveal to us. The only spirit to speak to us will be the one we have come to understand. We can know only a part of the great eternal truth, to the same extent that we have manifested greatness and wide range in our own karma through our own activity. This wide range, the sphere of our earthly activity, is increased life after life in our path of evolution. We progress in knowledge and capability, for our destiny is gradually to take up into ourselves the entire conceptual content of our world, our cosmos. We could never do that without a step-by-step experiencing within ourselves of the entire wealth of the world of appearances. Nature lives in us when we take hold of her completely. All those who clearly understand that they have been born into the circle that they themselves prepared through their previous karma must be overcome by calm, peace, and contentedness with their lot in life. They must also know that they must faithfully fulfill their destiny, and that they are to exhaust through their activity the entire range of their destiny. In this way they have achieved an area of knowledge through their own experience, and then they can work on expanding their own path in order to create better and loftier conditions of existence in the future. Thus, in loving understanding, they will extend a hand to their brothers and sisters below them, who are attempting to climb higher on the ladder of beings. For they once stood on the same branch and wrestled themselves higher, with their hands extended upward to the brothers and sisters who had climbed ahead of them. Thus we see how everyone is different, and has his or her own obligations and tasks. How clearly we must learn to discern so that we are not led away from our track, so that we maintain our balance and follow our own law. The lofty leaders and enlightened kings divided the peoples of ancient India into castes with wise foresight, as gruesome as that might appear to modern Europeans who are accustomed to freedom and unlimited choice. Nevertheless, there was a deep meaning at the foundation of this strict coercion. The caste divisions of ancient India corresponded entirely to the natural divisions of the human race. Everyone was born into the caste appropriate to his or her own karma. Individuals had first to fulfill the entire range of tasks within their caste before they were mature enough for a new incarnation into the next higher caste. As long as their own judgment remained undeveloped on a lower step, they had to learn obedience. In serving, they had to learn the virtues of faithfulness and devotion. Thus the caste of Sudra formed the school of unconditional obedience and submission. Only these practiced virtues made self-command, self-determination, and a loving and gentle exercise of power possible. In the second caste, the Vaisya, where farming and livestock were carried out, human beings were brought into intimate relationship with the surrounding nature. By the sweat of their brows they learned to work the soil of Mother Earth. They sowed and harvested and thus produced nourishment for their fellow human beings. They practiced all the virtues of a farmer. Then they practiced commerce and industry, assimilating wealth. And they had to take part in many of the vices of their caste. Through both discipline and greed, they often learned wise economy and the proper use of their wealth for the benefit and use of their fellow citizens. If they learned to perfection their lessons on this step, then in the following incarnation they could become kshatriya and be born into the warrior caste. Here they must engage their strength for the defense of their fatherland. They would acquire strength through courage, bravery, and self-denial, in order to be adequate to any danger. They could do that only if they were prepared at any moment to sacrifice their life to their obligations. A warrior must be willing to give up physical life so that the soul can bring about the spirit of self-emptying and become the creator of ideals. The body is designed for one thing, to help the evolution of the inner life. It must disappear when the soul needs a new body, that is, a more appropriate garment for advancing its evolution. War is the school that must be passed through in order to achieve the highest caste of Brahmins, for whom, because of their evolution and knowledge, battle and killing are a mortal sin. Krishna says, comforting Arjuna, that a kshatriya is commanded to kill your enemy, but he knows that in truth he can never kill one of his brothers, nor can he be killed by one of them. Only by achieving the highest perfection in all duties of the other castes can one become capable of entering the Brahmin or priest caste. Brahmins must keep themselves far from battle and conflict. They collect and guard the noblest good of humanity. They are the spiritual leaders and teachers. They impart to their weaker brothers and sisters peace, wisdom, and knowledge. All the experiences of previous centuries dwell in them as the ability to guide humanity to its eternal destiny. Thus we see how each step in development must fulfill its own dharma. What counts as good on one step of evolution, on another must be avoided as evil. Good and evil have their place in the eternal world order. In the eternal world order they lose the meaning that we attribute to them. They are necessary, for they are the poles of development. They have come forth from one source. Good and evil, action and reaction, condition and supplement each other as sleeping and waking, as rest and activity, as light and shadow. And they belong to one another as do spirit and matter. It is Atma, both as purest light, the source of all being, and Atma as mirror reflection, the darkest point and germinal power in darkest matter that gives the impulse toward development and refinement of matter in eternal alternation and change. This continues until the opposition has evolved its way up to the light source of the spirit, and it is united with its starting point in nirvana. The opposition, the eternal becoming of matter, is set free from the original unity of world harmony at the beginning, from the eternal ground of all things, of all being. This eternal becoming of matter manifests in countless changing forms, evolving out of itself and developing up to fulfillment, in order to melt together once again the variety of appearances, the many, into a unity. But this unity is now enriched by the countless experiences of the separated entities. The circle is closed with nirvana, issuing forth and returning to the eternal original spirit. For the Western worldview, which sees its highest goal in the development of what presently exists, nirvana signifies nothing. Nothing of what counts as perfected being in the Western world is present in nirvana. Nirvana is the nothingness of karma. No more karma can arise because dharma has become revealed. Worldviews of the past looked to what was not yet, and present being was just an imperfect transition to something higher. They regarded every state of activity as an intermediate stage between imperfection and the absolute perfection of nirvana. The goal and ideal for them was the condition of a being whose entire dharma was revealed, whose karma was thereby burned up, and who could then enter nirvana. The end of lecture 12.2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, volume number 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World in Devachan. This is the third lesson of a set of private lessons. It's the notes. I'm numbering it lecture 13.3 in the book, entitled The First, Second, and Third Logoi, given in Berlin Schlachtensee, summer 1903. There's a bracketed mention at the beginning of this that the beginning of these notes is missing. When the selfless stream, in two cyclic emanations, returns again to its starting point, and matter is again dissolved, then nothing has happened other than that it has returned, enriched, to its origin. Only by taking up and overcoming the selfish stream will the selfless stream unfold such a strong, pulsating development of power that it can go beyond itself. That is, beyond the cosmic circle that forms the first meeting of the two streams. In the flowing apart of selflessness, something new is born. A new region is called forth. Paranirvana, negative matter. Because in opposition to matter that is held fast within the cosmic circle through attraction, negative matter is spread out outside the circle. We can picture this clearly if we visualize a pendulum swinging. The forward swing is immediately met by a backward swing, and must, if it is not prevented by some hindrance on its way, swing back so powerfully that it goes beyond its starting point, just as a wagon rolling forward cannot suddenly stop but rather must roll a bit further. With this preparation and stepwise evolution of matter, the material constituents for the formation of a planet have been created, but the life on the planet cannot yet arise. Thus, the Logos could not abide in para-nirvana. It had to return, and on the path back it formed the Maha-para-nirvana region. The Logos had to make its sacrifice from here, and once again begin circulating through matter, so that other life, outside of it but arising from it, could come about. All life in its manifold forms came forth from unity, from the Logos. All diversity resides in it, but still unseparated, undifferentiated, hidden. Just as it becomes knowable, perceives itself as a self, it emerges from the absolute, from the undifferentiated, and creates the not-self, its mirrored reflection, the second Logos. It ensouls and enlivens this mirrored reflection. That is its third aspect, the third Logos. Thus the first Logos, the undifferentiated, in which life and form remain unseparated, is to be regarded as the Father. Time begins with his existence. He separates his mirrored reflection from himself, the form, the feminine, which he then fills with his life, the second Logos. And from this ensouling emerges the third Logos as the Son, as enlivened form. Thus all religions have thought their God in a threefold form, as Father, Mother, and Son. Thus Uranus and Gaia, Mother Earth, and Chronos, time, is the Son who came forth from their womb. The sacrifice of the Logos is, spirit descends down into matter, ensouls its mirror reflection, and thereby the world of enlivened forms is given existence. These forms lead their own separate existence and pass through the cycles of evolution as highly evolved individuals, in order to become once again one with the Logos, which receives through them a wealth of experience. If the Logos had not been poured out in order to enliven all these forms, then there would be no independent growth and becoming, no movement, no coming into being would have any independent life of its own. It would stir and move only according to the direction of God. Just as human beings are interested only in what is unknown in any given human being, the individual aspect, and everything they can already calculate and understand leaves them indifferent, so too the Logos can find joy only in independently evolving life, life that goes forth from it, for which it is sacrificed, and to which it is devoted. The evolutionary process of matter begins, the process in which the qualities of beings are reflected and become active until these mirror images as separated forms themselves become active. And thus matter is more and more spiritualized, until it once again becomes one with the being of Atma, Buddhi, Manas. Bracket, words are missing, close bracket. At first the cosmic foundation was created through the coming together of the two characteristics, selflessness and selfishness, of the first Logos. The atomistic essence was created by the second stream of the same, guided by harmony. This essence surrounded itself with the already present substance of the mother, and the formation of atoms came about. Now these atoms, with their sheaths of various degrees of density, created matter step by step. Matter then could serve as a medium for the second Logos, which is a mirror image of the first. The second Logos now streams into this matter, which is on its first nirvana stage, of such a finely structured quality that it can stream unhindered and unchanged through it. It now arrives in the Buddhi region. Here it is held up, and even though independence in this realm is so strong that it does not want to hold fast to the Logos for its own kingdom, nevertheless it does claim the Logos for its entire cosmos. Here the sacrifice of the Logos begins. Voice and tone come forth from it. It wants to enliven matter with its spirit, that its thoughts should have their existence as independent forms. This is where divine thought becomes tone and voice, in the Buddhi sphere. In the Middle Ages it was the kingdom of God. With Buddhi enfolded, the Logos now streams into the mental region, which is divided into the Arupa and Rupa steps. The divine world of thought is now poured into this mental region. The exemplary ideas weave through one another. What later becomes separate beings now still reside in the Buddhi sphere in the Logos. They are called into existence here as exemplary ideas. This Arupa step in the mental sphere is the idea world of Plato and the Middle Ages' world of reason. These ideas take on their first form on the Arupa step. They begin their separate existence as divine geniuses and weave together in a jumble. They still penetrate one another as similar spirit beings. This is the kingdom of heaven of the Middle Ages. These spirit beings now come into the astral sphere. Here, enveloped in a denser matter, awakened through the touch of feeling, they only now feel themselves as separate beings. They feel the separation. This is the elemental kingdom, the world of elementals. Descended into the ether sphere, this feeling is forced from within to the outside. It wells up, is expanded, and grows through the etheric vegetable force in order to be included then by physical matter, in order to be crystallized. Because here selfishness is still striving with full force for limitation. Thus feelings are enclosed in the mineral kingdom, and the divine ideas are sleeping in lofty serenity within the chaste stone. Stone, a frozen divine thought. Quote, "The stones are mute. I have laid the eternal Creator word in them and hidden it. Chaste and full of modesty, they keep it enclosed within." Close quote. Thus was spoken in ancient Druid verse, a formula for prayer. Etheric and physical kingdoms in the Middle Ages are called microcosm, or the small kingdom. While streaming in, the Logos was surrounded by increasingly dense sheaths, until in stone it had learned to limit itself solidly. However, the stones are mute. They cannot reveal the eternal creative word. The rigid physical husk must be thrown away again. They remain in their realm while the crystal forms are expanded in their soft etheric sheaths. They grow outward from within. That is, they can live because life is growth. The stone becomes a plant. And further ascending, the Logos sheds this etheric sheath also and arrives at the sphere of astral feelings. Here, through interactive reciprocation of touching and perceiving, an activity unfolds. From feeling and willing, the feeling animal existence is formed. Thus the organs of perception are created when the impulse, as feeling, works inward. The various types are formed. Transitioning into the mental kingdom, this feeling perceives itself, and with eye consciousness the human stage has been achieved. From a cosmic point of view, the deepest descent into matter was achieved when the Logos flowed into the mineral realm. With the overthrow of the first husk or sheath, the ascent of the Logos was begun. But from the standpoint of human beings, in the anthropocentric sense, as it was assumed by the Druid priests, among others, the resting of the spirit in chaste stone was a lofty stage of existence. Untouched by selfish willing, The stones alone obey the laws of causality. For human beings on the lower mental step on which we now stand, stone would be a symbol of higher development. By means of lower earthly desires and errors, we develop ourselves into the etheric existence of the plants. We live and grow from within outward in self-understood selflessness, in order later to live in our causal body, untouched by all that is outside, as pure spirit serenely resting within ourselves, just as crystallized spirit rests serenely enclosed in stone. The second logos, as mover and enlivener of matter, in which it is enclosed, has reached only up to the lower mental sphere. The sensing, feeling animal has, by means of I-consciousness, achieved the human stage of evolution. It is able to bring the external world into a relationship with its personality. It perceives itself. Nature has brought and guided human beings so far, but now nature leaves them alone and in freedom. The further development of human beings now depends upon their own will. Human beings must make themselves into vessels and shed their external sheaths from the lower mental sphere so that they can receive the inflowing of the first logos, just as a seed is opened and awaits pollination, without which it cannot grow and bear fruit. The first logos is the eternal in the universe, the unalterable law according to which the stars move in their tracks, and which lies at the foundation of everything. The individual forms are subject to destruction and change. With our sensory, visual capacity, we perceive colors, which could appear differently to others with different visual capacities. The external solid objects, whose parts are held together in a specific form, can disappear at a certain temperature. Its parts can dissolve. But the law according to which it became what it is remains and is eternal. Thus the entire universe is moved according to eternal laws. The first logos streams spread out through it. Human beings must raise themselves to it with their will. They must develop the selfless lower knowledge of the soul, antakarana. Through pure perception, they must learn to perceive this eternal, unchangeable law within the realm of the transitory. They must learn to distinguish between a transient appearance in a specific form and the essential nature of a thing. They must learn to take into themselves and preserve as a thought what they have seen. Thus they gradually learn the unreality of the world of appearances. Thoughts become the reality for them. Gradually they ascend to the arupastufa and live in the world of pure thought. For them, the many are dissolved and disappear into the one. They feel themselves to be one with the universe. Then they will have raised themselves so high that they can receive the inflow from the first logos immediately as intuition. But a single soul does not thus flow into everyone. No, it is the all-soul. It is the soul of Plato and others that they participate in, with which they become one in thought. Stepwise, the higher human being evolves out of the lower astral elements. At the turning point, when they should ascend to the heights in freedom through their will, human beings need a teacher. For this reason, in the third race of the fourth round, the Lemurian age, the sons of Manas descended and were incarnated in order to serve as leaders. The mental evolution began with simple numbers. Mental development began with an understanding for number, and separated thinking human beings from the animals, who could only feel with their senses. The end of Lecture 13.3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, volume number 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is the fourth lesson in a small set of private lessons, the notes. I am numbering it lecture 14.4, entitled The Higher Development of the Human Being, given in Berlin Schlachtensee, summer of 1903. In the wisdom schools of Plato and Pythagoras, the students were not allowed to move forward to the higher sources of knowledge until after the study of mathematics. Pure selflessness alone could be opened for eternal wisdom, and mathematics was the only science that could educate toward this, because it had no purpose and did not serve any selfish satisfaction, and taught only the pure relationships, the pure lawfulness of the fundamental formulas. Human evolution is a downward descent from the universal one to separation, and then a stepwise ascent in conscious freedom to knowledge of one's connection to the universe and a return to the universal. For this reason, seen from the mental plane, for human beings a dead stone is a model of higher life. In the stone, the entire context and cosmic connections are still preserved. The causal law alone is at work in a stone. The external world provides the cause for the stone's movement. The stone extends from the mental plane into the physical because its pure thought resides serenely in it. Its life is only form. Thus the sun, which is at home as the physical image of the Logos in the mental plane, and the entire mineral kingdom are to be seen as a great laboratory for physical and chemical forces. Life begins with plants, which are to be found a step lower, in the astral world, from where they originate. With the plants, the separation begins. They draw nourishment from outside into themselves in order to grow larger. They want to grow and spread themselves. It is the beginning of egotism. But the plant can be developed a step higher. It is developed out of the astral, through the physical, up to the etheric sphere. Arising in the etheric sphere, the animal already feels that it not only wants nourishment for its growth, it also wants to appropriate from the external world and make its own what gives it pleasure. It experiences life as joy and suffering. It climbs up and is evolved up to the astral realm. Human beings as such, who originated in the physical realm as natural beings, who achieve mental pictures of the external world and perceive themselves as individual beings, stand the deepest in their egotism. Nevertheless, they can raise themselves into the mental sphere through thinking, even though they can perceive only in the physical world, for they live with their brain and their physical body in the mineral realm. But they bear all the elements of the universe within. They have passed through all the kingdoms, and all the forces are to be found in them as principles. They can consciously develop those forces out of themselves. What we see is the physical body that belongs to the mineral kingdom. But human beings also live through prana, the principle of life. They live in the etheric sphere of the plant world. They have their own etheric bodies. Furthermore, they also live through their feelings in the astral world, in the mental world through the kama, manas principle. Human beings possess 4 bodies in the lower world, but they are also connected with higher worlds because that is their origin. They can develop their mental bodies, and from the idea of an individual thing and many things, they can advance to the idea of the type. They can develop their causal bodies and ascend to the higher worlds of the 3, manas, buddhi, atma. In the buddhi sphere, they will form their thoughts out of astral matter. They will be able to create the Mayavi Rupi body and live and work out of their causal soul. They will become creators and once again become one with the wholeness. This higher trinity to which human beings must evolve themselves is in reality already present, deeply hidden within them. They are at the foundation of a human being's essence. They must be freed one after another. Quote, as above, so below. Close quote. The multiplicity that we see is nothing other than the principle of oneness, the Logos, which was dissolved into multiplicity, divided up. Disharmony can arise in multiplicity only because the many individuated parts, which are all a part of the Spirit, can get involved in conflict with one another. If this multiplicity again closes up together into wholeness, then our cosmos will again become a complete whole. Then it will again become the Logos, harmony. Quote, as above, so below. Close quote. Atma, the highest principle in our cosmos, in our mineral kingdom, in which we include the stars in their tracks, everything in the sky, and all the forces in nature, has at the same time penetrated the most deeply into matter. Our physical organs have been essentially enlivened and held together by Atma. Atma, as the highest principle, has its opposite reflection in the physical kingdom. The Buddhi principle has penetrated only to the etheric and astral spheres, and forms there the being of the plant and animal world, their etheric and astral bodies. When human beings, originally still connected to divine geniuses, still constituting a unified wholeness with divine geniuses, were separated into individual beings, and through the formation of mental pictures, achieved an I consciousness, then Manas, the third principle, descended into the astral sphere. Connected with Kama, enclosed in the brain of human beings, it formed its Kama Manas body. On the descending curve of their development, human beings have passed through all the kingdoms. We bear Atma as the mineralized cosmos within us. It is our physical body. We bear Buddhi as the living, feeling cosmos in our prana and kama bodies. And Manas, connected to Kama, forms our Kama Manas body. It is the fourth principle in the lower world, forming at the same time the transition to the higher mental world. It is the connecting bridge to that world. Freed of all lower sheaths, Manas is united again with Buddhi, radiating selflessly into the universe. Human are beings stuck in egotism and separate existence more deeply than all other beings. They drew everything into themselves and bear the entire trinity of Atma, Buddhi, Manas. Atma is spread out in the mineral kingdom. It is at rest in its entire unity in stone, which is still directly connected to the cosmos. Dualism is already present in the plant and animal world. Buddhi penetrates into the etheric and astral world, and the plant and animal worlds are formed of life and feeling. Manas, wisdom, hovers above them and brings about the wisdom that comes to expression in nature, in the wonderful lawfulness of structure and rational movement found in animals. However, human beings draw Manas into themselves. Wisdom can no longer work on them from the outside. United with Kama, enclosed in their mental bodies, wisdom is clouded for them. The human being is a single form, created by a combination of chemical and physical processes unfolding in the mineral cosmos, which is also active in the astral world through feelings, wishes, and passions. Unceasingly, human beings themselves create astral beings in the sphere in which they have a real, living, material existence. For the matter of the astral world consists of interweaving, surging feelings, such as jealousy, hate, goodwill, anger, and so forth. The beings created from the feelings of humans conduct their separate existence there as elemental beings. Beings from other worlds, beings that need the astral sphere for their development, are also found there, as well as the astral bodies of souls that are awaiting their human development. Furthermore, devas are found there, which come from other worlds and often seek to influence human beings. Present, too, are the 4 deva rajas, which form their physical bodies from the 4 elements, fire, water, air, and earth, according to astral schematics, created for them by the lipakas, the lords of karma, from the mental substance of individuality. The higher development of human beings depends upon their conscious concentration and meditation that must be carried out daily according to certain rules. By separating themselves from all impressions of the outer world and directing their entire concentration upon a revealed eternal thought daily in the morning hours, even if only for 5 minutes, human beings will gradually put themselves in contact with the cosmos and join in with the rhythmic movements of the cosmos. By means of this consistent daily withdrawal from the transitory world of appearances, for a brief period of meditation, human beings ascend gradually to the arupa sphere. By thinking through a sentence containing an eternal universal truth, so that it comes alive, human beings absorb the thought's entire contents, taking it up into themselves. This daily control of thought and strictly carried out meditation is not allowed to serve our own education and expansion of our own intelligence. Meditation must be carried out with the consciousness that we are thereby helping and working on the evolution of our cosmos. All our uncontrolled, in quotes, real thinking unceasingly disturbs this regular process. Human beings who want to develop their astral senses must also learn to master their feelings and awaken within themselves a feeling of reverence for the wisdom of highly developed beings. They must also cultivate a powerful devotion to those higher beings by properly estimating their distance from those beings. Those who practice meditation should also carry out a retrospective remembering of the events of the day just gone past, without regret or remorse for the failures. This should be done for one reason alone, in order to learn from experience how to do better in the future. Meditation must not be forced. It must not be allowed to separate us from our environment or change our usual daily existence. On the contrary, it should leave us without worry concerning our usual way of being. It will teach us more through collecting our wits and overviewing the day at the end of the day than if we were to forcefully launch ourselves into being better human beings. If human beings want to ascend to higher development, where the first logos streams into the second, then they must become chelas and develop the traits of chelas within themselves. They must develop 4 chief inner characteristics step by step. First, the ability to distinguish between what is transitory and what is enduring. That means that they must learn to recognize in the transitory, in what they perceive, the formative force that remains. All things that our senses perceive have a force within that is striving toward crystallization. Just as salt dissolved in warm water crystallizes when the water is cooled. Soil in the field is worn-down crystal. Seeds contain the power to become plant and fruit. A vertebra has the possibility to be formed into skull plate. Thus the lancet fish, which consists of just a spine, is an image in miniature of the first living, feeling form in which the Logos was manifested. This incredible first fish, which consisted of nothing but a gelatinous mass, is the most ancient ancestor. In its vertebra, it carried the possibility of evolution into the amphibians, fish, mammals, and the human being. Thus, human beings are a transitory phenomenon. They change their mineral matter daily, and their sense organs will not remain as they are today, but rather will adjust to accommodate higher stages of human evolution. They bear within the power to change their form. The second trait that must be developed is the ability to value what is eternal. Knowledge becomes a feeling. What is enduring we learn to estimate more highly than what is transitory, the value of which diminishes more and more in our eyes. Thus, by developing the first two traits, the growing Chelas will be led by themselves to the development of certain mental or soul abilities. A. Control of thought. Chelas must not allow themselves to see things from a single point of view. We take hold of a thought, think it is true, although it is true from only one aspect or point of view. Later, we must also consider it from the opposite point of view, for every assertion must at the same time hold up the opposite. Only in this way do we learn to control one thought with another. B. Control of actions. Human beings live and act in the material world. They are placed within time. Considering the wealth of phenomena in the world, they can embrace only a small part. They are bound to a certain circle through their actions. Daily meditation serves Chelas by helping them control their thoughts. They observe only what is enduring in them, and they find value only in actions with which they can serve the higher development of their fellow human beings. They will lead the wealth of phenomena back again to the highest unity. C. Tolerance. Chelas will not allow themselves to be ruled by feelings of attraction or repulsion. They will attempt to understand everyone, criminals and saints alike. And although Chelas experience emotionally, they will judge intellectually. What is recognized correctly as evil from one point of view can be judged from a higher aspect as necessary and consequent. D. Forbearance. To accept good fortune or misfortune with equanimity, not allowing them to become controlling powers that can influence us. We must not allow joy or pain to push us off our course. We must keep ourselves free from all external influences and assert our own direction. E. Faith. Chelas should have a free, open, unprejudiced heart for what is spiritual. Even when we do not at first recognize a higher truth, we must have the faith until we can make it part of our own experience. If we were to proceed with the maxim, quote, "test everything and retain the best," close quote, then we would set our own judgment as the measure for reality, placing ourselves higher than the spiritual world, thereby closing ourselves off from the Spirit's entry into our souls. F. Equilibrium. The final soul capacity resulting from all others is equilibrium, confidence in one's direction, soul balance. Chelas give themselves their direction. And then Chelas have to develop the fourth trait, the will toward freedom, toward the ideal. As long as we live in the physical world, we cannot attain to full freedom. But we can develop the will toward freedom, the striving for the ideal. We can make ourselves free from external circumstances and no longer react to the influences from outside us. We can rather make the law within us, our enduring aspects, into the guiding light of our thinking and acting. We can live not in our transitory personality, but in our individuality, which is enduring and strives for oneness. The end of Lecture 14.4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88, by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World in Devachan. I'm on the last section, Section 4, which is composed of 9 individual lectures, some of them rather short, because they are an author's report and an additional report and fragmentary listener's notes. These were held in Berlin from August to December 1903. This first one I am numbering 15.1, and it's Questions about Reincarnation, given in Berlin on August 24th, 1903. To begin, I must say something that is important for evolution and reincarnation. Every personality, every individuality must live through Devachan up to the Rupa sphere in order to maintain the unifying thread that passes through several earth lives. A personality as highly developed as Nicholas Cusanus was working up to the Arupa sphere already in his ordinary life. True, every human being acts out of the Arupa sphere, but very few know anything about it. The more highly a human being is raised in the Arupa sphere in the time between 2 earth lives, the more the divine breaks through in his or her earth life. Cusanus wrote a book concerning, quote, not knowing, close quote, out of a higher knowing, titled Didocta Ignorantia. Ignorantia means not knowing, and here that means not knowing with a higher seeing. In his books he wrote as follows, quote, there is a kernel of truth in all religions. We need only look deeply enough in them, close quote. He also had already stated that the earth moves around the sun. He said that out of an intuition. Copernicus had this knowledge only in the 16th century. Cusanus had it already in the 15th. Incarnations, such as the one Cusanus had, are to be considered in light of his later incarnations. Cusanus is already pointing to a future theosophy on one hand, and on the other hand to a future modern natural science. All this had an influence on his following incarnation. Nicholas Cusanus was Copernicus in his following incarnation. It is possible for the memories of earlier incarnations that have been lost to later awaken, perhaps after 1 or more incarnations. The causal body can be used as a means only if, in Devachan, one has awakened on the plane above the causal sphere. Every human being must, through the power from Devachan, be drawn down once again into the physical sphere, in order to acquire abilities there that he or she has not yet developed. We learn about these forces in the highest Arupa stage, and thereby acquire influence on our later incarnations. We then take our lives in hand to a certain extent. Cusanus is an example of steady, regular evolution. One incarnation, however, is not dependent alone upon one's own development, but also for the usefulness and significance for all evolution. The sequence of personalities of higher individuals is no longer irregular. But reincarnation is still irregular with less developed individuals. With highly developed individuals, certain salient traits are prominent. Number 1, a reverent view of what is higher. Number 2, a calm love of God. Number 3, developing, evolving in God. As an example of a regular, steady development of an individual, we can observe a contemporary of Jesus, Philo of Alexandria. His individuality came later as Spinoza, 1632 to 1677, and then as Johann Gottlieb Fichte, 1762 to 1814. We have here an individuality passing through 3 personalities. If one reads Fichte without knowledge of this process, one can understand him only a little. However, with this knowledge one finds that his words are written with a fiery enthusiasm. All these great spirits have passed through a regular, steady evolution. Postscript from the editor of the German edition. H.P. Blavatsky wrote in Volume 3 of titled The Secret Doctrine, section XLI, quote, "As an example of an adept, cite several Middle Ages Kabbalists and a well-known personality of the 15th century, the Cardinal of Cusa. As a consequence of his wonderful devotion to esoteric studies in the Kabbalah, karma led the suffering adept to where he could seek intellectual recovery and rest from ecclesiastical tyranny in the body of Copernicus." Rudolf Steiner portrayed this with more detail in his lectures on January 21st, February 15th, and March 7th, 1909, entitled The Principle of Spiritual Economy, GA or CW 109, in which he said that the astral body of Nicholas of Cusa was carried over to Nicholas Copernicus, although the eye of Copernicus was entirely different from that of Cusanus. Concerning Spinoza and Fichte, Rudolf Steiner also spoke in a lecture from June 5, 1913, in Helsingfors, GA or CW 158, and that is the end of lecture 15.1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan, translated by James Hindes. This is Lecture 16.2, entitled Secrets and Secrecy, given in Berlin on September 1st, 1903. Today I would like to give some indications concerning the processes that can be observed in the spiritual world. The Theosophical movement is a necessity for our time. It has been objected that we blabber secrets, which otherwise only few would know, for example in Blavatsky's books titled Isis Unveiled and titled The Secret Doctrine. However, other people consider it entirely appropriate for these things to be shared in this age. There are occultists who say that it is damaging to share this knowledge. Thus we see two sides, concerning which one says it is destructive, a disaster to share occult knowledge, while the other says that it is necessary to tell the world about these things. The astral plane does not always stay the same. It undergoes small changes. They are not great. Nevertheless, they are clearly perceptible. The familiar scenery of the astral plane was different in the age of Atlantis from what it is today. It changes from year to year. Certain changes in the astral world lead one to see that it is necessary to impart some occult knowledge to human beings today. Indeed, it is necessary to impart this knowledge to the public and in a popular form, and not merely to individual initiates. This has to do with the deepest occult knowledge, and always only a portion of it can be imparted. In the 19th century, very special signs appeared in the astral world, signs that make it absolutely certain that the great secret that must be expressed to our race displays a different character than earlier secrets. Every race is given one of the 7 great secrets. 4 of these secrets have already been delivered. The 4th was delivered to the 4th root race. The 5th secret is the one into which we are growing. The 6th and 7th will be delivered in the 6th and 7th root races. Not all people of a root race are initiated into such secrets. The fundamental secret was, until now, always the possession of adepts. They were the leaders of the race in question through the possession of the secret. Until now, that has been the case in the 5th race. In the September issue of titled Lucifer, you will find more about this. Only at the end of the 5th root race will a larger number of people become aware of this and understand it. In the earlier root races, it was the case that only a few received these secrets. during our root race, the ability to understand, the intellect, has been developed. But the deepest depths are closed off to the understanding. Nevertheless, some of the external aspects of these secrets can be guessed using the intellect. Before 1875, nothing of these things was known, or no attention was paid to them. The secret of the fifth root race can now be conveyed from intellect to intellect with the use of speculation. What kinds of signs are present in the astral world I cannot explain. Some things, as a matter of fact, have been guessed by personalities who are far removed from any occult stream. It lies in the nature of human abilities within the fifth race that there will soon be many people who can guess some of these things. There are occultists who say that guessing the secrets would be something very dangerous. It is disadvantageous not only for the individual involved, but also for all humanity. It is dangerous because imparting these secrets of the fifth root race could split the population into a few very good people and many other radically immoral people. This is to begin with a paradoxical and daring assertion. But these occultists really believe that we cannot impart the central secret of the fifth root race. For if someone were to impart this secret, he or she would be exposed to the power of the others and would lose the ability to exercise a beneficial effect upon humanity. Besides, it would be useless to impart the secret because it would lead only to destructive effects. Therefore, there would be no initiates who would impart this secret. And there are no means to extract this secret from an initiated human being. Even torture would be useless, because the initiate involved would become insane or die in agony. Through theosophy, humanity is to be prepared so that when the secret is partially revealed, the deleterious effects will be paralyzed. The fundamental difference between the secret of the fifth root race and the secrets of earlier root races is that the secret of our fifth root race can be partially guessed by means of the human intellect. Earlier secrets were firmly in the hands of adepts who led humanity. But in our time, there can be people who, in a certain regard, outgrow the adepts. For this reason, there must be some people who are prepared when the secret approaches them from the outside. The time will come when individuals will come forward with part of the truth that they have guessed. But without preparation through theosophy, that would be terrible and have a devastating effect on people. It could then happen that a few good people remain present while the larger mass of people would be lost for the good. The basic teachings of theosophy are the precondition necessary for these truths to be handed over to people. Without this, humanity would be divided into three parts. First, the unthinking masses. Second, the destructive intellectual people with the guessed secret. Third, the occultists. People would conduct a life and death battle against one another. However, those who have guessed the secret do not understand why the secret should not be spoken. The Theosophical Society strives to prevent the creation of this tri-partition in humanity. It wants to create the kernel of a universal brother-sisterhood. One could object that a universal brother-sisterhood of humanity can never exist. We respond to that, quote, "What you say is indeed correct, but we know the basics of theosophy and know that such a kernel will protect humanity." Close quote. This is a kind of prophecy that is, however, based on an objective perception in the astral world. The secret of our root race is then such that it can be guessed to a certain extent. For this reason, people must be prepared for the moment of this guessing. People must learn to support one another. They must work together. It would be very destructive if all the thoughts of human beings were directed toward the immediate present time. If thoughts were directed toward the time bound only and not toward the eternal. We know of a yet deeper reason than the laws of the astral world that force us to invest our strength for the theosophical movement. We know where humanity is headed. The end of Lecture 16.2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan, translated by James Hindes. This is lecture number 17.3, entitled Occult Research of History, given in Berlin on October 18, 1903. Rudolf Steiner's report entitled Lucifer, November 1903. Rudolf Steiner spoke on this theme on October 18, 1903, on the occasion of the first annual meeting of the German section of the Theosophical Society. This is a very brief accounting of the contents of that lecture. End quote. And now the lecture. Quote, or titled, The Secret Doctrine was given to us by the founder of the Theosophical Society. In this book, from two directions, the foundation is created for a solution to the great riddles of existence. In a comprehensive account of how the world arose, cosmogenesis, the plan is shown according to which an arena was developed by the primal spiritual powers of the universe, the stage on which human beings are obliged to walk their earthly path. From a second volume, Anthropogenesis, we see the stages human beings have already passed through until they become members of the present-day race. It will depend upon the development of the Theosophical Society as to when it will have reached a certain stage of maturity, at which time the same spiritual powers that gave us the great truths of both these initial volumes will also give us the third. The Society will receive the deeper laws for what, following only the external events, is offered by so-called world history. This third volume will be concerned with occult historical research. It will show how the history of peoples are fulfilled in the truest sense, how in the great life of humanity guilt and atonement are linked, how the leading personalities of history arrive at their missions and fulfill them. Only those who understand how the great trinity of body, soul, and spirit intervenes in the wheel of becoming can understand the evolution of humankind. Above all, we must understand how bodily existence in the widest sense is dependent upon the great cosmic forces of nature, which assume a certain form in the folk traits of the time, and how existence takes on a certain form in what is called the spirit of the age. We will understand how the material foundations arise, which are expressed in the fact that human beings represent certain types, peoples, and ages, in which they find that they are equal. In this book, the character of the various types will be brightly illuminated, an aspect that cannot adequately be dealt with by mere external history. One will understand how the earth, climate, economic relationships, and so forth really influence human beings. Then the role actually played by the personal element in history will be explained. Drives, instincts, feelings, and passions come from this personal element, and these can be understood only if one understands the influence of the world that is called the astral or psychic soul upon the world that unfolds before our physical eyes and intellect. By means of this part of occult history, an understanding will arise for what one usually ascribes to the arbitrary will of individual personalities, peoples, and ages. Enlightenment will be cast upon world history from the astral field. As a third factor, we will discover how the entire spirit of the universe intervenes in human destiny, how the life of this entire spirit of the universe is poured into the higher self of a great leader of humanity, and in this way, through channels, this higher life imparts itself to all of humanity. It flows into the higher self of leading spirits, and these announce it to their brothers and sisters. The higher self of human beings evolves from incarnation to incarnation, and they always learn more and more to make their own selves into missionaries for the divine plans for the world. Through occult historical research, one comes to recognize how a leader of humanity develops into the heights from which he or she can undertake a divine mission. One will understand how Buddha, Zarathustra, Christ came to their missions. The lecturer explained these generalizations through indications from several examples of how we are to think of the evolution of the great leaders of humanity through reincarnation. Part 2 is a report, presumably by Richard Bresch, titled Devachan, November 1903. Dr. Steiner held the announced lecture at 5:30 about occult historical research, for which 40 to 50 people were present. The speaker said more or less the following. After the Theosophical Society was founded in 1875, H.P. Blavatsky began, with the help of her teacher, to work on the mighty works that we know by the title The Secret Doctrine, and in which we have been left a treasure of the deepest knowledge. This work consists of two parts, the cosmological and the anthropological. The first deals with the evolution of the universe, the second with the evolution of the human being. In the course of time, these two books will be supplemented by a third part that will be concerned with what materialistic scholarship calls history. Historical research has to be satisfied with the facts as they present themselves on the physical plane. Theosophy, on the other hand, which can go directly to the causes, finds an answer to all those questions that so often plague materialistic scholarship with no answers. When we follow the historical facts, there are three things that get our attention. Just as the human being is enveloped in a threefold system, the physical, soul, and spiritual being, so a threefold division underlies historical facts. The external actions that unfold before our senses are physical. In the soul realm, we find the center where pleasure and pain, sympathy and antipathy rule. And in the spiritual realm, we find the region where historical events originate. Here we must seek the true causes for everything that happens on earth. Here the people who guide history consult eye to eye with the great and invisible leaders of humanity. Only when we have researched the intentions that impelled them to action do we understand the often inexplicable facts of history. Thus, for example, in the 15th century we have Cardinal Nicholas of Cusanus, who had deep scientific insights. Long before Copernicus, he had recognized and taught the double movement of the earth without being understood by his contemporaries. It was a kind of preparation for what Copernicus, born 1473, was able to impart to a more insightful generation, 16th century. Occult teachers now teach in agreement. Also H.P. Blavatsky often said this, and indicated it in Volume 3 of The Secret Doctrine, that Copernicus was no one other than the reincarnated Cardinal of Cusa, who brought his work to an end this way. Thus tasks are assigned and completed. A soul that is preparing something greater dies and then comes again later in order to complete its mission and bring it to an end. The speaker brought forward two additional examples in order to show how occult historical research works in this difficult area, how it connects and explains the apparently unconnected facts. With these examples, he presented at the same time a picture of the expected supplementary volume of The Secret Doctrine. Rounds and races were the contents of the first two volumes, which have already appeared. The third part, Occult Historical Research, will be focused on reincarnation. In conclusion, Dr. Steiner spoke at length concerning the Theosophical movement. He stressed that it is, also in the occult sense, a powerful necessity. Many reasons for this could be presented, but one of them is the most important as follows. A secret is handed out to every human race. We are in the fifth race and have arrived at the fifth secret, which cannot yet be spoken. But we are currently involved in gradually living into that secret. The Apostle Paul, who was an initiate, already pointed to it. It will be announced in the course of development of our race. A premature guessing of this secret through purely intellectual abilities would signify an unimaginable danger for humanity. Since already twice such a guess has almost taken place, and in the foreseeable future will occur again, the great leaders of humanity brought the Theosophical Society into existence. Humanity must be prepared for the great truth. Theosophy is working toward a certain point in time. A kernel of humanity is to be formed that understands this truth when it one day comes unveiled. It is to be a kernel that truly grasps the significance of this secret and uses it, not to curse, but to bless humanity. Earlier races were formed from existing suitable individuals or families. They were then led by Manu to a suitable landscape that was empty of people. With traffic and commerce extending all over the globe today, this way of proceeding is no longer viable or necessary. In its place today, the education takes place through the Cosmopolitan International Theosophical Society, which forms this kernel. Postscript from the editor of the German edition. On November 14, 1903, Günther Wagner from Lugano, who had heard this lecture, wrote to Rudolf Steiner as follows, quote, "It would be a kindness to me if you would like to give me special information. A hint for the riddle that every race must solve was entirely new to me. I have found nothing about this in the secret doctrine. Would you be able to name the 4 riddles for me that the first 4 races have apparently solved? I would also like to read H.P.B.'s words about this. Perhaps you could tell me the exact place in the book." Close quote. Rudolf Steiner answered him on December 24, 1903, quote, "Dear Mr. Wagner, on page 73 of the German edition of the Secret Doctrine, we read with respect to strophe 1.6, Zion, quote, of the 7 truths or revelations, only 4 have been handed out, since we are only in the 4th round." Close quote. When you were in Berlin, I pointed out that in light of a certain occult tradition, the 4th of the above-mentioned 7 truths goes back to 7 esoteric root truths, and that of these 7 partial truths, the 4th regarded as the whole, every race, as a rule, is given 1. The 5th will be entirely revealed when the 5th race will have reached its goal of development. Now, I would like to respond to your question as well as I can. At the present time, the situation is as follows. The first 4 partial truths form sentences for meditation for those aspiring to the mysteries. Nothing further can be given than these symbolic sentences. For those meditating on occult paths, there is much higher content that will come from these meditative sentences. Here are the 4 sentences translated from the symbolic language of signs. Number 1. Reflect on this, how a point becomes a sphere and yet remains itself. When you have grasped how an infinite sphere is yet only a point, then think again, for then the infinite will appear for you in the finite. Number 2, reflect on this, how a seed becomes an ear of grain, and then think again, for then you have grasped how what is living lives in number. Number 3, reflect on this, how light longs for the darkness, heat for cold, and the masculine for the feminine. Then think again, for then you will have grasped what kind of a face the great dragon will show you on the threshold. Number 4, reflect on this, how one enjoys the hospitality in a stranger's house. Then think again, for then you will have grasped what awaits the person who sees the sun at midnight. Now, if the meditations are fruitful, the 5th secret will result from the first 4. Allow me to say, preliminarily, only this much, that Theosophy, the part of Theosophy that can be found in the secret doctrine and its esotericism, is a collection of partial truths of the 5th. You will find an indication of how one can get beyond this in the letter quoted by Sinnett from Master K.H. Kuthumi, who begins with the following words, quote, "I have read every word," close quote. In the first German edition of title Occult World, it is found on pages 126 and 127. I can only give you the reassurance that K.H. gives on page 127, quote, "When science will have learned the lesson of how impressions of leaves originally arose on stones," close quote. In this sentence lies almost the entire fifth secret hidden in an occult way. That is all I am able to tell you to begin with concerning your question. I could perhaps say more to further questions. The 4 sentences above are what one calls living sentences. That is, they germinate during meditation, and sprouts of knowledge grow from them. The end of Lecture 17.3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan, translated by James Hindes. This is Lecture 18.4, entitled Physical Illnesses and Cosmological Laws, given in Berlin on October 27, 1903. The question was asked, why is there what is imperfect, evil, pain, and illness among karmic connections? Do not well-intentioned thoughts from a human spirit bring about a karmic balance? The thought of a merciful, forgiving God is closer than that of a strict, righteous God. In answer to this question, the following can be said. Our idea of God, as represented from the theosophical point of view, includes the idea that human beings are being led in the course of time to their highest perfection. Indeed, they achieve a divine aim, not in any uncertain way, but by following a specific path. We are dealing with 7 planetary stages of development in our cosmos: Saturn, Sun, Moon, now the Earth, which later will transition into the 5th, then the 6th, and finally the 7th stage. We can obtain something of an idea of 3 of these stages, that is, the Moon, the Earth, and the future planet Jupiter. We call our planet the Earth, the cosmos of love. The next stage, Jupiter, is called the cosmos of fire. The previous planetary stage, the Moon stage, is called the cosmos of wisdom. The most highly developed beings of the present condition of the Earth are called the masters of love and compassion. The masters of wisdom were the most highly developed beings of the Moon development. Out of wisdom they guided the construction of human organs from the cosmic forces of karma, in such a way that, for example, at the right time, hunger and thirst occur. If these masters of wisdom appear in our time, then they come with too much wisdom. Is it not true that a piano maker must unfold his work in the workshop, and that in a concert hall his activity would produce only mischief? Thus, one and the same activity can be good in one location and bad in another. This is true also for these masters of wisdom. Since they have too much wisdom, they would, as a result, create mischief here on the earth, just as a piano maker would create mischief in a concert hall. If the masters of love and compassion were to bring too much of our earth over into the next planetary stage of evolution, then they would become a kind of, quote, brothers of shadows, close quote. For this next stage will have the task of purifying the manas element on the plane of buddhi. All of these purified feelings for karma will then flow together into a single power that will strive toward the primal spirit that flows and floods through our planet. Everything that human beings feel today will, in the next stage, stream together in a purified form, like flames. And these many individual flames will be united into a total fire. Thus the future 6th planet is called the cosmos of fire. It will be formed from the purified feelings of human hearts as they intertwine and harmonize their sounds together. This future cosmos of fire will be related to our earthly cosmos, just as the earth is related to its predecessor. What is essential must first have gone through wisdom, then through love, and finally it must rise up in fire. This is the goal that the primal spirit who streams through the cosmos strives for. It wants humanity to live through all the stages in between. Human beings are not simply to arrive at perfection. It is essential for them to traverse all the individual stages in order to experience the richness of existence. These in-between goals could not be attained unless diversity and manifoldness in time and space were present. In space, various steps of existence are present alongside one another. But beings also live one after another in time and pass through various epochs, various stages. Thus the primal spirit strives for diversity in space and time. It causes beings to progress toward perfection through their own efforts. It allows beings really to undergo each individual lesson. Karma can work only in such a way that perfection corresponds to the imperfection it replaces. Imagine a child that should grow and develop so that it can be perfected in its later stage of adulthood. First, it must learn everything. It must learn to stand and walk. It must learn to hold itself in balance. In doing so, it will frequently fall to the ground. Unless pain were associated with falling, the falls would have no effect toward perfecting the child's abilities. For life to become perfected, imperfect life must be present. Every fact must have another associated with it, so that the first fact becomes a kind of lesson for us, so that it teaches us something. Theosophy shows us this. Every station on our Earth's path of evolution means a learning through which we ascend to the highest degree. Thus we are to understand life as learning. The divine primal spirit is giving us the opportunity to learn as much as possible from life. A God who only forgives would prevent us from learning. Every deed becomes a source of knowledge. That would not happen unless every swing of the pendulum to one side were not followed by the pendulum swinging back. It is necessary that the pendulum be able to swing in both directions, so that we are not marionettes guided by the hand of a creator. Because the entire diversity of human life does not appear in some stages of our evolution, in other stages something must appear that seems like the swing of a pendulum in the opposite direction. Now, there are physical diseases. Fundamentally speaking, we cannot understand the origin of physical diseases. We can only understand that accidents happen to us. It is not at all easy for us to understand that our body can become sick out of itself, without any kind of accident having happened to it. The, quote, brothers of the shadow, close quote, are seen as the bearers of evil diseases that work from within outward. In the same direction, we can seek for the cosmic, karmic origin of physical diseases that appear without any external cause. Straying into evil happens through the presence of too much wisdom in the wrong location. In the physical realm, this signifies that the masters of wisdom have intervened too strongly into internal human organs. These masters should, however, be concerned with wisdom alone, and not delve into the physical sphere in the present stage of the Earth's evolution. Precisely in this way, the masters of wisdom engender physical illnesses when they do the same things here that they did rightly during an earlier stage. This principle of misplaced wisdom is the origin of physical suffering caused by evil. Our cosmos of love, compassion, and goodwill was preceded by the cosmos of wisdom, in which the beings dedicated their work to the construction of the physical body. The fact that their activity extends into our cosmos brings about illnesses. Diseases, physical and moral evils, are all the result of this common origin. This is a fact that arises from occult research of history. I have shown how our age, through external research, has come to the point that spiritualization by means of theosophy is necessary. Western science has arrived at the gate of theosophy and now knocks at the door. Out of itself it cannot find satisfactory solutions. Cesare Lombroso's research, for example, is in itself justified. He sees the physical and soul aspects of human beings as very related. He sees abnormalities and illness among criminals as very related. He found purely physical abnormalities and irregularities of the physical among criminals. He measures the skull, seeking asymmetries and abnormalities. He maintains that where a moral shortcoming is present, a physical disharmony can be found. In this way, he moves morality and physical illness very close together. Thus, physical science arrives at convictions to which occultism also leads. But theosophy knows that in cases of moral and physical illness, we are dealing with the karmic extension of the lunar epoch into our earthly actions. These are cosmic, karmic effects that lead to deep penetration into the physical world. Now, you will see why those who have the ability to see into the astral world can be entirely different doctors from those who lack this vision. During the lunar epoch, everything that happened there was much closer to the astral world than today. Astral forces were much more active, much more fluid. They were much more powerful. For that reason, an astral seer can follow the connections that exist between our world and the lunar world. He or she must be able to look from the physical effects to the astral causes. We must attempt to imagine this in a picture. Imagine that the astral was water and is now frozen, so that we can see into the ice and behold everything that was there earlier. Paracelsus, who saw this, was in a position to find a great number of healing processes that are not understandable to ordinary doctors. He was in a position to impart the causes of illnesses in the physical realm through his vision. That is, he could see the causes of illnesses in the previous epoch of the earth. He said that we must be able to cure not just the earthly, but also the sidereal human being. In our words, this means we must also be able to cure the astral aspect of a human being. Paracelsus saw the relationship between the effects of the physical medication and the cause of the illness, and he also saw the effects of the medication. An ordinary doctor would find the effects through experiments. So you see how what appears as imperfection on earth is no longer imperfect for us on earth, if we understand it as a debt brought about by the present influence of earlier wisdom, a wisdom that was justified in the past. That which is perfect in our epoch can be imperfect in an earlier or later epoch. Jesus said, quote, "Why do you call me perfect? Only our Father in heaven is perfect." Close quote. No single being is perfect. It is only imperfect, at the place and at the time where it is found. The end of Lecture 18.4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is Lecture 19.5, the fifth lecture in the fourth section of the book, entitled Early Images of God, given in Berlin on November 2nd, 1903. Today I would like to speak about certain phenomena that are connected with the condition that appeared in the middle of the third round, the third period of time in Earth's evolution. In this period, the human races that were formerly of a finer etheric substance sank deeper into materiality. The ability to form pictures and thoughts was developed. In the first root race, the ability to form feelings was developed. Human beings could feel. They could perceive the difference between cold and warm, between bright and dark, between wet and dry. But they could not yet picture things. They did not yet have the ability to create pictures within themselves of the objects surrounding them in the world. They could not repeat within themselves what was outside of them. That began only with the third root race. On the one hand, we see the gradual appearance of the ability to form images, and on the other hand, coarse materiality of the physical world, which was expressed in the ability to reproduce and in the appearance of masculine and feminine. This development is connected with something else that can give us a deeper understanding of the picture of God. At that time, there was as yet no idea or image of God. Only beginning in the third root race could an image of God dawn on human consciousness. We can understand this only if we think of this development of how an image of God evolved as a real process. When we attempt to understand how an image of God began to take hold in humanity, we find that we can ascertain at first a form of religion that is distinguished from polytheism and from other forms of religion. For this reason, a special word was coined, henotheism. Henotheism was the original form of religion, which we find everywhere at that time. Religious worship of many gods came only somewhat later. The original form for the image or notion of God is worship and reverence of a primal Godhead. However, this original notion must be distinguished from the later concept of one God, known as monotheism, since it is not as clearly formed. The original notion is wavering, blurry, and indistinct. This is an indefinite picture of God that appears everywhere. Expressing myself clearly, I would have to say that originally the peoples of the world did not think of one God alone. Rather, they pictured something divine. They imagined that something indefinite underlay the foundation of the world, and that this indefinite something was divine. How and from where did people get this notion that the primal foundation of the world was divine? Several hypotheses have been put forward, without being able to find out where this idea comes from. Henotheism, such as it is found today among so-called primitive tribes, is not the original form of this notion of God, for these peoples are not direct descendants of these old cultures. If we go to Lemuria, we encounter a point in time when the transition took place from a universal working of cosmic wisdom to Kama Manas, working in individual human souls. Before that time, wisdom was a universal being, a being that hovered over the whole of humanity as a spirit. It was not yet very different from the universal spirit that was at work during the Moon Epoch. It was just in the Lemurian time that the universal spirit was instilled into human souls. Picture it happening this way. Before this happened, the Lemurians saw the unitary spirit, which they could not yet picture or think, outside of themselves. It hovered above them. In their further development, they found the same spirit within themselves, which in earlier times they had been able to perceive outside of themselves. They found it within themselves, reflected within their own souls. Before they evolved into beings that were able to picture and think, the Lemurians' vision was half astral. They beheld the unifying Godhead hovering above them. When they now looked inside themselves, they beheld in their own souls a reflection of what had been outside them in earlier times. It was the content that was outside them in earlier times, now illuminated in their own souls. The first notions of God were nothing other than a repetition of this process. The remnants of such religion you can find in the oldest religions of ancient India. Now let us consider the Atlantean race. The Lemurians could not only see, they could also make for themselves a spiritual image of what was seen. But it is something different to have the capacity to carry a picture around that one has formed. Memory was first formed in the Atlantean race. In the first root race, the ability to feel was formed. In the second, the ability to see. In the third, the ability to form pictures. And only in the fourth root race could human beings retain the formed pictures and thereby create memory. If you think of that, memory was developed primarily by the Atlanteans, then you can imagine that religion had to have taken on a certain form with them. The Lemurian human race dwindled. It transitioned into the Atlantean race, which had developed memory. With their excellent memories, the Atlanteans could remember the pictures that their predecessors, the Lemurians, had made. That is approximately the way we should picture it. For example, as when you see the sun reflected in a drop of water, but not the sun itself. For this reason, the Atlanteans developed a twofold consciousness. The divine took hold of a place in our predecessors. They were our ancestors, in whose souls the divine lived. That was the time when ancestor worship began. The cult of ancestors appeared then. Ancestors were worshipped because people saw the divine light up in their souls. A variety of ancestor worship is seen in the later worship of heroes, Theseus, Jason, and so forth, that also belongs to the worship of ancestors. However, in this way, the worship of many gods was also introduced. Here we find real spirituality flowing into the souls of human beings, in memory, development of memory, within the fourth human race, in the age of the Atlanteans. Now we come to the fifth human race. The power of thought is developed in it. The Atlanteans did not calculate in the same way that we do, because the power of thought is necessary to do so. Logic. You know that 2 + 2 = 4. You know that. You acquired this knowledge through thinking. The Atlanteans did not yet have this ability. When they had 2 and then again 2, they did not say 2 + 2 = 4, but rather, quote, how many did we have in previous cases? The Atlanteans' ideas were thus bound to their memory. The Atlanteans could see their entire lives spread out before them, and also that of their ancestors. This should not be confused with the Akasha Chronicle. It was human memory. In earlier times, people sensed things with their entire nature. It was not like today, where we must first touch something. Today we have the laws of thought, for example, 2 + 2 = 4, and we conform ourselves to them. The religious consciousness in the fifth root race must be developed under the influence of thinking. Human beings in the fifth race seek not only to perceive what is around them, they seek not only to arrive at a sensation, rather they seek to grasp things with their thought. Thinking has become for them an important means for achieving wisdom. In this way they free themselves more and more from the past, because memory is drowned out. Revering what is old is disappearing. Reverence is attached only to what lives deeply in the soul as manas, and what announces itself as manas. For this reason, the fifth root race is reaching the point where manas is recognized as the divine. The fifth human race, therefore, no longer practices polytheism, but rather strives to achieve the mastery within and to recognize the center point of the human being. For this reason, we have in the fifth human race the greatest masters: Lao Tzu, Confucius, Buddha, Moses, Zarathustra, and so forth. Humanity has thereby been released from the past and from the worship of its ancestors. It is beginning to recognize divine wisdom that has been realized in time. If you understand the deeper meaning of ancient Greek mythological images, you will see how in the sequence of steps of the Greek gods there is complete awareness of this sequence of religious experiences. We must imagine that the same power that hovered everywhere above the Lemurians, the power that lived in space as a unifying wisdom, was called Uranus, or Father Sky, by the Greeks. Uranus was relieved by Kronos, the god of time, by the god who lived in memory. He constantly swallowed his children. He represented the entire ancestor divinity. Then followed Zeus, the anthropomorphized God, the God of the heroes. He is a variety of the same principle. Then the cult of Dionysus came. Dionysus was the striving, suffering, feeling, thinking human being. He was represented as originally having been killed, cut into pieces, and then resurrected. And now again he strives upward in the world. He is the representative of mastership, of mahatmaship, the representative of the image of God in the fifth race. Thus these three steps were preserved in Greek consciousness: Uranus as henotheism, Kronos and Zeus as polytheism, Dionysus as mahatmaship. This will explain to you why the religion of Dionysus in Greece was a secret, a mystery religion. The Greeks hid this cult in the mysteries. Aeschylus was called before the court because he had betrayed the secrets of the mysteries by portraying them on stage. But he was able to prove that he had never been initiated in the mysteries. Socrates had to die because it was believed that his teaching originated in the mysteries. Capital punishment was always the sentence for betraying the mysteries. Every mention in Greek myths of a trip to the underworld always signified an initiation. It meant that the one referred to was a student of the mysteries, even Hercules. Every myth signified something very specific, never something arbitrary. There was no need to believe. People just knew it. It was known through initiation. Initiation brought individuals to the point where they could really recognize the meaning of the myth. The initiate of the fifth root race is filled with the attitude that the fifth principle of humankind is struggling into existence in them, that they are bearers of humanity for the fifth root race. In this way they also arrive at the recognition of mahatmaship. The more deeply we go into these matters, the more we arrive at the inner progress of humanity's spiritual evolution. Now it will no longer appear so incomprehensible when I speak of the mysteries. You see, theosophy is nothing other than an ongoing revelation of secret connections and relationships to the world. The secrets that theosophy can reveal today are still very elementary, but they are something that already place human beings deeply into a great context. On the one hand, these secrets cause us to appear small, like a small pearl in a great clam. But on the other hand, we appear large when we reflect on the higher self and imagine our incarnations as a totality of pearls. Theosophy does not make us small, as modern natural science would make us small. Modern science says, quote, there are millions of Earths in the entire universe, all of which are occupied, and among all these our Earth is but a grain of dust, close quote. Theosophy also says that we are such a grain of dust, but in us the divine also lives. This divine spark that we find in the center of our consciousness did not arise in us, but rather it was drawn into us from outside. It is the same as what lives outside in the macrocosmos. Feuerbach did not arrive at any special wisdom when he said that the ancients were wrong, when they said the Godhead created the human being according to its image, because the human being created God according to his image. This is entirely correct. The human being created the Godhead again out of himself. However, it is the Godhead who is creating here. So we can say that Feuerbach was correct, but he does not admit to himself that he is right. I have said to you again and again that control of thought is what is necessary. And control of thought consists not merely in that a thought is clear, but rather that every thought must have a control thought. One should never think or speak a thought without applying the control thought that belongs to it. Human beings can work wonders if they do not allow themselves to conceive only one-sided thoughts. The end of lecture 19.5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is the fourth section, the sixth lecture in the fourth section. I'm numbering it in this set of lectures, 20.6, entitled The Fall into Sin, given in Berlin on November 24th, 1903. Today we will speak about the evolution of the causal body. We hold firmly to the idea that reincarnations happen, on average, in such a way that centuries pass between them. At first, the causal body is on a lower step. Then, after further incarnations, it moves up to higher and higher steps. The first incarnation of the human being, and with it the beginning of the causal body, occurred in the third root race of our earth round. Before this, immortal human spirits were not yet incarnated in the bodies that we now bear, not even in similar bodies. We will speak later of the preceding conditions. Now I would like to show how evolution happens. You can get an idea of the regular sequence of stages involved in development if you observe the Indian and European cultural epochs. The European subrace is not on a higher or lower stage than the Indian. The Indian subrace is more spiritual, the European is more intellectual. The same content that the Indian subrace received through spirituality, we receive through the intellect. Today we can grasp spiritual content if we previously were incarnated in a spiritual race. What we saw in a spiritual way when the book of Genesis arose in the age of the Old Testament, we can now grasp with our understanding more easily. We are able to understand what the causal body created in earlier centuries, because at that time we were more spiritual human beings. At that time we were still able to understand higher truths immediately, directly. If we observe the people of ancient India, and also the Jews of ancient times, we see that they grasped truths spiritually. Today, the Jews have lost the spiritual, and India too has become more materialistic. It was not usual in earlier times to present truths in an intellectual form, as we do today. Rather, everything was presented in the form of pictures. And what was given originally in a pictorial form was spiritual truth. Those who know the symbols can understand the spiritual truth. Scholars dispute the biblical portrayal of the 7 days of creation and the myth of the fall into sin. However, the myth of the fall into sin is describing nothing other than what happened in the third root race during the Lemurian age, the transition from asexuality to the existence of two sexes. Kama manas appeared as the active human mind. That is the one pole. The other is sexuality. The separation into two sexes and the beginning of mental reasoning in kama manas, that is what the myth of the fall into sin represents in the Bible. Every individual fact must have been alive in those who created these myths. The facts were told in a higher mythological language. They are presented in the Bible in a somewhat distorted fashion, but they are clear for those who know how the content of this myth is distorted and how it must originally have sounded. We will consider how this myth was presented back then, when humanity was still more spiritual. Step by step, we can look at the myth and we will recognize the deep wisdom contained in it. Quote, "The serpent was more clever than all the animals of the field that the Lord God had created. And he said to the woman," close quote. The symbol of the serpent everywhere represents those who have been initiated. Those who had been initiated in a certain way and brought content to humanity from initiation were called serpents. The serpent is the symbol for those who are in a position to lead humanity through kama manas. Everything of manas within the dense earth was less clever. Therefore, the serpent said to the woman, quote, "Well, Did God say, "You shall not eat of any tree in the garden"? Genesis 3:1, close quote. The trees represent what people should work their way through with kama-manas, through which they should advance themselves on earth within physical matter. What is meant here is the culture created by the human mind, which should work on what grows and thrives. Quote, "The woman spoke to the serpent, 'We eat of the fruits of the trees in the garden, but from the fruit of the tree in the middle of the garden, God said, "Do not eat of this tree, do not touch it, lest you die." Genesis 3:2 and 3, close quote. As long as the human spirit was not yet incarnated, there was no death, and neither was there reproduction, as there is today. Reproduction in the earlier human races occurred in a different way. One body released another. There was a differentiation with fertilization. There was no birth or death. There was only an attraction and repulsion in elective affinities. The serpent, the master of kama-manas, could say, quote, "Acquire for yourselves kama-manas. Eat from the tree, and then you will undergo a development." Close quote. The planetary spirit named Jehovah, who earlier had guided humanity alone, knew what would happen when manas was mixed with kama by the serpent. When that happened, then human beings would have to die. Quote, "Then the serpent spoke to the woman, 'You will not die, for God knows that when you eat of it your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, and know good and evil.' Genesis 3, verses 4-5, close quote. You will not die, but your eyes will be opened. That means through kama, you will have to develop manas. Through your eyes, you will have to see everything, and then acquire knowledge. Before this, human beings did not know good and evil, for they were guided from above." Quote, "And the woman saw that it would be good to eat of the tree, that it was a delight to the eyes, and that it was an attractive tree because it made one wise. She took from the fruit and ate, and she also gave some to her husband, and he also ate. Then the eyes of both were opened." Close quote. Then human beings were drawn into bodies and could see and observe through their organs of perception. Quote, "And they became aware that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made for themselves aprons." Genesis 3:6-7, close quote. Earlier, they had been unable to perceive this. Only now did they become, in quotes, naked. Physical matter shows nature that is united with kama-manas, and physical matter is, in quotes, clothing, the result of kama-manas. Earlier human beings had a higher, finer matter, and they had no reason to feel shame. First, they had to make physical matter appropriate to their higher nature. God did not make kama, but rather manas. But the human being was ashamed and made clothing. Quote, "And they heard the voice of God the Lord, who walked in the garden when the day had grown cool." Genesis 3:8, close quote. Until then, the planetary spirit had led human beings. Jehovah is the God of physical nature. In the, in quote, secret teaching, he is the God of procreation, a moon god. It was held against Frau Blavatsky that she characterized Jehovah in this way. Humanity received sexuality from the cosmos through Jehovah. Quote, "And Adam hid himself with his wife from the countenance of the Lord under the trees of the garden. And God the Lord called Adam and spoke to him, 'Where are you?' And he spoke, 'I heard your voice in the garden and was afraid, for I am naked. That is why I hid.' Genesis 3:8, close quote. Earlier human beings had been unable to hide themselves at all because Jehovah guided them. The Kabbalah says this much more clearly. In earliest ages, the secret doctrine was given only pictorially. Adam Kadmon is the name of the sexless Adam. The ability to reason is now in human beings. Earlier, it was outside. Now human beings hide this thinking ability within themselves. They hide it from external wisdom. Quote, "And he spoke, 'Who told you that you are naked? Have you eaten of the tree that I told you not to eat from?' Then Adam spoke, The woman that you gave me the fruit of the tree, and I ate. Genesis 3:11 and 12, close quote. A being that was one sex became a being that had two sexes. The serpent made it possible for human beings to be set on a track leading to Kamamanas. Quote, Then God the Lord spoke to the woman, Why have you done this? The woman spoke, The serpent seduced me so that I ate. Then God the Lord spoke to the serpent, Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and above all animals of the field. Genesis 3:13 through 14, close quote. Quote, Cursed above all cattle and above all animals of the field, close quote. This means nothing other than that the animals have evolved up to a certain limit, as is still appropriate to their whole kama, which is prescribed for them. Human kama is loosened from its constraints. Human beings must decide for themselves. The lion is savage because cruelty lies in its kama. But human beings must purify their drives, their desire for morality. Their instinctive drives have been released. You, with your kama manas, have been pushed out and are left to your own devices. You are not the same as the animals. That is contained in these words. Those who know the secret doctrine, title, will know how one Davachan verse speaks of the highest planetary spirit, of which there are actually 8, but only 7 are spoken of, for one of them was pushed out, one who had brought the light. This kama manas is also pushed out. Quote, On your belly you must crawl and eat earth all your life. Genesis 3:14, close quote. Crawling on your belly and eating earth means nothing other than everything that should be achieved through kama manas. Human beings can achieve within earthly evolution. Quote, And I will set enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. Genesis 3:15, close quote. The polarity between seed and reason is taken over from animalistic sexuality, from the middle of the second to the middle of the 6th race. Quote, He shall tread on your head, and you will sting him in his heel. Genesis 3:15, close quote. Adversarial forces are to come from here and there. The one pole is the forces of kama manas. The other pole are the Kameshan forces. A new aversion entered, which was not there earlier, and it is kamic. Readers aside, this word is spelled K-A-M-A or K-A-M-I-C, and I'm not mispronouncing karma by the word kama. I'm not sure if they're the same word, though. End of readers aside. Quote, And he spoke to the woman first, I will give you much pain when you become pregnant. You will bear children in pain, and your desire shall be for your husband, and he shall be your lord. Genesis 3:16, close quote. This means that a new kamic stream appears. Desire and aversion are in essence the nature of the kamic. In esoteric language, man and woman always signify the two forces. The man signifies the outer force, while the woman signifies the inner soul. Man and woman signify external energy and inner power of soul. As long as the human being is on this path through the physical world, the soulful human being must accommodate the physical human being. Consciousness must accommodate itself to the laws of physical evolution. That is what, quote, He shall be your Lord means. Quote, And to Adam he spoke, Because you have obeyed the voice of your wife and eaten of the tree that I forbade you, and said you must not eat of it, cursed be the ground because of you. With toil you will eat of it all your life. Genesis 3:17, close quote. You will eat your bread with toil. Jehovah is the planetary spirit, whose rule extends only to kama manas. Then a new regime enters. Therefore, Jehovah cannot watch as kama manas enters into evolution. Therefore, he says, I must create a karmic opposite pole because you followed the voice of your wife, of the consciousness that has filled itself with kama manas, because you listened and have eaten the knowledge of kama manas from the tree that I commanded you, you shall not eat of it. Thus, cursed be the ground because of you. that is, the physical earth. At that time, the earth had been simply given to humanity as a gift. Now, humanity must conquer it piece by piece. Earlier, what enlivened the human being was more dispersed. Cursed here means made independent, pressed down. Human beings could no longer see the finer matter. Toil, that is a new unhappiness. Quote, "Thorns and thistles it will give you, and you shall eat the plants of the field. In the sweat of your face you shall eat your bread until you return to the earth from which you were taken. For you are earth, and shall return to the earth." Genesis 3:18 and 19, close quote. However, human beings must become spirit. They must work for a long time until they have spiritualized themselves. Quote, "And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she is the mother of all living things." Genesis 3:20, close quote. From then on, Adam called his consciousness Eve, the mother of all that the human being creates on the earth, the mother of all that the human being develops on this evolutionary path. And that is what Eve shall be, the Kama Manas. Quote, "And God the Lord made Adam and his wife garments of pelts and clothed them." Genesis 3:21, close quote. He gave from the outside to the physical, spiritual human beings what they needed in order to advance. Quote, "And God the Lord spoke, Behold, Adam has become as one of us and knows good and evil." Genesis 3:22, close quote. You will recall the image that I used, where the light source is in the middle and the spheres at the periphery reflect the light. Now the spheres themselves are becoming luminous, and God said, quote, "Before you were merely a reflection of me. You were merely thoughts that I sent out. But now you have become independent beings, living, released, independent beings." Close quote. Quote, "Now lest he also put forth his hand and also take from the tree of life and eat and live forever, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from which he was taken." Genesis 3:22-23, close quote. Adam was chased out of the garden. He was no longer allowed to stay within. He was no longer allowed to eat from the tree of immortality, as he could before. He had to acquire a different kind of nourishment. The Manas does not pass through the gate of birth and death. Wisdom disembodied represented the tree of life. Now human beings became Kama Manas, and now they must pass through the gate of birth and death. There are two different kinds of trees in paradise, one of which Adam had been allowed to eat from. Now after the fall into sin, he could do this no more. With Kama Manas, he lost the possibility to eat from this immortality. Quote, "God drove Adam out and placed a cherub with a flaming sword before the Garden of Eden to protect the path to the tree of life." Genesis 3:24, close quote. The cherub is the planetary spirit who represents Manas, immortal life. It does not signify knowledge through Kama Manas. The cherub who stands by the side of Jehovah was placed before the Garden of Eden so that the human being does not push into this garden where the truth in its primal eternal form is to be found. Now, think of the evolution of humanity before the time of the third root race. The Dzyan Chohan guided it. By following him, the human being had access to wisdom. The human being was guided spiritually directly, not through eyes, ears, or an inner organ. However, now that humans have become Kama Manas, the cherub stands before them and prevents them from coming to the tree of knowledge. First, the human being must have passed through all kinds of births. This will remain the case until the human will have attained the original immortality. Human beings in the third, fourth, and even the fifth race still had a certain spiritual life. Today, we are chiefly Kama Manas people, who have been given a small spiritual streak. But we have already reached the deepest point, and Theosophy, the theosophical movement, is to bring again an infusion of spirituality. Earlier, we could not teach truths in the form of rational thought. Rather, they were given in pictures, and higher truth rose up in people. Those who still have something of the earlier spirituality are understood today only with difficulty. They express much in sentences that are difficult to grasp. One must guess what the leaders want to say, for everything is expressed in pictures. But it is the same content that is to be expressed in theosophy today. We would be unable to interpret the fall into sin spiritually if we did not have the wisdom from elsewhere. Earlier it was obtained mythologically. Today it awakens in us by means of the advanced evolution of our causal body. In later stages of evolution, it will come to you as manas wisdom. The end of lecture 20.6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88, by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is lecture 21.7, the seventh lecture in the fourth set, entitled Cosmology, According to Genesis, given in Berlin on December 8, 1903. The first two chapters of Genesis can be better understood when we call to mind the various things that we have already discussed. The first chapter presents the evolution of our planet through the first 3 Earth rounds, up to the 4th round, up to the moment when the human being was created. It closes then with the creation of the human being. Right there where the human being of the 4th round in the 3rd root race first enters into incarnation. The Mosaic Genesis and Greek mythology present this in a very similar fashion. It is more clearly expressed in Greek mythology, which tells us of the 3 streams from the 3 logoi, Uranus, Kronos, and Zeus. At the beginning of our Earth evolution, Uranus represents the first logos, which altogether brings forth the first separation from the undifferentiated condition that was present in the preceding pralaya. Uranus was the being driving this forward. His opposite was Gaia. The origin of this earthly planet is rooted in them. Uranus is then in connection with Gaia, the creative force. One could then say, quote, "In the beginning were Uranus and Gaia," close quote. The second stream is the stream of soul, Kronos, who represents the purely psychic aspect of the soul. Then begins what is characterized as the pilgrimage of the soul, the union with Zeus, the god of Kama Manas. And how does this read in Genesis? Quote, "In the beginning God created heaven and earth, and the earth was desolate and empty, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters." Genesis 1:1 and 2. Close quote. That is the arupa condition. It still has no form. Quote, "And God spoke, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw that the light was good. Then God separated the light from the darkness, and called the light day, and the darkness night. That was evening, and that was morning, the first day." Genesis 1:3-5, close quote. This is the first form, the beginning rupa condition. The second globe is present. Quote, "And God spoke, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and thus the waters were separated. Then God made the firmament, and separated the waters that were under the firmament from the waters above the firmament. And it happened thus. And God called the firmament heaven. And there was evening, and there was morning, the second day." Genesis 1:6-8, close quote. Water always means astral matter when it is spoken of in Genesis. Quote, "And God spoke, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together in special places, so that one can see what is dry. And it was so. And God named the dry land earth, and the waters that had been gathered together he called sea. And God saw that it was good. And God spoke, let the earth bring forth grass and vegetation, putting forth seeds, and fruitful trees, bearing fruit in which is their seed, each according to its kind on the earth. And it happened that way. And the earth brought forth grass and vegetation with seeds, each according to its kind, and trees bearing fruit in which is their kind. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and morning, the third day. Genesis 1, 9-13, close quote. This was the time when the plant kingdom came into existence. Earlier, the plant kingdom was a surging, confusing jumble. Separated individual plants did not exist. For this reason, each is to have its own seed according to its kind. Only now are individualized plants emerging. Quote, and God spoke, let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, which separate day and night, and give signs, seasons, days, and years. And it happened that way. And God made 2 great lights, a great light that rules the day, and a small light that rules the night. And he made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens, so they could shine on the earth and rule day and night, and separate light from darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and morning, the 4th day. Genesis 1, 14-19, close quote. This is the astral world, the third globe, the ocean of stars, the symbol for astral existence. Now we come to the actual earth globe. Here matter was gradually formed. At first etheric matter was formed. During the first 2 epochs we are at first dealing with etheric matter. It was condensed during the third root race, during the Lemurian age. At the same time, a condensation of matter was taking place, so that during the Lemurian age we have a physical materiality constantly becoming denser. Quote, and God spoke, let the waters be stirred by living, weaving animals, and let birds fly above the earth, across the firmament of the heavens. And God created the whales and all kinds of animals that live and weave, so that the water is stirred, each according to its kind, and all kinds of feathered birds, each according to its kind. And God saw that it was good. And God blessed them and spoke, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the sea, and let birds multiply on earth. And there was evening and there was morning, the 5th day. Genesis 1, 20-23, close quote. That is not the animal kingdom that natural history tells us of. Rather, it is what can be found in the second part of the title Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky and in the Dzan verses. Quote, and God spoke, let the earth bring forth living creatures, each according to its kind, cattle, creeping things, and animals on earth, each according to its kind. Thus it happened. And God made the animals on the earth, each according to its kind, and cattle according to their kind, and all kinds of creeping, crawling things on earth according to their kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1, 24-25, close quote. God created the separateness of the animals, whereas earlier they were surging and weaving in an unseparated mass together. Quote, and God spoke, let us make the human beings in our own image, after our likeness, and let them have rule over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth. So God created the human being in his own image. In the image of God he created him. Genesis 1, 26-27, close quote. And God created him male-female. That means without sex. Quote, and God blessed them and spoke to them, be fruitful and multiply and fill up the earth and make it subject to you, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that crawls on the earth. Genesis 1:28, close quote. Multiply in a non-sexual way, not through reproduction, but rather simply through coming forth from one another, as in the astral realm. Quote, and God looked upon all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning, the 6th day. Genesis 1:31, close quote. This is the point in time when the third root race of the fourth round begins, the third chief epoch of the earth. Quote, "Thus the heavens and the earth with their entire host were completed. And so, on the seventh day, God finished his work which he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. And God blessed the seventh day and hallowed it." Genesis 2, 1-3, close quote. He rested means that he had now handed over the task to humanity. Before, he had evoked all that was to be stimulated from within. Now the cosmic Whitsun festival took place. The spirits were sunk down into matter and began their work. Quote, "Because on it God rested from all his work which he had done in creation. Thus heaven and earth were made, which were created at the time when God the Lord made heaven and earth. And all kinds of trees in the field were not yet on earth, and all kinds of plants on the field had not yet grown. For the Lord God had not yet caused it to rain on the earth, and there was not human being to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth, and watered the whole face of the land. Then the Lord God made the human being from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and he became a living soul." Genesis 2, 3-7, close quote. Now the human being was present. Quote, "And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden toward morning, and set the human being therein whom he had formed. And out of the ground God the Lord caused all kinds of trees to grow that were pleasant to look at and good to eat, and the tree of life in the middle of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil." Genesis 2, 8-9, close quote. Here is described the transition from the etheric races to the physical races. These physical races are being put together from four sides, from east, west, south, north, and from the four elements that correspond to the abilities of the soul spirit. The tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil are a picture for the higher life that the human being had united with. Quote, "And a river flowed out of Eden to water the garden, and was separated into four parts. The first part is called Pishon, which flows around the entire country of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is precious, and one finds there bdellium and onyx." Genesis 2, 10-12, close quote. The other waters are called Gihon, Tigris, and Euphrates. The four rivers are symbols of the four astral forms of matter that flow together. In the language of esotericism, water always means the astral realm, and gold always symbolizes the spiritual. Onyx is the symbol for matter that sinks down the deepest. Onyx is the symbol for how what is living must be transformed before it can be taken up onto a higher principle. What is living, prana, must go through a condition of purification. This is characterized as the onyx condition. Also in Goethe's fairy tale we find the transformation of Mopsus into an onyx. Quote, "And the Lord God took the human being and set him into the Garden of Eden to till and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the human being, saying, You may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat it, you shall die. And God the Lord spoke, It is not good that the human being should be alone. I will make a helper fit for him." Genesis 2, 15-18, close quote. Now the fourth round begins. Before it, there was a short pralaya. When the fourth round begins, first the etheric human races come to an end. The firstborn of the fourth round is the human being, and what comes into existence now does so through human beings. It is a product of decadence. It decays. Quote, "So God the Lord formed from the ground every kind of animal in the field, and every kind of bird under the heavens, and brought them to the human being, for him to name them. For as the human being would name every kind of living animal, so they would be called. And the human being gave every kind of cattle and bird under the heavens and animal in the field its name. but no helper was found for the human being that was fit for him. Then God the Lord caused a deep sleep to come upon the human being, and he fell asleep. Genesis 2:19-21, close quote. Sleep here signifies a transition that we must understand very exactly. Imagine a light in the middle of a space that is reflected back in the most varied way all around it. Imagine that the light in the middle is extinguished and the outer lights continue to shine. So is the sinking of manas into the bodies that now begin to shine from within when manas ceases to illuminate human beings from outside. Dream consciousness forms the transition between radiance from within and the vanishing of light from without. Sexuality is the opposite pole of kama manas, just as the South Pole is the opposite pole of the North Pole. Quote, So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the human being, and while he slept, took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. And God the Lord fashioned a woman from the rib that he had taken from the human being, and took her to him. Then the human being spoke, This is finally bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She will be called woman, because she was taken from man. For this reason a man will leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and they will be one flesh. Genesis 2:21-24, close quote. Each human being leaves its father and mother. That is, it leaves what had made him or her before. The Egyptian secret teachings are contained in the first 2 chapters of Genesis. Moses was initiated in Egypt. He then brought this mystery teaching with him and gave it to his people. The end of lecture 21.7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes, entitled Concerning the Astral World and Devachan. This is lecture 22.8, which is the 8th lecture of the 4th section, entitled Laws of the Universe and Human Destiny, a Christmas lecture given in Berlin on December 21st, 1903. Follow me in thought for a few moments into an ancient Egyptian temple, to a ceremony that was celebrated around midnight on those days that correspond to our Christmas Day. On this day, or better said, around midnight, one of the 4 pictures that were shown only 4 times per year was unveiled and carried before a small gathering of people who had been prepared for this temple service. This picture was locked up in the innermost sanctuary of the temple all year long, and was strictly held secret. On this day it was carried out by the oldest sacrificial priest, and a ceremony was held in front of it, which I would like to describe to you very briefly. After the oldest priest had carried out the radiant portrait of Horus, the sign of Isis and Osiris, 4 wise priests in white vestments stepped in front of this picture. The first wise priest in white vestments spoke before the picture the following words, quote, Horus, you who are the sun in the kingdom of the Spirit, and you who send us the light of wisdom, just as the sun bestows upon us the light of the world, lead us so that in the end we will no longer be what we are today. Close quote. This temple priest entered from the east. The second temple priest entered from the north and spoke approximately the following words, quote, Horus, you, sun in the kingdom of Spirit, you who bestow upon us love, just as the sun is the bestower of warming forces, which draw forth the forces of the plants and fruits, so that we can become what we are not yet. Close quote. And the third temple priest came forward and said, quote, Horus, you, sun in the kingdom of the Spirit, bestow upon us your strength, just as the sun bestows upon the physical world its strength, with which it dissipates the darkest clouds and spreads light everywhere." Close quote. After this third sacrificial priest had spoken, a fourth priest stepped forward and said approximately the following, quote, "The three wisest of us have spoken. They are my brothers, but they are beyond the sphere in which I am still. I am the representative of you all." Close quote. And he meant the representative of the crowd. And he said, quote, "I will lead your voice, I will speak for you, who stand there as though you have not yet come of age. I will tell my older brothers that you long for the great goal of the world, where human destiny and the eternal laws of the universe will be reconciled." Close quote. This was to be understood in this hour by those who were sufficiently prepared, just as once the unchangeable laws of the universe and human destinies were one. If we understand the ceremonies that unfold in Asia, India, and even in China on Christmas, then we understand what is really sounding forth in the bells that ring at Christmas. Since ancient times, the world has been called a macrocosm, and the human being a microcosm. These terms were meant to indicate that the human being has forces within him or herself that are outside in the big world. But it was not only the calculating intellect that called the human being the world in miniature, but also the feeling soul that says to us that we should look up to the stars. Here the words of the philosopher Kant apply, quote, "Two things fill our souls with constantly new and increasing wonder and reverence, the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me." Close quote. How different macrocosm and microcosm are when we observe them from a different point of view. Precisely with respect to the macrocosm, with its immutable eternal laws, those who belong among the most profound knowers are filled with deepest wonder and reverence. None of those who know, who really understand the wisdom of the world, have stood before the creating world spirit without being filled with wonder. Kepler, one of the first people of the modern age, one who first became familiar with these immutable laws, spoke the words, quote, "Who could look into the wonderful structure of the whole world and not be filled with wonder at the Creator who instilled these laws?" Close quote. Those who know admire the eternal laws of the starry heavens most of all. With respect to human destiny, things appear to be different. Goethe said that he gladly escaped from vacillating human beings to the solid rules of eternal nature, and that the moral law with its Kant's categorical imperative appeared to him to be trapped in crazy paths. In yet another way, we can feel the difference between the human heart and the spirit of the world, the macrocosm. We feel this difference if we consider the connection between human destiny and human character. Who would burden a volcano with responsibility? Indeed, no one. However, we must indeed burden a person who causes mischief, pain, and suffering. Who would speak of the justice or injustice of nature? And why is it, then, that the good suffer and the evil are happy? We see harmony in the macrocosm. How are we to regard this harmony? The ceremony that I described to you portrays clearly what is contained in this festival, which is so little understood and will pass over us in a few days. The starry heavens, with its immutable laws, were not always the cosmos that appears to us today. This cosmos came forth from chaos. What we have today evolved from surging waves of forces. The laws of Kepler and Copernicus that cause us to admire the wisdom of the spirit of the universe have not always applied. Today they appear as if poured forth and elevated beyond justice and injustice. In this realm we cannot question good and evil. But we can certainly ask about this when it comes to human beings. Today we set the question before us: why do we ask about good and evil, justice and injustice, with respect to human beings? And why are we not allowed to ask these questions with respect to the macrocosm? In the past, when the world was still a billowing ocean, there was still a surging sea of feelings sweeping through space, a sea of wishes and passions outside in the universe, existing between what the eyes could see, the ears could hear, the senses perceive, and what appears to us in the laws of harmony. These passions in the universe, which were in the middle between the laws and chaos, had first to be overcome. Those today who attempt to behold with their eyes the wishes and passions of the universe in the distant primal past can barely still perceive the body of passions. Shining and transparent, star-bright, barely perceptible with the finest instruments of the seer, it still shines in every atom, ever since chaos was overcome. What brought the astral body of the cosmos to rest has not yet achieved the same goal in human beings. In human beings, the astral body still surges. What has already happened in the course of millions of years in the cosmos, what has already reached its goal, this in human beings is still in a state of becoming. And when we follow human beings from incarnation to incarnation, when we see them in their various bodies, and then follow them in their astral bodies, then we see that the astral body gets brighter and purer from incarnation to incarnation. In the beginning, we saw the human permeated by dull passions. These are reminiscent of the passions of the time when the world was still in chaos. But the brightness and clarity that we see in the astral body of the great universe today will gradually evolve in human beings. Because the wise people of ancient times knew the connection between human becoming and the being of the world, for this reason they called the world macrocosm and the human being microcosm. Human beings must look toward the goal that they can set before them to become like the macrocosm, to permeate themselves with the same blessedness and peace that today flows through the cosmos as the law of the universe. Just as little as we today can interrogate the lawfulness of the cosmos concerning justice and injustice, just as little will the human being one day be able to ask whether his or her destiny harmonizes with the law. Pure law is the law of the cosmos, and pure human spirit should one day become the destiny of the human being. This is the path of destiny that the human spirit in its various incarnations passes through. We are becoming increasingly radiant as a star and increasingly similar to the destiny of the cosmos. Karma is the law under which we all suffer. What we have done in one incarnation bears fruit for us in later incarnations. What happens to us now we have caused in previous incarnations. But karma is a law that not only distributes guilt and expiation, disharmony and harmony in the right way, it is also a law that guides us up to the highest pinnacle of the human spirit. The left and right sides of the great world book of karma will have found a balance. Everything for which we have fallen into debt, we will have transformed into a bright, glowing light of the astral body. Everything that we have experienced as flawed or defective will have found its balance. Karma is consumed in fire. When the indebtedness of existence is no longer present, we will go our own way, just as the sun goes its path, is incapable of deviating from its path, not even a little. Then we will follow the laws that have been implanted in us, just like the sun in the starry heavens. That is our path. That is our goal. This will one day be the harmony between human destiny and the laws of the universe. This path through life, this pilgrimage, does not proceed in the same way with all human beings. Exactly as the perfect exists next to the imperfect in nature, Just as a worm is next to higher animals that are already present, so an imperfect human spirit can be found right next to a perfect one in the spiritual world. Those who honestly and uprightly believe in spiritual evolution must also have faith in spiritual science and its teaching concerning human forerunners. Forerunners are those who have already gone a stretch further ahead of us along the path that we all must traverse. Individuals have already gone ahead. Since the beginning of recorded history, they have overtaken us. They have achieved a higher stage in the evolution of humanity. In this way, they have become leaders, guides of humanity. Just as a more highly evolved animal stands above a worm, the rishis, the masters, stand above humanity. They achieved this in earlier times because they blazed another path of knowledge, a steeper, more dangerous path that is connected with endless danger. No one is permitted to take this path for his or her own sake alone. Those who do this can easily founder and fall into deep abysses. They can lose their existence for a time, or become a torturing spirit of people. In short, no one is allowed to seek this path for acquiring knowledge faster out of self-seeking or egotism. Only those who vow to spiritual beings the existence of which ordinary people have no idea, with a vow that can never be broken, only those who take this vow can tread this path of knowledge to become leaders of humanity, forerunners of humanity. Such leaders of humanity have never used this knowledge for themselves. They strive for knowledge in order to help humanity, in order to help it rise up to the place where human destiny and the world harmonize with one another. These human forerunners who have purified their astral body of desires and passions live in our midst, and have always lived in our midst. Buddha had such a body already, a star-radiant astral body. When he and his disciple Ananda were once traveling together, the Buddha was dissolved in a cloud of light, in radiant streaming light. That was an astral body that had come to rest. The radiant halo is nothing other than a symbol for the radiant astral body of the founders of Christianity. The human forerunners are an immediate imprint of the macrocosm as advancing brothers of humanity. It is to be shown that they, in quotes, burned up, that is, fulfilled their karma, that there are no further debts to repay, that they can no longer deviate from the primeval wisdom of the world, that they can with certainty lead humanity, with the same certainty with which the sun follows its path across the heavens and cannot deviate from this prescribed path. The halo expresses that they can no longer wander away from the path that has been laid out for humanity. As certainly as the sun goes its path over the vault of the heavens, they go their path on earth. And just as the sun sends its light and warmth over all the earth, they send the love from their hearts to the hearts of their fellow brothers and sisters. These forerunners are, out of their own strength, absolutely solid with respect to all temptation. One could show them, one could offer them every kingdom of glory of this world. They will not accept it. The one and only thing they want is to be one with the primal spirit, from which they have come forth. Thus in this life these people want to be a macrocosmos themselves. This has been their consciousness. This is also present in all religions. Those who know the origin of religions know that it has always been the case that in all religions the founders looked up to the stars of the macrocosm as to the primal eternal law of the universe that rules the heavens. These forerunners were like radiant suns for initiates and those who were further evolved. When humanity was to be shown how karma works, the image of the sun in the temple was shown to them. It signified the destiny, like the path of the sun in the course of the universe. Amit-o is the same for the Chinese when they revered the Buddha as the sun, S-O-N, among the gods of heaven. Bracket, German editor's note, the manuscript does not give the name Steiner mentioned here. However, the Chinese characterization of Dhyana Buddha is derived from the Sanskrit word Amitabha and means, quote, possessing immeasurable light, close quote. Therefore, it is assumed that Amito is the name mentioned, close bracket. And it was the same for the Hindus when they displayed Krishna resting in the arms of the Deva Mother. The Christmas festival goes through all religions. It is a festival that should bring to human consciousness that our destiny should one day be an imprint of the destiny of the macrocosmos. The spiritual sun lives in Christianity just as much as in the ancient religions. In the life of Christ, there should also be a direct image of the sun speeding across the firmament. For this reason, the celebration of his birthday was moved to the festival of Christmas. Bracket, Weihnachten. The German word for Christmas is, quote, nights of consecration, close quote, or, in quotes, holy nights, close bracket. Let us consider why. What happens with the sun at the time of the winter solstice? The days again become longer after the shortest day has passed. The light struggles out of the darkness again. The sun, which has been in darkness for the greater part of the day, is born anew, and as a newborn sun it now sends its light. The birth of the light was celebrated at midnight, because the light was born again out of the darkness. In the same way, the light of wisdom should be born, the light that is portrayed by the human forerunners. The sun appears again anew, the one that moves across the firmament above. Its birth is a symbol for the birth of the human forerunners, who just as assuredly traverse their paths as the universe bears harmony within. In the beginning there were various Christian sects. Among them the festival of the Savior was celebrated at several different times. There were 135 different days in the first Christian times. Only at the beginning of the 5th century was a unified date settled upon, that is, today's Christmas festival. It was intentionally assigned to this date in order to establish for this Christian festival the same symbolism that had echoed through the entire ancient world. Even a church father, who had been declared to be a saint by the church, found it to be justified and in keeping with the meaning of Christianity. He tells us that Christians are acting properly when they celebrate Christmas at the same time that the Romans celebrate the birth of Mithras, and the Greeks the birth of Dionysus. The festival should have the same underlying meaning as the Mithras festival and the Dionysus festival, for they also celebrate the birth of the human forerunners. Thus Christendom has set up Christmas, the 12 holy nights, as a symbol that should, again and again, bring to consciousness that karma must be burned up, must be paid in full, so that harmony between macrocosm and microcosm, which is not yet present today, one day will be present, so that even human beings will one day follow the immutable laws from which they must not be allowed to stray. Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, the symbol of human existence and the goal of humanity, was shown to the gathered crowds at midnight, shown to be the sun in the spiritual kingdom, that he is the same as the power of warmth and light from the sun. In the same way that the 3 wise sacrificial priests joyfully bowed down, in just precisely this way, the 3 wise kings from the east bowed down to the Christ child as portrayed in Christian legend. They follow the star, they follow the light. A deeper meaning lies in the visit of the 3 wise men from the east. It is the same 3 wise men who were active in the service of Horus, and who now say that one is born to us who will follow his path as unwaveringly as the star that has led us. The star is still far from us, but when one day this law will be our own, we will be like the one who bears the immutable law within him. Just as the star is our ideal, so is the one who is born under it our model. What the Egyptians celebrated became a fact in history, an event in the world. For this reason, the founder of Christianity could call together his disciples for the Sermon on the Mount. That is why it is called this. He called them away to a mountain. Mountain means secret place or place of mysteries, where the most intimate pupils were taught. The German translation of the Bible contains here a terrible error. Quote, "Blessed are those who are poor in spirit," close quote. Actually, the truth is that it means, quote, "Blessed are those who are beggars for the Spirit, for they will find in themselves the kingdom of heaven," close quote. What did Jesus want to make of his disciples? He wanted to make those who were beggars for the Spirit blessed. Only those who had been introduced to the secrets of the temple could learn the truth. The founder of Christianity wanted to carry this wisdom out to all the world. Not only those rich in spirit were to receive the grace of wisdom. No, all those who stood outside and are also beggars for spirit, those are the ones who are to find the kingdom of heaven. Earlier people found it in the secrets of the temple. Now they are to find this blessedness not only in the temple places, but also in themselves. The kingdom of heaven that was placed before them as the harmonious model of human destiny, they were to find within. They are to ascend to the pinnacle, where a balance between mutable, erring human hearts and the immutable laws of the macrocosm can take place. This is what the Christmas bells are to bring to our awareness, according to the original intentions of the initiates. The bells point us to what shows how karma leads us to our goal, how the laws of the world and human destiny are connected. And it is the deepening through theosophy that should bring all this to our attention again. Many festivals that we celebrate today thoughtlessly, whose deeper significance we do not know, contain a deeper wisdom for which we can thank their origins. The festival events were a meaningful sign for ancient peoples, because those peoples were connected with the macrocosmic world. The mystery of the heart and of this immutable law sounds forth to us through the ringing of the Christmas bells. In the midst of life, theosophy can bring us again the deeper wisdom, the kernel of religious creeds. It will show us to what extent they contain truth. And when we recognize this wisdom again, then, in the highest sense, what is expressed in harmony between the law of the universe and human destiny will gradually be fulfilled through the beautiful words, quote, "May peace be with all beings," close quote. The end of lecture 22.8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, which are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 88 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James Hindes. It is, in fact, 23 lectures. I had before mentioned it was 16. That was incorrect. And this is the last lecture. It is numbered 23.9 since it's the 9th lecture in the 4th section. And the title of these are Concerning the Astral World in Devachan, and the title of this last lecture is The Evolutionary Stages of Humanity, given in Berlin on December 29, 1903. When we consider the physical body of human beings as we know it, we see that it is just a crystallized solid mass. The so-called aura surrounds the physical body in a kind of egg form. By and large, the aura is always larger than the physical body itself. It is smallest among undeveloped people, and the more developed a person is, the larger it is. The aura of a highly evolved human being can be 6 times his or her height. You are picturing the whole human being only if you imagine his or her height extending 3 times higher and 3 times lower. There are 3 things in the aura we must distinguish. First, the so-called astral body. This is the body that contains, for the eyes of seers, what human beings otherwise only feel within: drives, desires, and passions. A seer can distinguish very precisely from this aura whether a human being has pure or ugly passions, such as greed, compassion, goodwill, and the like. Then, second, there is the mental aura. This contains what we feel subjectively to be as our intellect, as our power of reasoning, the lower spiritual power. After death, these two are dissolved, just as the physical body dissolves. The astral aura is dissolved in Kamaloca, and the mental aura in lower Devachan. They are counted among the transitory parts of a human being. The enduring being of a human is objectively observable in the third aura. This is the aura of the causal body, the body that goes through all incarnations. Among unevolved people who understand little of what is enduring, the causal body is only indicated. If we observe the aura of an unevolved person, we find little of any causal body. Those human beings who seek deeper knowledge develop this causal aura. The more a person is evolved, the more this causal aura is developed. Then a kind of radiant system is inserted into the aura, so that a more highly developed person sends out rays of spiritual light that can be noticed in his or her causal aura. When observed, the aura of an adept is much greater than a house, so that the whole person appears infinitely larger than the physical person appears for the physical eye. The causal aura that we can see with highly developed people is also suggested in the undeveloped, and not as a small body, but also large, but it is not yet luminous. With unevolved people, it is a weak, glimmering light, and becomes constantly more luminous the more a person develops. Rays of light enter as a person takes in more and more content. The more people develop within themselves what is enduring, what will appear again, the more they will have luminous power within. It is the objectively perceptible that a person carries over from one incarnation to another. I will first consider human beings with their astral aura. We can observe them in three successive states. The first state is the one in which the actual power to form thoughts is as yet very little developed. That was the case with the third root race, and at the beginning of the fourth, that is, from the middle of the Lemurian until the first half of the Atlantean time. Lemurians and the first Atlanteans did not think using reason, but they thought out of their memory. Only in the course of the fourth root race was the power to reason gradually developed, and the aura was also changed. In the third root race and in the first half of the fourth, the astral aura was developed in such a way that the aura surrounded the human body. It was just a little bit larger than the skin, and it was much mistier than later. It was like a dark mass of fog, but much stormier and intense because of human passions. Only the first beginnings of the mental aura were present at that time. Evolution progressed up until our present root race, so that today a kind of high point has been reached. This is the second stage in which the mental aura is developed to a certain extent. The third stage is that of advanced human beings who have developed so-called astral clairvoyance. They are also in a position to see this aura. They can see not only what is in the physical world, but also what is present in the astral world. The astral aura of such people looks a little different. Wheel-shaped figures appear with the aura of Atlantean and post-Atlantean human beings. Such figures are in the aura of every human being today. With Lemurians, they were still barely noticeable. When these, in quotes, wheels are in motion in present-day people, then astral vision enters. When they are at rest, then the astral seeing is stopped. Those are the three states. The physical body is permeated by the nervous system. Every nerve center is connected to an astral center. For example, the optic nerve is enveloped by an astral optic nerve, by an astral substance belonging to the optic nerve. Now, how does vision arise? Light enters the eye and goes through the nerve into the brain. But we do not yet see anything here. It is still nothing more than a movement of a physical kind. Now the astral optic nerve begins to vibrate. This brings it about that an image arises of what we see. It is impossible to see without the astral bodies being activated. It is the same with thinking. The astral body is what is actually active. Now picture how it is with seers. Impressions do not come in through the ear or through the eye. Impressions come in through the astral organization itself, without mediation of the brain or nerve center. Perception enters when the chakras, the lotus flowers, begin to move. This means that the astral body is an organism with sense organs. When we are in an ordinary condition of sleep, usually the astral body is outside the physical body. The more highly a human being is evolved, the further the astral body can distance itself. A perfect psychic development consists of this. We leave behind our body and freely walk around in the astral world. There are even higher stages. During sleep, the astral body can make the strangest journeys, but we do not remember these nightly wanderings. You can have consciousness during the night, yet not bring it along into the day. The highest stage occurs when you are conscious of the astral world, not only in sleep, but also in your physical body. During the night, you can seek out people whom you know, but you will not have experiences of a kind similar to those in a physical body. For example, you will not experience what a person in Asia is doing. That you will not be able to find out. However, if you want to learn something from that person, you will be able to do it if you can bring it over completely into your day consciousness. A chela cannot know if a master in Asia is writing or not, or if the master is eating, or what he or she is eating. But the chela can be instructed in astral space and then carry that over into full day consciousness. When you observe such an astral body, at one place you see a physical body with its nerve center, which appears to physical eyes just as it appears by daylight. And you have the astral body somewhere or other with its sense organs, so that you can see. The optic nerve belongs to this center of the astral body, and to that center belongs the auditory nerve. Now the question arises, what does the connection between the astral body and the physical body consist of? What chains the astral ear to the physical ear? And why does the astral body, which was separated from the physical body during sleep, return? Interesting questions can arise here. For example, let us assume that someone feels terribly unlucky. Now, during the night, he is in his astral body. The suffering has its origin in the physical body. Such a person could, with the astral body, decide not to return anymore. If that were carried out, the person would have committed astral suicide. So the question is, what connects the astral body with the physical body and its organs, and what leads them back together again? There exists a kind of band, a connection that is an in-between matter, between astral and physical matter. This is called Kundalini fire. If you observe a sleeping person, then you can always follow the astral body in astral space. There is a luminous band leading to where the astral body is. The location can always be found. When the astral body separates, then to the same extent the Kundalini fire becomes thinner and thinner. It becomes an increasingly thin track. It becomes more and more a thin mist. Now, when you look carefully at this Kundalini fire, you will see that it does not always have the same form. In some places it is brighter and thicker. Those are the places that lead the astral back again to the physical body. The optic nerve is therefore connected to an astral nerve, through a thicker Kundalini fire. In his book titled The Astral Plane, Leadbetter did not want to go into the question as to whether or not an astral suicide is possible. The astral body, with its Kundalini fire, cannot be completely lifted out of the physical body. Should it happen that someone actually decides not to return, the Kundalini fire would continually draw him back to the body. It is as if he still belonged to the physical body. Such a person would follow the track of the Kundalini fire. When the life forces are not yet exhausted, it is very difficult to lift the astral body out of the physical body. It is very difficult when someone is attached to a physical body that he can no longer make use of. In this sense, the destiny of a suicide and that of an accident victim are not that very different from one another. Now, among more highly developed human beings in whom the chakras are moving, a different process occurs. They are able to withdraw the Kundalini fire voluntarily from the organism. At the same time, there are opposing streams from within working outward. What earlier streamed into the human being only from outside can now be regulated from within by the human being. The entire process can now be voluntarily brought into motion. With this achievement, human beings have complete ability to control their astral body. Now, I ask you to consider that this condition will enter more and more into human evolution. Today, it is those who are psychically evolved who have such an astral body. But humanity itself is quickly moving to such a condition. It will have the ability to use the astral body in the sixth race. We, human beings, will have a physical body within what is an astral body, which we can use in this way. In the next round, however, human beings will not have any physical body, but only an astral body that they will then be able to use freely, just as they use the physical body today. The physical body will no longer exist. Our lowest body will be the astral body. We find something similar to the astral body in the mental body. The astral body has individual sense centers. There is an astral nerve corresponding to the optic nerve, so to the auditory nerve, the olfactory nerve, and so forth. The mental body no longer has such individual senses. It has but one single sense. It is permeated by the mental capacity of understanding, so that it can perceive mentally with that one single sense. For this reason, it is able to relate all things to each other and to everything as a whole. The shadow of the mental sense is the understanding. When you hear a bell sounding, you turn yourself around in order to perceive also with your face. The astral senses are also connected to the mental senses with a kind of Kundalini fire. Kundalini fire is a kind of in-between matter, which unites the individual conditions with each other. Now I would like to mention some ideas concerning the evolution of the rounds. If we wish to follow the evolution of the rounds, then we must be clear that the human being consists of three members, body, soul, and spirit. For an understanding of the rounds, it is important to name these three members differently. We can call the body humankind. We can call the soul human personality, the spirit human individuality. To make this clear, you must understand that human beings, with respect to kind or genus, differ very little from one another. We have here a universal equality. But human beings are very different from one another with respect to personality. Personality is then seen as what differentiates. However, what is individual is seen as the universal human spirit. Kind is basically the bodily nature, personality is basically the soul aspects, individuality basically the spirit. We wish first to follow the first two, that is, kind and personality. Personality was prepared in the lunar epoch. what has come over from the lunar epoch is the personality. What we carry within is kind, or genus, the way we presently appear, the bodily form, which is basically an earthly imprint, an earthly shape. All of Earth evolution, since Pralaya, exists in order gradually to bring the human bodily form to the point where it can allow the personality to unite with this bodily form, as well as to allow the two, personality and bodily form, to become the seat of the spirit, of the individuality. It is particularly useful to follow each of these for itself, and so one does well to follow genus, personality, and individuality, each for itself. Now, the first, genus. Imagine a pralaya, a twilight condition. From this, a sphere is first separated out, which is not yet actually a proper sphere, but only contains the power to be a sphere. Within this sphere, the generic human types live as archetypes. This is the arupa condition. This sphere then becomes denser, and now in this sphere the thoughts of the human types are formed. Now the thoughts wander about in this sphere. That is the second condition, the rupa condition. The third condition occurs when the sphere is transformed into an astral sphere. What earlier was only archetypes of different types of human beings now becomes astral types. Thus human astral types live in the third sphere. The fourth sphere is already physical. For the first time we have human types, but as yet without the ability to grow. But if one were to touch them, they would have physical density, hardness. While this was happening, the other kingdoms of nature developed in the same way as types. Animal species, plant species, mineral species are present as forms, but forms that cannot as yet live. Imagine a plaster cast made of yourself and then filled in. That is approximately how it was. In the fifth sphere, everything becomes astral again, in a transformed form. In the sixth sphere, everything again becomes thought. And in the sixth sphere, everything is again transformed into a formless, monad-like condition. And then comes pralaya. The end of Lecture 23.9, and that is the end of the book concerning the astral world and Devachan. Notes from 19 lectures and 4 private lectures given in Berlin from 1903 to 1904, translated by James Hindes. Collected Works, Volume 88.